Okay, and now for the official beginning of the House of Representatives, I turn it over to Gail Hyde and Donald Broussard.
Welcome to the Representative Barbara Jordan final round of the National Senate. Thank you to the National Speech and Debate Association, the NSDA Board of Directors, and the NSDA staff for their support of congressional debate. Our tournament would not have happened this year without an amazing tabulation staff. Thank you to Brian Alford, Susan Anderson, Jordy Berry, Victoria Beard, Donald Broussard, Clifton Davis, Gail Hyde, David Long, Keith Pittman, and Alicia Reddy. We would also like to thank our co-chairs, Kevin Berlott and Kim Bayan-Berlott. Today's final will consist of one session. We will convene at the end of the opening and debate until 11:30 a.m. You will break for lunch and resume debate at 12:45 until 3:45.
Your judges will remain the same for the entire session. There are 3 presiding officer candidates, Representative Deker, Okafor, and Wilson. The candidates will audition for 30 minutes each, and then you will select your final Speaker of the House. We started with 390 representatives. Today, you will watch the final 20. Your judging panel is as follows: Anna Payne, parliamentarian from Iowa; Bilal Butt from Carolina; Cody Dormsgaard, from Minnesota; Katie Ham from Florida; Crawford Lavoie, North Carolina; Alicia Reddy, California; Cassie Rocket Rogers, Alabama; Eric Skoglund, Kansas; Josh Simmons, Nevada; and Brooks Young, Idaho.
Our presiding officer for the entire session. With that being said, I would like to bring up presiding officer candidate Deker.
Again, for the reference of my judges, Representative Deker, a big congratulations on making it to the 2022 National Speech and Debate Tournament, National Final, and Congressional Debate House. Alrighty, good morning everyone, and welcome to the final rounds. We're going to start getting right into things. So to access the online and precedence and recency sheet for this round, you can go to bit.ly/NSDA House in all capitals. I strongly recommend that both competitors and judges go on there as well, as there are some helpful tournament links. Most importantly, the first page is going to have question and precedence and recency going from the list provided to us by the NSDA. So it's going to go top down for the questioning and then bottom up, top down for speeches and then bottom up for questioning. On the second page is going to have the helpful links. The most important link on here is the trigger warning opt-out form. I encourage all of our competitors, spectators, and judges to please fill out this link, as it is going to determine what content is sensitive in today's round. At all times, mental health should be preserved, so the way I'm going to be running trigger warnings is when you offer a trigger warning, please give your competitors 15 seconds to leave the room. As research studies show, you need more than 15 seconds for a trigger warning to process. That way we ensure that everyone's mental health is preserved. After filling out the Google form, results are available to competitors and judges. Please cater your trigger warnings to that. As for calling on speakers, we're going to be using the recency provided to us by the NSDA. For my time signals, you're going to be getting 1 tap at 2 minutes, 2 taps at 2:30, 3 taps at 2:55. From 3 minutes to 3:10, I'm going to begin gaveling you down. Then we're going to move into questioning. As for questions, something a little bit different. You're going to get 1 tap at 15 seconds elapsed, and then from 25 seconds all the way down until 30 seconds, you're going to get me gaveling you down until double tapping, moving on to the next questioner. As for calling on speakers or questioners, please stand with your placard and rise at the same time. For motions, you can remain standing. Per NSDA rules, we cannot have an open chamber, so please rise with the point of personal privilege, state the motion, and then exit chamber. Are there any questions on the parliamentary procedure? Representative Kaiser. bit.ly/NSDA House in all capitals. Any other questions? Seeing and hearing none, at 8:10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, I hereby call the session of Congress into order. Representative Shunjuru. All seconds? Seeing ample second, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Unfortunately, any opposed? Seeing none, that is so ordered. Representative Dixon.
I move to nominate Docket A, consisting of first, high-speed rail, then sugar tax, and finally, voting.
For the reference of the judges in chamber, that's House Finals 1, construct high-speed rails. House Finals 3, make Americans healthier. House Finals 4, a bill to protect the right to vote. Any other nominations? Representative Beck.
Motion.
State that.
Motion to close the floor for docket nomination.
All seconds? Second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing hearing none, that is so ordered. Meaning our first item on the agenda is HF1, constructing high-speed rails. Seeing as there is no authors of this tournament, the chair will now call for a sponsor. All sponsors, please rise. Once again, calling for all sponsors. Representative Dixon.
Motion for a 1-minute in-house recess.
Is there a second to the motion? Second. Seeing and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
That's so ordered.
Guys, we literally just took splits on this. That we have like 8 or 9 apps. Somebody has to give the sponsorship. It's important to frame the whole debate. Can somebody please give it?
I can start prepping one, but it'll take like 1 to 2 minutes.
I'm more than happy to give the sponsor.
Thank you.
I just thought I was flipping to neg is the problem.
All right, so chairs, are you good to give it right now?
Yes, I'm
The chair
perfectly
is
happy.
going to end the recess early, calling us back into order. Once again, calling for a sponsor on the legislation. All sponsors, please rise. Representative Wilson.
I do thank the speaker.
And once again, for all of my judges, so many of them, Wilson, and Edward Wilson is my first name. Oh, that's right. We're all special today. I come sponsoring this legislation because it is important that we advance. It is important that we move forward. It is important that we understand that in our society, in 2022, it is more important now than ever that governments provide for those who need it, that governments provide when they can, and because we can and because it is a necessity, I support this piece of legislation establishing high-speed rail. Firstly, let's understand that there is, in fact, precedent in the area. We see the Railroad Report showing that there are also places on the Northeast Corridor, the NEC, where trains run at high-performance speed, auxiliary trains, that can run at 150 miles per hour on portions of the line in Rhode Island, where they can run at 135 miles per hour on the Speedway in central New Jersey, and 125 miles per hour in other areas. Why is this important? Because don't let any negative speaker come up here and tell you that we can't do this. They simply don't have the ability to expand now because of funding or because of improper regulation, ensuring that we oversee that as we're supposed to do. We see that we've had the capabilities to push forward for this and that that's been done by the private enterprise, except it's not the private enterprise's job to push forward for citizens. It's each and every one of you. Additionally, we have to understand that high-speed rail has incredible benefits. Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg on his site, the American Public Transportation Association, reports that high-speed rail creates jobs, boosts economic activity, reduces our dependence on oil, and can unlock new opportunities, which is is why in the new $1 trillion transportation plan, he lists it as a top priority for the United States in the coming decades. Understanding that we have transportation services, particularly more advanced technological services that don't rely on fossil fuels or oils, tells us that we can save ourselves from climate change while doing something that aids our citizens and something that we use every single day: transportation, getting around our country, getting to our jobs, to our homes, and in the process, aiding to save our planet. And understand that the U.S. is well behind the curve. The Environmental and Energy Institute writes that several nations, including large-scale nations like China and Germany, have already developed massive high-speed railroad systems. Why? Because they weren't afraid to get on the curve, because they weren't afraid to make the change. I know negative speakers are going to come up here talking about eminent domain, but the whole reason of having eminent domain in the Constitution is that sometimes for advancement's sake, for the betterment of our country, and for pushing forward, particularly when an issue like climate change, which no matter what will mean extinction if we don't solve, we have to take action. That is your job. We need to do our job. And we can add on to plans already in place, like the North Sea Corridor Commission, already $117 billion invested in a 15-year upgrade of Amtrak's Washington, D.C., New York, Boston system. We're not starting from scratch. We're simply adding on and saying that the government wants a hand in this. The government wants a hand in ensuring the citizens, the people we represent, have the systems they need. Please expect me to understand that my citizens are important in ensuring their survival, their transportation, and their ability to live in an advanced world. Please pass my piece of legislation.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 3 seconds for the reference of the judges. 4 blocks of questioning. All questioners, please rise. First is going to go to, between those standing, Representative last not on the piece of legislation.
Hi, Representative. So today's bill essentially looks to increase infrastructure across the United States, correct?
No, the northeast of the United States.
Okay, I'm glad you cleared that up. More importantly, today's system also helps to speed up economic corridors along the northeast as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so how much maintenance is this system actually going to cost me against this very high technology?
Again, I understand exactly where you're going with this bill. This bill leaves that in very wide variety, but simply says that the government will continue to manage this, and more particularly the Department of Transportation, to determine what that may be in the future. Taking a hand in a system we've proven can work.
Hi, Representative. What does Section 4 of this legislation do?
I'm sure you know.
Right. It allows us to use eminent domain to kick out individuals from their
Yes,
homes just to build this infrastructure.
I explained that, but most likely, as with already the plans that are in place, eminent domain mainly runs through
Can I ask my
non-use.
question? When we kick these individuals out of their homes, doesn't that destroy their livelihoods because they don't have anywhere to live just for the cause of this infrastructure?
Except, as we've seen with the precedent, particularly the system already being used, most people aren't being moved out of homes. It's going through unused areas.
Hey, so when you build public transportation, doesn't the value of the land in the area increase?
Sure, I'm not an economic expert.
Right, so aren't you pushing low-income people who can't afford those price increases out of their homes?
The major amount of people who use public transportation are low-income
Exactly,
people.
so when they're not close to public transportation, when you push them out of your homes, how do you
Except
access
we're
any of your
expanding public transportation to be in these areas.
Right,
The
but they
reason
can't-
we've had systems that haven't been expanded for decades, and
Right.
we're improving the
But
amount that
passing
we're
pushes
having.
them out of the areas, where's the
Step back.
access?
Hi, Representative. Are areas that are near public transit systems high demand for higher income Americans?
Not usually.
That's actually not true. As times are passing, it's changing, and these
Based
areas
off
are
what,
becoming more.
Representative?
Statistics, they're buying
Please state
land
your
near
statistic.
these areas. I can't preface inside a questioning period.
Except this is
but
direct
I'm glad to
questioning.
mention
And if
it
you're
in
going to
my
make a
speech.
statement, you can explain it.
I'm sure I could mention it in my speech.
Okay.
There really isn't much time to mention it in 30 seconds. But why wouldn't today's legislation just lead to richer income citizens?
Lapses. Speakers with question may be seated. The chair thanks you. Seeming as that was a speech in the affirmation, also used mitigation, please rise. Between Representatives Beck, Srivatsa, and Dixon, Representative Dixon on the preset recess.
Thank you for recognizing me.
For my judges, this is Representative Dixon speaking for the first time in today's legislative session. That is D-I-X-O-N. Please just give me a sign whenever you guys are ready. But before I'd like to begin, I just want to give a few thank yous. First, I want to thank my coach, Kathleen Farose, then my mentor, Matthew Tweeden, and finally my mom and #1 supporter, Alicia Dixon. Without my friends and family behind me, I could not be here today. I also want to say I could not be happier or more grateful to be here, as this has been my dream since I entered the speech and debate community in 5th grade. Finally, as being one of the first speakers today, I want to address one key point of advocacy within congressional debate. Too often we use minorities, women, marginalized communities, and low-income citizens as statistics, contentions, or impacts in our speeches. I implore you all to extend your advocacy past today's round. Now, could I just have a quick sign from my judges before I get started? All right, let's begin. Co-founder of Pixar, Ed Catmull once said, "Driving the train doesn't set its course, but instead laying the track does." This Congress today has the job to set the course for America's future. So let's do it correctly. Today, let's contextualize today's debate under a lens of realism. That gives us two key reasons to fail. One, because of the economics of the situation, and two, because of alternatives that this Congress should be focused on instead. First, let's look at economics. Representative Wilson tells us to talk about precedents, and I encourage that. However, the Mercatus Center in March of 2017 tells us that financial returns do not support investments in high-speed rail services. In fact, financial costs are much higher than often claimed. I'm also very glad Representative Wilson brings up China, because that's one reason that HSR services in China closed after only 10 days. There are no economic benefits, as Representative Wilson claims. The Cato Institute furthers that in April 2020 by saying that costs are always higher than originally projected. For example, in 1999, the mile between Los Angeles and San Francisco was projected to cost $25 billion, and now it is projected to cost $100 billion. Why is this? It's because there's a lack of competition within the high-speed rail industry. And because of that, there's a lack of incentive for them to lower prices. This means that they require a huge amount of infrastructure to be built from scratch and don't generate revenue. To focus on Spain, a 2015 review from the Applied Economy Studies Foundation argued that not one of its high-speed rails should have been built. So after all these impacts, how do we pay? Connecticut Mirror tells us in February of 2021 that all revenues will come from deficit spending. Why is that? This Congress has disproportionately been reluctant to fund Amtrak in the first place. I don't know why speakers on the affirmation like Representative Wilson thinks that that's going to fundamentally change today. Next, let's move on to alternative focuses. Representative Wilson, we can do this. I agree with that. But we shouldn't always do things just because we can. So why isn't high-speed rails the answer? Vice tells us in April 2021 that it takes a long time to build high-speed rails, even if you're good at it. According to transportation researcher Yona Freemark, in their first 20 years of constructing high-speed rails, Japan only built about 1,000 miles. This bill gives us only 6 years to do the same. And let's just suggest for a second that we extend that. It still takes too long. Representative Wilson talks about climate change, but in 20 years, it will be 2041, a full decade after the IPCC says emissions have to be reduced by 45%. So even if we take the affirmative at their highest ground and say that it actually helps the climate, that doesn't matter. Next, let's ask the experts. Even Amtrak itself in Quartz magazine in December of 2020 states that there are more pressing things to focus on than high-speed rail. It states that we need to focus on underserved segments of around 300 miles, which are ripe for high-quality rail. We just need to get what we have working today. Throughout the country, our infrastructure is crumbling, and this bill takes this Congress's focus away from our crumbling infrastructure just to try to distract our constituency. We need to stop doing things just because we can. There's no more time for shiny projects and excuses. Fail.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 7 seconds. 4 blocks of questioning. All questioners, please rise. First, going to Representative Allen. Just a reminder, everyone, please use the microphone at the front of the room.
Hi.
Hi.
So it said that high-speed rail systems take a while to build, right?
Yeah.
Okay, doesn't that simultaneously mean they require the creation of more jobs to build?
Yeah, but what we see that happening in China is that when they did this, they had to displace people's homes.
So
we're probably going to see a net loss.
So China didn't create enough jobs to build it fast enough. Why is it a bad thing to create more jobs?
When you're displacing people from their homes and building unnecessary infrastructure, that's a harm.
We have eminent domain policies where we compensate them, right?
We can create more jobs by rebuilding the infrastructure we have in our nation now. We don't need to just build a new fancy high-speed rail system.
Wilson.
I thank the speaker. Representative, if I'm correct, you say that China ended their high-speed rail program?
No, they didn't end their high-speed rail
You said
program. They ended one branch of it simply after 10 days after launching because the financial return.
Okay, one branch of it, even though they continue to have the longest amount of high-speed rails of any country on the earth.
Yeah, Representative, if you'd like to tell me how long it took them to build that and how many people they misplaced, I would love to talk to you about that.
This is the amount of time we have left for climate change. So why are you advocating we not fix systems that utilize systems like oil and fossil fuels?
We need to fix and update our systems, but the ones that are crumbling. Hi, Representative.
Hi, Representative. Are the zoning laws or economic state of China equal to that of the United States?
No.
So then how can we use that for exact past precedent?
I mean, let's look at this bill. It says that we're going in between some cities like New York and Chicago. How many towns are in between those two places? How many people are we going to have to displace?
Okay, but very simply, in the status quo, is public transit equal?
No.
Okay, so if this bill expands that transit, why isn't it worth putting through taxpayer
That
dollars
isn't a
like you
unique
talked
impact.
about?
We can expand public transit without this bill, and we can do it in a way that actually matters.
Representative Lacqua, final question.
Do we have high-speed rail lines in the Northeast in the status quo? Or like
Right
any
now,
type of rail line?
I know what you're referring to, but Amtrak's actual systems in the Northeast only average around 66 miles per hour.
Sure, okay. So in that case, what stops us from upgrading these existing systems without creating new rail lines?
Simply because this Congress has refused to fund Amtrak.
Okay, but through today's legislation, we can merely upgrade these existing networks, in turn not displacing any.
Representative, I would ask you about this nation's history of funding and rebuilding its infrastructure in a maintainable way.
In the status quo, we're funding several.
Question time
I thank the
elapses.
chair.
Speakers in question may be seated.
I thank the chair.
Yes, Representative Silver. State that. Granted. Since that was a speech in the negation, all speakers in the affirmation, please rise. Between Representatives Allen and Lawal and Shundru, first going to go to Representative Shundru on the pre-serve issues.
Wait, I'm actually. I was going to motion for a point of personal.
Oh, state that?
Do you mind if I exit the chamber?
Absolutely. It's going to go to Representative Lawal.
I thank the chair. This is Representative Lawal speaking for the very first time in session. This is Representative Lawal speaking for the first time this session. Can everyone hear me? The judges? All right. In one of my favorite TV shows, Thomas the Tank and Engine and Friends, he says to his fellow friends, Thomas, we are going faster than we have ever gone before. This country is also going faster than we have ever before, flying into the future. This legislation makes sure that we are going on the right tracks. Affirm. Firstly, and primarily because you give our constituents more options. Right now, people in the United States have trains, they have subways, and they have highways for cars. Unfortunately, those aren't enough options for our people to survive on. When you pass this legislation, you institute more high-speed rail lines across the United States. Why is that important? It's because people in the United States are looking for these high-speed rail lines to utilize in the first place. As Bloomberg News tells us on November of 2014, the Amtrak share of travel market between New York and Washington, D.C. increased from 37 to 75% from 2000 to 2012. Representative Dixon, the speed of the high-speed rail line does not matter if people are still willing to take it in the first place. Why is it so important that our constituents ride these high-speed rail lines? Is because it quite literally saves them from the dangers of other methods of transportation. As the High-Speed Rail Line Alliance tells us on March of 2021, that the fatality risk of driving a car is 17 times higher than taking a high-speed rail line. This legislation ensures that the lives of our constituents are no longer in jeopardy. It makes sure that more of our people are safe on their way to their work, on their way to their homes, on their ways to their family. This legislation protects our people and is exactly why you pass. Secondly, you affirm in order to help our workers. This is because by building a national high-speed rail line, jobs automatically follow. Because regardless of what Representative Dixon wants you to think, economics are certainly a benefit of high-speed rail lines. As the Baltimore-Washington Rapid Rail tells us, a Maryland-based railroad franchise in July of 2019, the high-speed railway system from just Maryland to New York increased the jobs in the area by 205,000. Representative Dixon, don't tell me that there is no economic benefit when the economic benefit goes straight towards our people. It doesn't have to be in dollars if it is in jobs. When you build the railways, you provide construction opportunities for engineers, blue-collar workers, people who need jobs in the status quo the most. As the Pew Research Center tells us on April of 21 this year, that 52% of low-income households have someone unemployed because of COVID-19 economic contraction. This legislation gives that 52% another opportunity. It gives more opportunities to the blue-collar workers of the United States who we have consistently left behind. This legislation promises to put America on the right tracks and promises to speed us into the future. Affirm.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 5 seconds. All questioners, please rise. And those standing, first going to go to Representative Kaiser.
So driving kills
Driving kills a lot more people than trains every year, right?
Yeah.
So why do we have to specifically build high-speed trains in order to combat that?
Because people want to go on these high-speed trains.
Okay, why not just build metro or other forms of transportation?
Because people prefer these high-speed rail trains because they're fast.
Are the
right?
people who are dying in car crashes the same people that are going to switch over to trains under this bill?
Absolutely. That's why the market
Who's
for
taking trains after you pass this bill?
people who no longer want to drive their cars to like from New York to Maryland.
But do those people even have access to the cars in the first place?
Yeah, they do. That's why they're
Who
taking
are
them in the first place.
Dixon on recency.
Hi, Representative. How many high-speed rail systems do we currently have in the United States?
We have Amtrak, and I'm pretty sure we have like 2 more.
No, we actually only have Amtrak. What does that mean for the economics of the industry?
It means that like it's an obvious benefit, right?
No, that means that there's not a lot of competition, right?
They don't need competition, right? When we're building this new rail track, it doesn't necessarily have to compete against Amtrak
So if
itself.
you're talking about people using the high-speed rail system, if there's no incentive for them to lower their prices for consumers,
There's incentive to keep it low so that people can actually use them in the first place. That's why the numbers that increase.
Time elapses. Speaker may be seated. Representative Chundru. Granted. Since that was a speech in the affirmation, also using the negation, please rise. Representative Asalan on the preset recency.
This is Representative Aslan addressing the chamber for the first time in today's legislative session. Representing the western slope of Colorado, if I can just get a quick thumbs up from all of my judges. Perfect. I guess, is there anybody that's not ready? That'll be easier. Okay, hearing no objections, I will begin now. I come from a very small town. To give a little bit of perspective, I can literally drive from one side of my town to the other in less than 10 minutes. So it was definitely a little bit of a shock when I found myself in New York City in the back of an Uber, hanging on for dear life as my Uber driver swerved in between lanes, going at least 30 miles an hour over the speed limit. Chamber, it is obvious there is an infrastructure problem in the Northeast, but ultimately, today's legislation does not solve to fix the problem. So the first reason you negate today's legislation is that high-speed railways continue to fail. This has been brought up by a couple of speakers in today's legislative session, but as an exponent's article wrote on the 13th of January 2020, the Metroliner was the first attempt the US had at creating a high-speed railway, which would have connected New York and Washington, D.C. Not only was it far from cheap, but infrastructure concerns kept it from ever coming to fruition. As Jim Tobin, the president of the Taxpayer Education Foundation, claims, high-speed rail is one of the worst scams foisted upon taxpayers by tax and spend politicians. These very people are in our very chamber today, and the only problem is they do not understand the alternatives. These very tax and spend politicians that we see in today's legislative session do not understand that there are much better alternatives. Representative Wilson, this will not solve for climate change. To do that, we need to ensure our energy is renewable first. Representative, we get 60.8% of our energy from fossil fuels. These trains still need to run on energy. It's not like they're magically just gonna go. This energy is not renewable. It doesn't solve climate change. And Representative Wilson, you say that this is gonna increase accessibility, but especially when we consider there are better alternatives, you understand that this does not increase accessibility at all. In fact, it harms our low-income citizens. The second reason you negate is that the alternatives for high-speed railways are highly viable. One of the most viable options is the Essential Air Program, which spends $290 million on subsidizing flights from rural areas to metro hubs, specifically in the Northeast. This is compared to the almost double $450 million it would cost to upgrade only 23 miles of railroad between Trenton and New Brunswick. The prices are outrageous, and we hurt our poor people the most. The affirmative is going to try to argue to support our low-income communities, but ultimately they harm them. The third reason you negate is that the biggest money planes are still more effective. The biggest reason trains suck is because they are inefficient and they stop. So Chamber, I will leave you with one last thing. Chugga, chugga, fail. Thank you.
Speech time, 2 minutes and 41 seconds. All questioners, please rise. First going to be going to Representative Lawal.
Hello, Representative. If trains are meant to stop, how does that make them inefficient?
Because it decreases the price. Representative Dixon touched on this a little bit.
It decreases the price?
Sorry, it decreases the speed that it takes.
Exactly.
It decreases their max speed.
If the train is not meant to go at max speed all the time, isn't it fulfilling its purpose?
Representative Dixon told you that the max speed on the Amtrak is only 68 miles per hour. Representative, a car can go faster
I'm
than
telling
that.
you, speed doesn't matter if people are still willing to take these rail lines so they can get where they need
But
to go.
only our rich people will be able to take these airlines. The affirmative argues to support low income.
Hi, Representative.
Hi.
Great speech. Have we funded these trains before in the past?
I'm sure you can tell me.
Yeah, we've funded billions and billions of dollars to these trains for the past decade.
Absolutely.
Why should we continuously fund these trains if they're continuously failing us?
Because they're failing us. We should not be spending money onto something that fails. There are other viable options.
No, I'm talking about your other option that you talk about, are metro trains. We funded those before.
No, my other option, Representative, is airplanes, where we can.
Are airplanes cheaper or high-speed rail cheaper?
If we
Final lapses, speakers in question may be seated. So we're going to transition right now.
At this point in time, Representative Deker's half hour of audition period has ended, so I would like to bring Representative Okafor up. Thank you very much, Representative.
All right, representatives, while I go ahead and get started to set up, I'd like to congratulate you all for making it to NSDA finals at House Congressional debate. Representatives, I also keep my precedents on an online spreadsheet, so if anyone would like to come up and give me their email.
Representative, we have one right here for you.
Yeah, that's fine. I'd be more than happy to share that with you at this time. State that. Come on in. Go ahead. Go ahead. All right.
While you're doing that, do you want to call on the next speaker? And
Sure
you can
thing.
do that while they're-
All right. Seeing as that was a speech in the negation, we're looking for a speech in affirmation. Affirmative speakers, please rise. Among those standing, Representative Yerikan.
Thank you. This is Representative Yerikan speaking for the first time this session. Spelled Y-E-R-O-K-U-N for my judges. Y-E-R-O-K-U-N. When all of the members of my chamber are ready, please smile my way, and I'll happily begin. You're so right. With your eyes, or like with a thumb, anything? Great. For Nicole Keys, a 28-year-old single mother of 4 children, finding a job as a warehouse picker in Scranton, Pennsylvania, for minimum wage was difficult enough. Unfortunately, that was only half the battle. The other half was finding a way to get there every single day. Look, it is because today's legislation bridges the gap between accessibility, connecting low-income Americans to employment that I urge every single member of this chamber to pass. Because first, passing assists low-income earners, and that's because Section 4 expands congressional oversight across infrastructural funding. Representative Dixon starts today's debate by talking about funding and how legislation yields no returns. Allow me to make a fundamental clarification. Turn your attention to the Federal Railroad Administration from 2 days ago, where it's furthered that following bipartisan demands for infrastructure and job investment, funding for correlating projects has increased by more than $66 billion already, with more than $22 billion already going to Amtrak to enhance our nation's railroad network. So to every member of the negation that says that this legislation fails because funding doesn't exist, yes, it does. That's why you pass. But as great as this is, there's one consistent problem: no oversight. That's why this legislation works. Section 4 changes that. But here's why that's important. The Journal of Urban Studies furthers on July of 2017 that railway systems have historically concentrated in isolated communities. The effects of their installments are adversely raising property values and taxes by more than 150%. To those like Representative Srivastava and Dixon, who are being kept up night after night by this startling statistic, it is exactly this reason as to why you pass. When we pass today's legislation, we get to decide on where those projects get to be concentrated in. But here's why that's increasingly important, especially right now. The socioeconomic review from the Scholars Network clarifies on June of 2018 that one of the biggest contributions to the increasing rate of unemployment for young Americans is actually a lack of access to transportation. Today's legislation allows us to fix that lack of access. But here's the second reason as to why you pass. It's because passing reinforces our commitment to combating climate change. And that's because Section 3 of this legislation synonymizes transportation with green energy. I'm surprised that no one in this round has brought this up yet. It's extremely important. Look to the U.S. High-Speed Rail Association, where it's furthered that since high-speed railways boast oil-free transportation, the switch could alleviate the daily oil consumption by more than 2% globally by the year of 2030. Representative Dixon, you're looking for a return? Well, there you go. At the end of the day, for single mothers like Nicole's, let's turn the gears, keeping us in stagnation, and work towards innovation. Affirm.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 2 minutes and 54 seconds. Again, 2 minutes and 54 seconds. We'll now be entering into a 1-minute questioning period. Will all those with questions please rise? Among those standing, that's going to go first to Representative Aslan.
Hey, Representative Aslan.
Hi, Representative. How are these trains powered?
They're powered by
electricity, right? Where does this electricity come from?
the funding that has already been provided from the infrastructure bill.
No, where does electricity come from, Representative?
I don't know. There's
like coal, fossil fuels, right? 60.8% of our energy comes from fossil fuels.
High-speed railways are a form of green energy. They're 100% clean.
They're still powered by electricity, Representative, are they not?
But that's offsetting diesel, which is the current way that we actually power high-speed
Electricity is a fossil fuel, Representative,
the opposite,
is it not?
The alternative is powering trains with diesel. That's not a better alternative.
Representative Deker.
Hi, Representative.
Representative
Where is
Deker.
the green energy for these electric trains stored on the train?
I guess in the compartment for them.
And what are those batteries made out of?
I'm not sure. You can tell me.
Lithium ion.
Sure.
So when we perpetuate lithium ion rates, what happens to human rights in third world countries that produce the cobalt for these lithium ion batteries?
Okay, that's an understandable concern. Let's just not get them from those third
How
world
is
countries.
human rights of other individuals an
We simply
undershadowed
have
issue?
to not get them from those third world countries. There are alternatives.
If that's a predominant producer in the status quo,
Why do we need
Thank you, representatives. You may now return to your seats. State that. Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't see the representative when he stood up, and I'm glad that I got to correct that. All right. State that. Go ahead. All right. During that speech, I did get my tiny URL up and working. So if you could type in https ://, tinyurl.com/Acora4, all lowercase NSDA. Then you can access my precedence chart. All right. Seeing as that was a speech in the affirmation, we're now looking for a speech in negation. Negative speakers, please rise. Among those standing, that's going to go first to Representative Deker.
I take the chair. Good morning, everyone. Representative Deker for the reference of my judges, spelled Dedeker. Any indication from the judging panel when you're all set to begin? Cool. And then Parley and Pio all set? In today's America, we often measure our success by comparing ourselves to others. For my constituents, it's comparing the dreaded AP exam scores in 18 days. But for America as a whole, it is often comparing our rates of innovation to other nations. It is because our nation's success should not be contingent upon damaging innovation that I am so proud to fail. Principally, let's look to Representative Yurakun's argument, talking about how today's legislation ultimately benefits climate change because we rely on green energy. Here's the biggest flaw. The green energy you rely on is stored in lithium-ion batteries. The Electric Green Energy Brief in July of 2020 highlights that after updating their high-speed electric rail line, over 90% of electric rail line infrastructure in Japan use lithium-ion batteries, meaning that if we are trying to mirror the same exact system in the United States, like the affirmation already touted, that's going to happen here. Here's why that is so bad. Reuters on November 24th of last year quantifies that over 2/3 of the world's cobalt, the primary ingredient in lithium-ion batteries, is produced in the Democratic Republic of Congo. But they have one of the worst human rights records, explicitly exhorting women and children. So to the members of the affirmation, if you're willing to undertow women and children being extorted for our innovation in America, then go ahead and pass. But I'm not willing to let that happen. But understand, Representative Yurakun, you say that right now we can simply just not get our manufacturing from the Democratic Republic of Congo. Here's why that doesn't happen. Globe News, in a joint study with Precedence Research on April 13th of this year, says the demand for lithium-ion battery market is guaranteed to grow at a minimum of 18.9% in the next 8 years, with $52.4 billion worth of that industry concentrated in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Therefore, the entirety of your impact falls flat. Representative Wilson, you want to uplift Americans. I'm not willing to uplift Americans at the cost of the lives across the world, because for centuries, Americans have prioritized our own ability to prosper and succeed over the rights of others. But secondly, you fail because this legislation proliferates exorbitant debt in the United States. Representative Lawal, you talk about helping our low-income constituents. Here's why that impact never happens. The Cato Institute on April 20th of last year finds that an intercontinental high-speed rail line would cost well over $3 trillion. Notice how nowhere in today's legislation is a price tag ever established. That's because the affirmation wants to hide the price tag in the first place. The Council on Foreign Relations on October 1st of last year discovers that after COVID-19, the pandemic national debt already swelled $3.1 trillion. An additional $3 trillion from today's legislation, at a minimum, only hurts Americans more. Because the Harvard Business Review in last week explains that increasing the national debt by any more than $1 trillion could swell overall inflation by 24.2%. At the end of the day, American inflation and our innovation ultimately is the price to pay for the affirmation's innovation. I'm not willing to compromise the foreign rights of other individuals for our innovation. Stop comparing ourselves to others and only compare ourselves to a better future and fail.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 4 seconds. Again, 3 minutes and 4 seconds. We'll now be entering into another 1-minute questioning period. Will all those with questions please rise? Among those standing, that's going to go first to Representative Shundra.
Where does the United States get most of its lithium?
Like I tell you, the lithium comes from the Democratic Republic of Congo, which is
As of
constructed from
2022, 80% of America's lithium comes from China. How is that promoting human rights abuses in the Democratic Republic of Congo?
I just mentioned a specific site. That was evidence. It's empirics. China also has a terrible human rights records as well. So both nations, regardless of where you get the money from, it's going to hurt human rights
Understood,
records.
but no matter what, we use lithium ion regardless, right? Whether we
And
pass
every
or
country that
fail.
produces the cobalt has a terrible
Representative
human rights
Not telling
Alatorre.
me a mutually exclusive problem.
Hello. So I know that in Japan and China they use lithium batteries. What about the railroads in California, New York?
Right now, those are powered simply by the high-speed rail lines being attached to an electric.
No, I'm saying what electric are they powered? Because your whole point was on lithium. Do we use that?
Not in the current infrastructure, but
Then
for the
what is
high-speed
the
rail system that
problem?
is in today's legislation,
If
like
we
I
never
tell you,
use lithium in our past high-speed rails, why are we suddenly going to just start using it now?
because those aren't the high-speed rails that the current Department of Transportation is trying to mirror. Secretary Buttigieg says
We
he
have
wants to
n-
mirror
we
the
do not
transportation of Japan.
make any like lithium.
Thank you, representatives. You may now return to your seats. The chair thanks you. Seeing as that was a speech in the negation, we're now looking for a speech in affirmation. Affirmative speakers, please rise. At this time, that's going to go to Representative Alatorre.
I thank the chair. Representative Alatorre speaking for the first time today. It's spelled like the placard in front of all of you judges if you look at where I was sitting. And once none of you guys are flailing your arms out of confusion, I'll assume the judge panel is ready. All right. Representative Byrd argued that the plan is too expensive and too expansive. But Representative Byrd isn't in this room. In fact, he was actually a senator, and he made that argument in 1956 in relation to the interstate highway system. The arguments that the negation have made are tried and tired, because those are the arguments and argumentation that was made in 1956 against the interstate highway system, a system that allowed me, and I assume most of the competitors in this room, to get to this very tournament. The high-speed rail system is history repeating itself, a plan that's expansive and expensive, but will return for America. So first, I'll talk about the environment and address some of the concerns of the negation before finally going down all of the arguments made by the negation and understanding why their argumentation is tried and false. Now, let's start with the environment. The Washington State Department, in a 2019 study analyzing the potential consequences of building a high-speed railway system in the Northwest, found that it would save 6 million metric tons of carbon dioxide emissions over 40 years. And that's a really big deal, because ENTSO's April 2022 analysis of 2019 flight plans found that airplanes contributed 185 million metric tons of CO2. But Representative Salen makes a great point. It doesn't help the environment. High-speed railway systems use electricity that comes from fossil fuels. But what he misses is that what they do is they displace air travel, which is significantly worse. High-speed railway systems mean that people are flying in airplanes less, and high-speed railway systems can fit up to 6,000 passengers, while an airplane can fit 150. Yes, Representative, it does hurt the environment, but significantly less than the airplanes that they're using in the status quo. So Representative Salen, if you care about the environment, please vote in the affirmation and give people an alternative to the carbon-emitting airplanes that they're currently using in the status quo. Representative Okafor, you talk about lithium-ion batteries, but the problem here is that airplanes are significantly worse, and they also consume lithium-ion batteries. And as the previous Representative Chundry mentioned in questioning, these are coming from China now more than ever, meaning that it's a non-issue for the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Now, let's look at some rebuttals. Representative Dixon, you say there's no return on investment, there's no revenue, and that we need competition. Believe it or not, Representative Byrd made the same arguments in 1956. Let's learn what he learned after the interstate highway system was passed. One, it returned the entire economy. The return of investment was on the entire economy. Yes, the revenue we make isn't going to pay it back, but the taxpayer money that we get from increased trade, increased movement is going to pay us back. And even further, and even if you don't believe any of that at all, providing an alternative for the environment puts America at the forefront of green technology and green transportation, meaning that we're leaders for the entire world. And Representative Salen, you say that it's the worst investment ever. Once again, that was the same argument made in 1956. If you think these arguments are old, so do I. Let's learn what they did not understand and vote in the affirmation to progress America and progress the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Again, 2 minutes and 59 seconds. We'll now be entering into another 1-minute questioning period. Will all those with questions please rise? Among those standing, that's going to go first to Representative Bosna.
Hi, Representative.
So in today's legislation, we can see that it outlines the different cities that today's track will be built in, correct?
Pardon, can you repeat that?
So today's legislation oversees different cities in which the track will be built in, correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so wouldn't you think that inherently also ignores rural communities which often don't have access to public transportation?
So the primary goal is not to create public transportation like the affirmation has said. The primary goal is to create an alternative for airplanes. This doesn't get you from one small city to the other small city. This gets you from large metropolitan areas to other large metropolitan areas, which is what current flight paths do.
So you're saying this wouldn't be a system that's used every day, but...
Representatives. Representative Srivatsa.
Hi, do we already have high-speed railways in some areas of the Northeast in the status
Yes,
quo?
and they're really, really terrible, really expensive, and really slow.
If that's the case, why is it impossible for us to reform the existing system instead of creating a new one entirely?
Yeah, that's a great point. So before the interstate highway system, we had really bad roads that were really awful in quality, and then we passed a large bill that revamped the entire thing, and it worked out.
Isn't it easier for us to spend less money by reforming it instead of creating a new one
Representative,
altogether?
we learned the lesson in 1956. Overhauling the entire system is a lot more efficient than fixing a broken system that
If that
doesn't
was
fundamentally
decades
work.
ago and we have better technology and infrastructure now, why can't we reform?
Thank you, representatives. You may now return to your seats.
I thank the chair.
The chair thanks you. All right. Seeing as that was a speech in the affirmation, we're now looking for a speech in the negation. Negative speakers, please rise. Among those standing, that's going to go to Representative Kaiser.
Hi, everyone. That's Representative Kaiser, K-A-I-S-E-R. Once again, K-A-I-S-E-R. Speaking on the negation side of this piece of legislation, if I could just get an indication from my judges, a thumbs up, anything I'll do, I'll just go down the line. Good, 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 good. Wonderful. Pio and Parley? Great. In that case, we'll go ahead and begin. Yesterday, one of my constituents wrote to me complaining that the road in front of his house had remained under construction for 18 years. So I wrote back, it's okay. The road to success is always under construction. Unfortunately, under this bill, that will remain under construction for another 18 years. So, allow me to go down the affirmations arguments bumper by bumper and clear up the traffic so you'll understand why this bill is a train wreck. First, I'd like to reframe this debate around Section 3B, which states that all trains included in this legislation must be going over speeds of an average of over 200 miles per hour. Why is that so important? CNN writes on May 29th of 2022 that France, Japan, and China concluded that the benefits of trains going over 200 miles per hour are outweighed by the much higher maintenance and energy costs they incur. That's a little complicated, so let me break it down for you. This piece of legislation wants to make a train track that goes from northern Washington, D.C., all the way to above Boston. There are two ways to do that. The first of which is you smack that down where cities are currently placed. Representative Yerrikin says that this is going to help low-income households, but trains can't take you home when you have no home to go to. The Guardian writes on November 10th of 2017 that eminent domain could become the newest tool that local and state governments can use to accelerate the gentrification and displacement that is already affecting low-income Black and brown communities. When you pass this piece of legislation and make it so that the federal government can take people out of their homes, you're putting them on the street. In the 1800s, this Congress allowed President Jackson to go through with the Trail of Tears. You pass this piece of legislation and you allow us to go through with the Rail of Tears. Please, I implore that you fail. But even if that doesn't stand, Representative Wilson says that we've already started doing this in DC. But that's my problem with this bill exactly. The Federal Railroad Administration writes on August 25th of 2021 that the DC project paused its maglev project to review the environmental impact statement, and they're still waiting for the thumbs up to this day. When Representative Lawal tells you that we're going to increase jobs and decrease deaths, that never happens if the railroad is never actually built. But the second alternative is not to go through cities, but through rural areas. I would argue that that's almost worse. Representative Law Street and Representative Yura can tell you that there's going to be a marginal increase in a benefit for the environment. I would argue that's outweighed by the environmental damage caused by this bill. First, because Representative Deker already told you that we perpetuate human rights abuses by funding this piece of legislation with energy that comes from countries using human rights abuses. But second, because of the cost, not only to low-income, displaced communities, but the general cost. At the end of the day, this debate has gone off the rails. Let's get back on track to the road to success. Fail.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 3 seconds. Again, 3 minutes and 3 seconds. We're now in line for a 1-minute questioning period. Will all those with questions please rise? Among those standing, that's going to go first to Representative Alasri.
Representative Kaiser, when we build an airport, do we build it smack dab in the middle of the city, or do we build it on the outside of the city?
I hope we build it on the outside.
So why do you think that the Department of Transportation would advocate for building a railway system through the center of Washington, D.C.?
Because that's exactly what we've already started doing.
We've started to build a high-speed railway system straight through the National Mall.
Union Station has already used eminent domain to displace people from their homes.
Yes, and how many people did that displace, and how much were they paid?
That's the problem. We don't know. They're not even getting fair market prices, and we don't know how many people this Congress
Thank
put out of
you,
a home.
Representatives. Representative Yerakun.
Hey, Representative. So if today's legislation gives us oversight as to where this railway system is being built, why exactly would we opt for it to be built in between communities?
So we might not opt to do that, but I told you there are two options.
Yeah.
Rural and urban. Both are bad.
We're already starting to do so. Are we building them through any communities in the status quo?
Yes, I told you that
No,
when
we're not.
I told you that when we started to do it, the project was paused because of the environmental harms.
Representatives,
and
there
when
are
we did it in
alternatives.
cities, we displaced people.
If it benefits low-income
Either
Americans,
way, it's a
why don't we
lose-lose
completely
situation.
Thank you, Representatives. You may now return to your seats.
I thank the chair.
The chair thanks you. All right, seeing as that was a speech in the negation, we're now looking for a speech in affirmation. Affirmative speakers, please rise. Representative Alatorre.
Hello, it's Representative Alatorre. It's A-L-A-T-O-R-R-E. Oh, this is kind of high. Okay, that's fine. Session after session in this Congress, we claim to be the land of opportunity. But it seems that for far too long, the land that you live in dictates the amount of opportunity that you have. You passed today's legislation to connect that land and all of our Americans to the opportunities that they were promised by building a path to prosperity. Now first, the negation has so far been trapped in a contradiction, with Representative Kaiser saying that the high-speed rail system won't end up being used at all, but Representative Allison and Deker saying that people will end up using high-speed rail too much. I've been really confused, I'm sure you have been too, so let me be the first affirmative representative to finally clear up this debate. Firstly, I want to prove that not only will Americans use the high-speed rail like Representative Lawal, I actually want to answer Representative Kaiser's question to him and prove that people will switch over to high-speed rail from other modes of transportation. Because honestly, if you drive your car to work but you just use the high-speed rail on weekends, today's legislation accomplishes nothing. But the American Public Transport Association tells us that over 62% of surveyed adults said that they would switch to high-speed rail from car and air travel if it was built. Let me be the first to provide proof, not just theory. The International Emergency Agency in 2019 explains in a meta-analysis of 11 high-speed rail lines that high-speed rail would decrease all other modes of travel by 54%. Why is encouraging people to switch over to high-speed rail instead of air travel or car travel so important? Firstly, to protect the environment. Representative Kaiser, Deker, and Aslin Whenever you spend less energy on high-speed rail, you combat the fight for climate change. The American Public Transportation Association tells us that high-speed rail is 8 times more energy efficient than air travel and 4 times more energy efficient than cars. Even better, that's why the Journal of Complexity in 2020 explains that the high-speed rail would decrease air pollution by over 22%. Today's legislation is a debate of life or death. Side with the life and you affirm. But Representative Allison and Dixon are worried about the economic cost of today's legislation. Representative Yurkin and Lawal already told you that we decrease unemployment. But honestly, today's legislation isn't just about being able to keep the jobs you have. It's about being able to search for new and better ones. Raj Chetty from Harvard in April of 2015 tells us that the length of a low-income worker's commute to work is the single largest factor towards poverty. When you have to spend more money on gas, on childcare, on car repairs, you cannot go to another city to get another job. You pass today's legislation, Americans can finally travel in the land of opportunity.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 7 seconds. We're now in line for another 1-minute questioning period. Will all those with questions please rise? Among those standing, Representative Bodapalli.
Hello.
People's commutes like the biggest reason for poverty.
Exactly.
But when my side's already proved to you that you're pushing these people away from public transportation,
No,
how would you decrease
the
this?
literal point of today's legislation is to connect people to these cities.
Right, but this legislation uses eminent domain, which pushes people out of these buildings.
We still build railroads, which connects more people to these cities.
Not
Even if they have to move, they're still gonna have access to reach cities that they didn't have access to before.
My speech that you push these people out of their homes.
They have railroads to travel to cities now.
But they don't have that.
Even if they don't live in the same areas,
Thank
they
you,
can travel now.
Representative Wilson.
I thank the speaker. Excellent speech,
Thank you.
Representative. The previous representative talked about issues with private companies and climate change and their issues. Isn't that more reason to have government oversight who have a prerogative, particularly with our transportation
We
secretary,
have government oversight.
to have green
We're
energy?
Congress.
I'm sorry?
We have government oversight. We're Congress.
Yes, so you would agree with that statement.
Right.
Exactly. Additionally, for the question of cost, doesn't the bill say we're building upon existing systems, not completely building new ones?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so you agree that those two major points from the negatives completely fall via the bill?
Thank you, Representatives. You may now return to your seats.
Thank you.
Given that that was a speech in the affirmation, we're now looking for a speech in the negation. Negative speakers, please rise. Among those standing, that's going to go to Representative Begg.
I thank the chair for the reference of the judges in the chamber. This is Representative Beck, spelled B-E-K. Once again, that's Beck, spelled B-E-K. It's okay with the first time speaking in this legislative session. Congrats to everyone for making it this far. Proud to stand on the negation. So just for efficiency's sake, I'm going to assume that all of the judges, PO and Parley, are ready. Just give me a holler if you aren't. Okay. When talking about fundamental American values like freedom, it's time that this Congress realizes that our most basic creeds aren't one-dimensional, but multifaceted. Freedom isn't just a vague right for citizens to do what they want when they want. It's breaking the chains of socioeconomic inequality. It's having the right to live in a home that you know will be there for you. It's being an American that knows what they want to do when they want to do it. It's because today's legislation fails to provide that I am proud to stand on the negation. In this debate, the affirmation's advocacy can be focused on one fundamental idea. Whether it's through stopping cars or increasing efficiency, the entire affirmation from Representative Wilson, Lawal, to Yerikun argue that today's legislation helps those who most need it, more specifically lower-income Americans. I think Representative Dixon and Kaiser already did a great job of highlighting how eminent domain stops this from happening. But I want to give the affirmation the benefit of the doubt. Even if we assume that high rail transit is built, you still fail this legislation for lower-income Americans. Let's examine why. As the Pew Charitable Trust explains, citizens who are moving up in our economy in the status quo are younger Americans. Here's why that's important. As the National Community for Reinvestment Coalition explains, on June 5th of 2018, these youth are abandoning automobile ownership altogether and buying more apartments that are within railing distance. Representative Wilson, here's the example that you wanted. As the Washington Post explains on March 11th of 2019, a meta-analysis regarding property near railroads shows that 66% of the roughly 200,000 households near railroads made more than $75,000 in income. Here's why this is the crux of why you fail today's legislation. When you pass a bill that creates a transit system across the Northeast, it isn't going to be poor citizens that go to these areas. It's going to be rich citizens that go into these areas and take away their homes. Why is that so important that you fail? You raise prices. Representatives Lawal and Allen, when jobs are increased in these areas and higher income citizens are more proximal in locations, this increases the property value that these developers can justify. That's exactly why the Transit and Urban Renewal Value Creation finds that properties within 400 meters of rail saw an average price growth of 4.5%. This eliminates every single affirmation impact. Representative Alatorre, accessibility doesn't go up when people can't stay connected since they're going to be pushed out of their homes. When living in a country that is meant to represent the creeds that we meant, we are supposed to value the freedom and independence of millions of citizens across this country. It's because today's legislation fails to do just that that I am proud to negate. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Again, 2 minutes and 59 seconds. We'll now be entering into another 1-minute questioning period. All those with questions, please rise. Among those standing, that's going to go to Representative Silva.
Hi, Representative. Hi. Okay, so when it comes to these low-income Americans right now, can they afford to live in these business centers?
No.
Okay, and under the legislation, we're going to increase property values, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now if they have a really fast railway system to get to these places, doesn't that increase like the range of like job opportunities
They're not going to live
get?
near them. They're going to be pushed out of their homes.
Okay, but if we can, through eminent domain, decide where these railway systems are going.
Wait, so we're just going to like take away eminent domain from like areas?
No, we just have congressional oversight of where we're putting in these railways. So we don't necessarily have to put it.
You can't just put in a railway anywhere. There are certain practical places.
Thank you, Representative Allen.
Hi, Representative.
So you're very worried about gentrification. Section 1 of this bill says that the point is to replace the existing Amtrak infrastructure that we have in the Northeast. If these low-income Americans already live near a railway, how does gentrification still happen?
Today's legislation also mentions that it will construct new railway areas. Furthermore, when you pass today's legislation and make these
If it's in the same area, how does gentrification still
pass
happen?
today's legislation and make high transit even more in demand for these people, we've already seen gentrification push people.
How does the housing
lower income
change
citizens
if it's in the
property.
same exact location?
Thank you, Representatives. You may now return to your seats.
And with that, we are going to transition to our next presiding officer candidate. Thank you, Representative Okafor. Representative Wilson, if you would please come up. Thank you.
I thank the chamber. So much. Oh, they have their own.
So they had started on paper, which you were to continue with.
And I have, and I can. Is this required? I'll write on that just in case for the next.
Use whatever you want to
Excellent.
use.
Alrighty then. Let's get into some procedures very swiftly and then continue with debate. Mine are pretty standard. I'm going to give you 1 tap at 2 minutes, 2 taps at 2:30. At 2:55, I will give you 3 taps. At 3, I will rise. At 3:05, I will begin starting to tap. And at 3:10, we're done. When we get to questioning, when we have 15 seconds, you'll have 1 tap. because questioning's a bit more hectic and there's more things going on, I don't gavel at 25 seconds, but I will rise when you see me. If you're asking a question, you should probably not ask any more questions, and if you're answering, you should be wrapping it up, because that is the end. And when we get 30 seconds, I'm just moving on to the next person. Unless there's any other questions or comments or concerns about my procedure. Excellent. We'll continue with debate. The chair recognizes Representative Aslan. That is granted. I would like to extend what's been the common stuff through all of the prelims and quarters and semis. I do not want more than 2 people out of the session at a time, if possible, so let's try to make sure we don't do that. Sure, recognizes you. Yes, I'll say that. Was that also your point? Excellent. So if you would like to view the online sheet while I'm doing it, it will be bit.ly with the slash 3G J capital C 1T5. The chair recognizes Representative Dixon.
Would you please repeat
The
that?
link, no problem at all. It'll be bit.ly slash 3G J capital C 1T5. Excellent. With that, we will continue moving on to debate. Our next speech will be in the affirmation. All those giving that speech do rise now. Right then, of those standing, I will first go to Representative Chundru.
Thank you. For the judges in the back, my name is Representative Chundru. That's spelled C-H-U-N-D-R-U. I know there's a lot of you in this room, so I'll give everyone a moment while I issue out some thank yous. First, thank you to my family, my friends, and my coaches. I wouldn't be here without you. And finally, thank you to my team. You guys are my strength. Whenever I get some thumbs up, I'll get started. Perfect. Awesome. Just give me any indication if you're not ready. Otherwise, I'll get started. Thank you. Okay. When I was a kid in math class, my least favorite problems went: train A is leaving station X at 8 a.m. Train Y is leaving station B at 9 a.m. When will their paths cross? I couldn't answer this question back then, but now I can give you a clear answer. If these trains are in the Northeast Corridor, their paths will never cross because they're still delayed. It's time that we actually make sure we update our infrastructure and go full steam ahead on this legislation. Now first, I want to rephrase this debate by pointing out that this legislation builds infrastructure within the Northeast Corridor, not all of America. First, pass this legislation to increase productivity. This is because train delays reduce the time workers spend working, which results in the economic cost of time lost for communities and individuals. The Northeast Corridor Infrastructure and Operations Advisory Commission reports on August 27th of 2019, the shutdown of a main traffic corridor for just one day cost the country $100 million in congestion and productivity losses. We've seen loss in productivity in other forms of transportation as well. First, in air. R.J. Laubron of the Center for Transportation in 2017 tells us New York airports account for half of all flight delays and airlines, and they're reducing services within the Northeast Corridor for productivity. That's why, Representative Aslan, we cannot focus on air, because they're not even using air in the Northeast Corridor anymore. All of its impacts fall flat. Second, on roads. Regional highways in the Northeast Corridor are already overburdened, with nearly half of the nation's 40 most congested highways being in that region. Representative Wilson and Lynn, you tell us that trains aren't worthwhile, but I've answered the million-dollar question in today's debate. Why is it necessary to invest in a high-speed rail within the Northeast Corridor? It's because it's literally their only option of transportation left. In fact, the U.S. Department of Transportation on April 14th of 2022 tells us NEC ridership has doubled in the last 30 years, worsening the resulting delays and economic burdens. poor air travel, plus congested highways, plus outdated infrastructure doesn't equal efficient transportation. Passing this legislation means our workers are spending less time staying in train stations and more time at home with their families. But Representative Dixon, you tell us that we're starting from scratch. That's demonstratively false. Amtrak themselves tells us in December of 2021 that $117 billion plan they have to revitalize infrastructure directly in the Northeast Corridor, showing you that we're actually supporting Amtrak with this bill. Her advocacy falls to the affirmation. But finally, Representative Aslan to Kaiser tells us that jobs and houses are lost. Two responses to you. First, every affirmation speaker before me has told you that jobs are created. And when jobs are created, we're going to see that there needs to be low-income housing for people to even live near them to fill those jobs. It's time that we do the simple math. Planes, trains, and highways are overburdened, but passing this legislation means our trains can cross paths on time.
Thank you, Representative, for that speech of 3 minutes and 12 seconds. We're now in line for 2 questioning blocks. All those wishing to question the representative rise now. I will first start with Representative Alakwa.
Hi, Representative Alakwa.
Standing? Oh, you're right here. Excellent. Thank you. Beck.
Hi, Representative Beck.
Hi, Representative. So when we pass today's legislation and more higher income people flock to these areas, why wouldn't property values across them rise?
Two answers to you. First, gentrification is a non-unique argument because overall, we're going to see that people can access housing elsewhere because we build transportation. But let me finish. The other thing than that is we're going to see that actually, according to the Department of Transportation, 27,000 jobs of low income are being actually created.
That's the Department of Transportation. Real life examples have said otherwise.
We're going to see jobs being created, and there needs to be low income housing to fill those jobs.
Are these jobs going to be low
in every single instance, we've seen jobs being filled.
Do people commute from places like Boston to New York on a daily basis?
No, but they do pretty weekly.
Okay, so today's legislation only builds stations in major cities.
Under Section 3A, we build stations throughout the Northeast Corridor.
Right. But how are workers going to get to jobs in like DC or Boston when it takes like 4 hours by train?
Solving part of the problem is a good thing. We can continue solving the problem by giving them more funding.
How are we getting people to more jobs if they have to commute 4 hours a day?
Under 3A, we're building stations along the Northeast Corridor. That opens up all of the opportunities
we're
you champion.
Only doing it in major
Questioning
cities.
time has elapsed.
That is not stated.
Take their seat.
I thank the chair.
Of course. The chair recognizes you. That is granted.
Point of inquiry?
The chair recognizes you.
I just wanted to clarify that my name was crossed out on the speech recency. I have not given a speech yet.
Yeah, I'm working through it right now. I'm going on paper right now, and I'm updating the electronic sheet.
Awesome.
So you're perfectly fine. All right. With that, we're moving on to our next speech in the negation. All those being willing to give that speech do rise now. All right. Of those standing, that will first go to Representative Srivatsa.
Thank you. This is Representative Srivatsa, spelled S-R-I-V-A-T-S-A for my judges. Since there are a lot, just give me an indication if you're not ready. I'll go ahead and start in a few seconds, and then I'll go ahead and get started. In any debate about American policy, it is easy to throw around statistics and numbers that relate to our constituents, but it is harder to realize behind those facts, there are real people whose lives we impact with real change. Stand with me on the negation to protect them today. First, bill this legislation because there's still a possibility of reform. So far in this debate, every single representative on the affirmation has told you, like Representative Lawal, Wilson, and Yurkin, that it's so imperative to pass this legislation. But not a single one has told you why it's impossible to reform the existing high-speed Amtrak system that we have right now in the status quo. Rather than constricting and constructing a whole new system and spending billions of dollars under this legislation, let's understand why it's possible for us to reform the system so we don't harm our constituents further. Let's take the affirmation at their highest ground and assume that we implement this legislation without any issues. That means we can fully fund this bill. But even then, you fail this bill because it hurts our constituents through the possibility of eminent domain. As Representative Kaiser already told you, eminent domain is used in the status quo to displace urban residents in building different types of infrastructure. For example, when we tried to build our high-speed railway system in DC, we saw thousands of low-income constituents displaced by eminent domain. But the problem goes even further. As The Guardian explains in November of 2017, under eminent domain, you don't just displace residents, you also need to make sure that when they're compensated for the land that they have lost, they are criminally underpaid. That means when you pass this legislation and when low-income people are kicked out of their homes to make way for the profits of this Congress, you stand on the negation. Representative Ilakwa on the affirmation tells us you can simply upgrade existing railway systems and infrastructure rather than shifting this legislation. But that's a reason to stand on the negation of this bill. Section 2 of this bill specifically states that we construct a whole new railway system. If you want to reform the existing system, you stand on the negation. But next, let's clear up this debate on whether this legislation actually helps the environment. Representatives Wilson, Yurikin, and Tringer tell you that this legislation is so environmentally friendly because you transition away from fossil fuels and towards electricity. But they completely fail to realize that in the status quo, our electricity comes from fossil fuel burning and oil production, because the majority of the world's electricity is still generated in fossil fuel plants. But even if you don't buy that and you look to Representative Alatorre, who tells you that high-speed rail is more energy efficient, that's still untrue. As the Cato Institute explains in April of 2021, high-speed train cars require 57% more energy than a regular train car. That's the difference. You make sure to stand on the negation so you can reform what we have in the status quo instead of hurting your constituents. Fail.
Thank you for that speech of 3 minutes and 6 seconds. We're now in line for 2 questioning blocks. All those wishing to question Representative may do so at this time. I will first go to Representative Hassanali. And then Okafor. First. Okay, it was written on here, so it's swapped. But you're still the next person.
Hi, Representative. So currently, how fast can our high-speed rails go?
They can go around 60 to 80 miles per hour.
Right, so 66 miles per hour. So wouldn't upgrading these to make them go 200 miles an hour constitute construction?
Not necessarily. That's still part of reform. So under Section 2, you say that you construct a new rail system.
Nowhere in the bill does it say a new rail system. It only says that we need to construct a high-speed rail system. Wouldn't upgrading these existing high-speed rails still constitute under this piece of legislation?
No, because we have existing high-speed railways, right? Constructing them is a different point entirely.
Thank you, Representative Hassanali.
Good morning, Representative. In the status quo, who has the authority to pass zoning laws?
That would be like the Department of Housing and Urban Development.
So it's actually state local governments, but this Congress has the power to interfere. What is mutually exclusive about passing this legislation and then working on reform for zoning laws if we see it in implementation?
We've already seen that in the status quo, we've tried to make sure these protections exist, but low-income individuals are displaced by our use of eminent domain. At the point at which we've tried to reform it in the past and it hasn't worked, there's no guarantee that we're going to do it in the future.
But today's legislation...
Time has elapsed. Representative may be seated. Thank you very much. You're welcome. With that, we will be moving on to our next speech, which will be in the affirmation. All those being willing to give that speech, you rise now. It will be Representative Okafor.
This is Representative Okafor, spelled O-K-O-R-A-F-O-R. Speaking for the very first time in this legislative session, I just want to issue a few thank yous to my team, my coaches, and most importantly, my parents for always waking up at 5 a.m. to drive me to these tournaments. You guys are the best. All right. If I could just get a nod, a smile, a yee-haw from all those above me, I'll go ahead and begin. Awesome. The ICCT reported on June 9th that global CO2 from commercial aviation was 920 million tons and was increasing at a rate of 30% per year. Representatives, when the rate of our recession is racing with the rate of our climate change, we have a clear and eminent problem, which is why you're going to stand with me in the negation to pass this piece of legislation. So first, you're going to pass because of the environment. Representatives on the negation, like Representative Dixon, tell us that this piece of legislation isn't going to be enough to combat climate change. Here's why that's absolutely false. Currently, the most common alternative to high-speed rails are planes and cars, as Representative Alatorre touched on. But currently, Amtrak reports that traveling by train from Virginia Beach to Boston usually takes about 14 hours. By contrast, driving takes 11 hours, while flying only takes 2. In the status quo, this simply means that aviation is incentivized even with short distances, as in just within the Northeast. Further, the National Geographic Green Guide states that trains pollute 10 to 50 times less than planes. But that's not all. High-speed rails are 3 times more efficient, more accessible, up to 10 times safer, and lower CO2 emissions by 45% in comparison to cars, according to the Congress for New Urbanism. Representatives, when we pass, we cut hours off of commute time, giving planes and cars far more competition than in the status quo. And that's absolutely crucial, because as Representative Lawal states on my side, Americans have options for transport. But that's not exactly true, because according to the Save a Train organization, half of all American trains have disappeared since the 1960s. You pass to give us an option. But secondly, let's take a look at some of the arguments on the negation specifically pertaining to highways, because passing this piece of legislation allows us to return land to highways. Representative Alatorre in questioning, not only do we talk about how highways represent poor urban planning and a legacy of segregation, but every single negation speaker, including Representatives Alatorre, Dixon, and Srivatsa, all bring up this issue of displacement. Here's why this is actually an affirmation argument. According to NBC, on in 2021, in just 20 years, highways have displaced 475,000 households and over 1 million people, 94% of whom were Black, lower income, and on native land. Representatives, this is a clear and pressing issue, and is far more dangerous when we stick to highways than when we pass and transition over to high-speed rails. But further, high-speed rails actually, by disincentivizing highway use and returning the land from highways, we decrease habitat loss, we decrease the urban heat shield, and we decrease albedo. Representatives, there's a clear reason to pass.
Thank you for that speech of 3 minutes and 13 seconds. We're now in line for 2 questioning blocks. All those wishing to question Representative, please rise. Right then, of those standing, that will first go to Representative Kaiser.
Hi, where under this piece of legislation do we return the highway land that has displaced people?
Right, so in order to return land from the highways, we have to first create an alternative.
You don't actually specify.
This piece of legislation is just the first step in order to enact
But it doesn't actually specify that we're doing that, right?
No, but we can work together on a new piece of legislation that would
if we
encourage
displace
that.
more people through this, aren't we just increasing the problem that you admitted already exists?
No, because when we make high-speed rails, we disincentivize building even more highways.
You admitted that eminent domain happens, right?
Sure, but we
so we're putting more people out of their
more
homes?
eminent domain under the highway system.
Hi, Representative. How long does this bill give us to build a high-speed rail system?
5 years.
No, it actually gives us about 6 years, but that's fine. Anyways, how long did it take Japan to build around 1,000 miles of high-speed rail?
I believe it was 20?
Yes. So if it takes us 20 years, and even if we extend this time period in order to build this high-speed rail system, it'll be a full decade past when the IPCC
So
says
currently, I
carbon
believe the
emissions have
issue that the negation has is that they're letting perfect be the enemy of good. We can pass good legislation and in the future amend it to make sure it fits our efforts perfectly, but we shouldn't fail it just because it's not absolutely perfect.
And questioning time has elapsed. Representative may take their seat. Chair, thanks you. Seeing as that was a speech in the affirmation, we're now in line for our next speech in the negation. You can rise now. That will first be Representative Alakwa.
Hello, everyone. That's Representative Alakwa speaking for the first time today. That's Alakwa spelled I-L-A-C-Q-U-A for my judges. Right. Oh, yeah. Thank you so much. Just give me 2 seconds to adjust the stand. We should be good to go. A thumbs up when you're ready would be great. Far too often, this Congress proceeds and believes that they know the center and meaning of what it means to be an American, helping to provide the rights to the most underserved throughout our communities. But it's because today's legislation throws a hammer through their lives. I implore you to fail. So far, today's legislation can be summed up under one key question. How does today's legislation impact our American constituents on both an economic and environmental front? At the beginning of today's debate, Representatives Yerakun, Lawal, and Chandra all want you to believe that today's legislation is going to connect Americans to more jobs because they have access to high-speed rail lines, reducing their commutes. Take a look at Section 3. Today's legislation only builds stops in a few select large metropolitan areas across the Northeast. Representative Chundru, unless a person is going to be commuting from places like Boston to New York or DC to New York, today's legislation does not benefit them because it does not increase communication and transportation within a city, fundamentally meaning that we don't connect people to more jobs. So then why do we fail this legislation? Representative Beck and Representative Kaiser already explained to you that property values are going to rise, and as a result, gentrification is going to increase. But why is this specifically problematic? As the Society Lab Institute explains, in 2019, gentrification has displaced almost 111,000 minority individuals into economically hazardous neighborhoods, which are farther away from rail and public transportation infrastructure. Representative Chundru and Lawal, we don't move people closer to train stations, we push them further away, meaning that any impact or benefit about increased access to public transportation and jobs does not stand. Next, Representative Alazri, Alatorre, Chundru, and Okorafor all want you to believe that the environment is going to be categorically benefited because fewer people are going to choose to drive. That's not the case when gentrification increases. As Northeastern University finds in a meta-analysis across 42 areas that received increased rail funding, they explained that when neighborhoods gentrify, car ownership rises by 71%. Representatives Lawal and Okorafor, we don't reduce car deaths more than we increase them, simply because the new higher income individuals that move into these communities are going to have a higher propensity to own a car. Why is this so problematic and damning for the affirmation? As the Scientific American explains, in 2018, low-income Americans have a 50% higher exposure to emissions because of their proximity to highways. Representative Lawal, Yerakun, and Alazri, today's legislation only condemns these individuals to a life in which they cannot breathe the air that surrounds them. Don't fail our constituents. Fail this legislation to keep our promises to our American people.
Thank you, Representative, for the speech of 3 minutes and 5 seconds. We're now in line for 2 questioning blocks. All those wishing to question, Representative may rise now. Righty then, of those standing, we'll first go to Representative Lawal.
Hello, Representative.
Hello.
Where do the majority of low-income people work?
Primarily in urban area.
Exactly, metropolitan cities. So if we're passing this legislation and we're connecting these metropolitan cities, doesn't that give more opportunities for these low-income people to work?
We're connecting metropolitan areas that have like a commuting distance of like 2 hours from one another.
Exactly.
Like DC to Boston, a high-speed train takes 2 hours.
No, so if we can decrease that time by any amount, it means people are able to access more opportunities and more jobs, right?
Right now, the average commute is around 30 minutes. There's no reason why like anyone would want to commute 2 hours to another job in another city.
Hi, Representative. Hi. Great speech. But do poor people live in these big cities such as Boston and Washington, D.C.?
Yeah.
So doesn't high-speed rail help these poor people living in these big cities?
It helps them to get to other big cities, but not to jobs within that city.
Wait.
That's the issue.
If they could access more big cities, isn't this more access to more jobs?
The commute is still longer than what they have in the status quo. Right now, Americans commute on average 30 minutes.
Is it easier to drive from state to state, or is it faster to go there by high-speed rail?
These individuals already have jobs in their cities. There's no reason why they want to commute
in Boston
400%
has a job in Boston.
City.
Has elapsed. The representative may be seated.
I thank the chair.
The chair thanks you. You are recognized. That is granted. Seeing as that was a speech in the negation, we're now in line for our chair recognizes you, Representative Lynn. Okay. I'm assuming you're just jumping the gun. It's fine. We're now in line for our next speech in the affirmation on our 8th cycle. Please rise, and that will be Representative Lynn.
I thank the chair. Hello, everyone. That's Representative Lynn, spelled L-I-N-N. today's session, this time on the affirmation side. From the great state of California, go Warriors. Judges, whenever you're ready, just please give me a thumbs up. Awesome, awesome, awesome. All right, Parley PO. Perfect. In the status quo, our metros and our subways are just as slow as this debate. Representatives, it's time we speed this up with high-speed rail, pass today's legislation. But for the next 3 minutes of my speech, allow me to backtrack and address all the arguments previously mentioned in this debate and show you why the affirmation ultimately wins. First, you pass today's legislation because this bill leads to more jobs, championed by Representative Alatorre. But Representative Alatorre, let me extend this. Because when more high-speed rail is built, more people have access to more jobs, even if the jobs are states away from where they actually live. But Representative Ilacqua and Beck states that when these high-speed rails are built, more rich folks are going to move to these high-speed rails. However, I'd argue that the status quo is even worse than what they're advocating for. Because under the status quo, these urban areas where all the jobs are placed are condensed by rich folks. And while these urban areas are condensed by rich folks, what about the poor folks? They don't have this access to these jobs in urban areas. At least under this bill, we could provide those people an access to more jobs. But not only that, GreenBiz states in 2019 that high-speed rail gives workers the chance to work with much more flexibility. They can work remote 2 times a week. They can work full-time. Regardless of where they live, they have much more flexibility of how often they want to work in person. Why is this so important? With more access to jobs, we give more of our constituents jobs. And as a representative of California, I'm no stranger to the poverty problem nationwide. Because I know that if we give more access to jobs, millions of people across the nation can finally put food on the table or have a roof over their head. But Representative Deker, you talk about this millions and trillions of dollars of debt that we'll have. But I will gladly accept this debt if it means millions of people are getting jobs. Representative Beck, Kaiser, you talk about losing homes from gentrification, but if these poor folks are getting jobs, they can afford new homes. But second, let me address one of the negation's arguments, advocating that we fund other alternatives, championed by Representative Dixon, Aslan, and Srivastava. However, all of their arguments are non-unique. New York Times reports in 2022 that just a week ago, our Senate colleagues passed a bill to fund all public transportation, that is, except high-speed rail. We've been continuously funding millions of dollars to other public transportation, and it's been shown to fail us. It's time for change. It's time we fund public high-speed rail. But not only that, Representative Aslan, you say that we should invest more in airplanes. An airplane ticket is $200. High-speed rail is just $75. I ask you, which is better for our low-income constituents? With our poverty problem, our constituents are fighting to stay on track. High-speed rail prevents their lives from flying off rail. Pass today's legislation.
Thank you for that speech of 3 minutes and 10 seconds. We're now in line for 2 question blocks. All those wishing, please rise. I will first be Representative Aslan.
I thank the chair. It's Representative Aslan, just by the way. Hi, Representative.
Hello.
Is this high-speed rail line going to be public?
Yes.
Where in the legislation does it say it's going to be public? The answer is no. What says that the rail line will even be affordable
The
to
Department
begin
of Transportation is building this. Anyone could access it. I don't understand. We're not giving private access to these
with? Is
high-speed rail.
Amtrak a public company, Representative?
I'm sure you could tell me.
No, it's not.
Yeah, but anybody could still access them.
No, because it's not free. What says that the tickets are going to be affordable?
But these tickets are much cheaper than the alternatives, such as airplane tickets and cars.
But nothing says that low-income communities will be able to afford it, right?
It's still cheaper than the alternatives.
Hi, Representative. Let's talk about debt. When there is a large consummate debt, it ultimately increases inflation, right?
Sure.
And when inflation increases, are companies able to pay their workers more or less than in the status quo?
Probably less.
And when companies have less money in their bank account,
Representative,
can't they not hire more workers like you advocate
During the pandemic, we've printed billions of dollars of cash to help more people get access to vaccines. I think the same comparison could be made here. We could just solve this
Aren't we seeing a trend with unemployment rates once again increasing because of the high rates of
high-speed rail
inflation?
increases employment rate.
So the unemployment increases because of inflation?
No. More people get jobs from high-speed rail.
Their seat.
I think the chair.
You're welcome. You are recognized. That is granted. With that, we'll move into our next speech in the negation. Those being willing do rise now. Representative Bodupalli, you stand unopposed.
I thank the chair. Hey everyone, that's Representative Bodupalli, spelled B-O-D-D-U-P-A-L-L-I for the reference of the chamber and judges. I know it's a bit of a tongue twister, but I'll be sure to express your concerns about fair tax. Whenever you're ready, just let me know, and I'll get started. I'm sorry, what? B-O-D-D-U-P-A-L-L-I. All my judges good? Awesome. Part of the PO. Let's get started. Far too often when we're debating policy in this Congress, we like to think of ourselves as the saving grace for all our people. But it's too easy for us to pass a legislation and think that we did the right thing. But this Congress needs to realize there's a big difference between passing legislation and actually solving problems. It's because this legislation doesn't solve the problem, it's imperative you fail. This entire round comes down to two key impacts. One, the impact on low-income Americans, and two, the impact on the environment. I want to spend my 3 minutes explaining why the negation wins on both of these aspects. First, on low-income Americans. Even if you buy every single affirmative impact stated in this round, I tell you, the people who receive the benefits Representative Lawal and Yarrow can tell you about aren't the ones that need those benefits. Representative Lawal and the rest of the affirmation have mischaracterized who actually needs railways in the status quo. It's lower-income Americans. Let's use past precedent to quantify Representative Beck's impact. Representative Hassan Ali asked Representative Dixon that the US and China are completely different. Let's look more domestically. Portland State University finds in June of 2016. In Portland, when they expanded the railways, the study found that the properties in the area increased by 10.6% in price value. That's so bad because the same lower income Americans that some Chandru advocates to save are the same ones that get kicked out when you pass. But my side hasn't done a very good job explaining the impact of that on this legislation. When lower income Americans are pushed out of the land that's close to the railways, their access to those same railways decreases. That's the strongest impact of this round because that accessibility doesn't happen in the affirmation world. Representative Beck proved this to you in his speech, but couldn't answer Representative Allen's question when he asked about gentrification. The reason gentrification increases when you pass is because you replace failing infrastructure in the status quo with new infrastructure that actually works. I concede that to be affirmation, but that's a reason you negate. But second, on the topic of the environment, Representative Allen and Yuraku and Chundru and Lin all talk about the jobs you provide when you pass. I tell you, the prerequisite to that is that people are actually living in these areas to take the jobs in the first place. They won't take those jobs if they can't live by them in the first place. But on the environment, Representative Lin and Representative Yurikun champion the affirmation advocacy when they tell you public transportation is good and saves the environment. I tell you, public transportation is good for the environment. But what happens to that land once higher income people move in? They build housing. And what's the impact of that housing? Mike Lee from The Guardian explains in October of 2017, building a typical 2-bedroom house produces around 80 tons of carbon dioxide emissions, which is equal to the emissions of 5 new cars. It's time this Congress realizes there's a price for our action. For the lower income Americans that can't put food on the table or a roof above their head, passing takes their accessibility that they don't have and throws it out the window. I'm sick and tired of our action costing the lives of our people. It's time that changes. Fail this legislation.
Thank you, Representative, for that impassionate 3-minute and 11-minute speech. We'll now move on to our 2 blocks of questioning. All those wishing to question do rise at this time. All right, that will first be Representative Chundru.
Currently, these train tracks and trains need job people to operate them, right?
Sure.
30,000 jobs are created, as everyone in the affirmation.
I'm telling you that no one's, like, you push low-income Americans out of the area.
Let's talk about this right now. People need to fill these jobs, right?
Sure.
So that means housing needs to be nearby for people to fill these jobs, right?
Right, but if higher income people are like...
Hold on a second. These aren't even higher income jobs, so why would
My side has already like quantifiably proved to you with past precedent that when you pass this legislation, all that land becomes higher income.
You haven't proven to me that that's a terminal impact.
I give you quantifiable evidence that land prices increased by 10%.
Are you right next to? I'm sorry, I thought you were Dixon. I'm getting, yes, it is Alatari.
Hi.
Hello. So I agree that you can't really access a job if it takes really long to get there. So why isn't building a high-speed railway that travels 200 miles an hour not an easier way to access
I'm telling you that all the houses by the high-speed railway become higher income households.
So railway
because of
isn't
that.
just in like New York, DC, right? It passes through other
Right,
cities.
I'm
It
telling
has
you,
other stops.
every single transit spot, it increases the prices in those areas.
But people still live in the areas by them, and so they can
Exactly, and
still
you
access
push the low-income people out, and higher-income
But
people
they
move
still
in.
go through the areas
when-
that low-income
Right,
people are
but
in.
when lower-income people are living
Questioning
farther
time has
away, that
lapsed.
accessibility.
The representative may be seated.
I thank the chair.
The chair thanks you.
At this point in time, our third audition period has ended. I'm going to...
And I'm going to move over there so that you can count, or unless you want to.
I will, yes. Go for it. I would love to have you count, just so. Well, let me help you unfold them. That works. Wilson, is that yours? Definitely not something you want to lose. Okay, and with a vote of 13, 6, and 1, our final round presiding officer is Representative Deker. Congratulations to our other two candidates as well. floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm just going to get everything set up one more time and get right back into debate.
And so those are yours if you want them. I have a massive supply.
Perfect. All right, everyone in the chamber, Representative Shunjuru. Yes. Yes, absolutely, granted. Representative Aslan.
How would we access your trigger warning spreadsheet?
So the trigger warning is, so what you're going to do is you're going to go into parliamentary procedure. On the second page, go to the very top where it says trigger warning opt-out. If you click it, you can either submit it with a blank ballot and it'll show you the results. Otherwise, you can fill it in based on the triggering content. Representative Yurakun. Absolutely. Alrighty, so it's going to be the same time procedures as before. Does anyone need me to go over my gaveling procedure? Seeing none, during the time period of the other two auditioning POs, I kept my spreadsheet completely accurate and up to date, so all of this is going to have the remaining precedence and recency for the round. Before I begin my presiding officer time for the remaining of the session, I just want to do a few thank yous. To my family back at home in Wisconsin, to my team, and to my school district, but especially the state of Wisconsin as a whole. Since 2003, the state of Wisconsin has led the nation in overall educational cost funding, especially those for economic and overall extracurricular programs. Speech and debate in Wisconsin is one of the most underfunded programs, and it overall has classist barriers to students, where equity is no longer accessible for students. Standing here today stands as a tribulation and overall a triumph, as a landmark to Wisconsin students. No matter where you are, who you are, and where you're from, no matter what money amount is in your parents' bank account, the state you live in, or the overall economic access that you have, it is possible to achieve anything. I want to make sure everyone watching at home knows that. So with that, I'm reopening the floor to debate. We left off with a speech and negation. All speakers in the affirmation, Representative Lynn.
Quick point of inquiry, sorry, can you remind me that URL for your spreadsheet?
The final URL is bit.ly/NSDA House in all capitals. Since we left off with a speech and the negation, all speakers in the affirmation, please rise. Representative Hassan Ali on the preset recency.
I thank the chair. This will be my first speech in today's legislative session on the affirmation. Judges, give me a thumbs up when you're ready. Thank you. Is everyone good? As politicians living in the most hostile political climate in modern American history, I will be the first person to admit that there has never been a higher demand for calculated, reasonable compromise. But even now, there are issues that should be bipartisan because they are nonpartisan, because they shouldn't even be up for debate. That is the issue we have before us. Now, nearly every negation speaker, everyone from Representative Kaiser to Beck to Bodupali and even Asselin, they've all told you that we're taking land and constructing railways atop of areas typically housing for low income and people of color. Two responses to put this to sleep once and for all. If you want benefits for communities of color, you vote affirmative. That's because it is these very communities who experience the largest disparities in infrastructure. Look to Dr. Shima Hamidi of Johns Hopkins University. For communities of color, unreliable mass transit and transportation costs have enforced this long-standing structural racism. We're talking about access to jobs, access to healthcare, to education, to healthy foods. In fact, if people can't get access to jobs, how are they even going to have them? One of the primary reasons that there's such large disparities in infrastructure is because of this immense racism that's built into our cities. But the issue has not always been money, as many representatives have told you. The issue has been classist and racist barriers. Now, how does the affirmative provide solvency? Well, we invest in a form of high-speed rail that requires the construction of newer infrastructure. We have the opportunity to provide for these communities with quality transit. Representative Srivastava and Beck make it sound like the federal government is just gonna force people out of their homes. That's not true, because even if you take the negation at their highest ground and assume that people are going to get displaced, we still provide solvency because it's not mutually exclusive to pass this bill and then work on zoning reform. Look to the Century Foundation. The U.S. Constitution provides federal courts and U.S. Congress the authority to intervene in zoning questions. Under Section 4, we give oversight to the Department of Transportation, but ultimately, it is this Congress that has the power to stop funding or recommunicate with the department. Representative Deker and Kaiser are worried about lithium ion. Here's what else is used with lithium ion: buses, airplanes, even our laptops. That argument is entirely non-unique to this debate. But further, Representative Ilakwa tells you that the stops outlined in Section 3 aren't sufficient. I agree. That's why you look to Section 3A, where we provide further reform. It is unacceptable that the melanin in your skin determines your access to transportation. Affirm.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 9 seconds. All questioners, please rise. Between those standing, first is going to go to Representative Lasna.
Good morning.
Hi, Representative. So seeing as today's legislation doesn't have an effective measure to make sure that every single person gets access to transportation, how can we guarantee that?
So that's the job of this Congress. We provide that implementation to the Department of Transportation. The power of our bureaucracy is that we can work with them to ensure that this access is expanded.
Okay, may I further my question? Considering that a lot of times Congress isn't necessarily bipartisan, how can we ensure that every single person is going to guarantee that every single American gets access to transportation? It's just such a big deal.
So when the Department of Transportation... Hi.
Hey, quick yes or no. Have we seen zoning laws been bettered when we kicked people out of Washington, D.C. to build highway rail systems?
So let me clarify something. Under today's legislation...
It's just a yes or no. Like, did we do it?
If I could finish, we're not kicking people out.
Okay, but did we see it happen in the past? It's like a yes or no.
Working on zoning laws?
No, like, did we see that happen? No, we didn't, right? If we didn't do it in the past, what's the guarantee we're gonna do it again and we're not gonna see people displaced if there's no protections in place?
Because we have the power.
Elapses. Speakers in question may be seated. Representatives Shundru, Yurikun, and Lawal, those points of personal privilege are all granted. Seeing as that was a speech in the affirmation, all speakers in the negation, please rise. It's going to go to Representative Lasna, unopposed.
I thank the chair. For my judges, this is Representative Lasna, spelled L-A-Z-N-A. First name Brandon, if that helps you find my ballot. Not Representative Lasagna, contrary to popular belief. And if I can please just get a sign of life or a thumbs up when y'all are ready, that would be awesome. And hopefully this mic height is okay given my vertical difficulties. Okay. Just making sure every judge is okay. Awesome. As of April 13th this year, an article titled by Bloomberg went out, How to Understand the Current American Housing Crisis. Now, fellow representatives, I don't know about you, but if you've looked in your housing profile within the past couple months, I don't cry very much, but I was emotionally moved. Now, many of our lower income constituents and those in vulnerable communities are suffering much worse than we are, which is why we must fail today's legislation, because it does not bring economic benefits to our constituents and it is simply ineffective. Let's crystallize today's round and simply why we must fail today's legislation. Firstly, let's start off with some claims from the affirmative. Representatives O'Carver, Representative Wilson, Representative Lawal, Osari, and Shunjuru all come up here and champion the idea that today's legislation is effective in promoting a better economy and helping our rural constituents. They want to have their cake and eat it too. This is simply impossible. While Representative Dixon, Representative Oslin, Representative Bach, and other representatives come up here and tell you that this simply isn't possible because today's legislation is ineffective. I liked Representative Dixon's evidence in the beginning, where she states from the Cato Institute as of 2021 that specifically these railway systems are ineffective, but they're ineffective for two main reasons. First is because of the high upfront cost, and second is the statistic that she didn't mention, probably because she didn't have enough time, which is also the specific maintenance costs. Because if you look at our Amtrak system, it is actually $200 billion worth of backlogs lacking behind. we can see that Amtrak simply isn't effective in the current status quo. But nextly, let's look at how today's legislation most impacts our most vulnerable communities, especially those in low-income areas and those in rural communities. Consistently, Representative Kaiser asked Representative Wilson in questioning how this harms our most vulnerable constituents. But then, I asked Representative Al-Sari and the previous Representative Hassalani in questioning how this harms our most vulnerable constituents, and the affirmative has yet to provide a productive answer. Because according to the Inequality Organization, as of this year, they themselves state that during the pandemic, when we tried to better inequalities by providing more public transportation, it only isolated rural communities even more so. But more specifically, we can see that the housing crisis is only going to worsen with today's legislation. As Representative Beck mentioned in his speech, he talks about the property values of houses. But more specifically, let's analyze this through the economic climate and analysis of today's housing demand and housing supply. Because as we can see, Bloomberg explains, there's an excessive demand for the low amount of supply of houses there are. And today's legislation with Section 4 providing eminent domain, less houses will be available to our more vulnerable communities. According to Quarterly, the nonprofit organization as of last year, they themselves state that these increasing houses prices have a dual effect on negatively affecting our most vulnerable communities. They make inequality worse by making the rich richer, and they make prices harder to afford for our low vulnerable communities. You failed today's legislation because it doesn't help our constituents at all, and in fact makes it worse. Fail.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. All questioners, please rise. First is going to go to Representative Orgafor.
Hi, Representative.
So, Representative, you tell us that the affirmation hasn't provided any substantial evidence for how this piece of legislation would negate the harms on our poor constituents, right?
Right, because as I was asking Representative Hassalani in questioning, there's no specific way to ensure
Sure.
that every single constituent...
So I tell you in my speech that currently failing and continuing the incentivization to build more and more highways displaces far more people than the affirmation world would.
Okay,
why does your point still stand?
Can I answer your question? Okay, so according to the World Economic Forum, Americans still prefer cars, and roughly rural Americans rely on cars.
Isn't that changing?
Representative, on that last point, a speaker just said that 64% of people surveyed would switch to high-speed railway. So where's the point about popularity coming from?
So basically what I'm saying is that even if people want to switch to high railway systems, they won't be able to. As I provided in my speech, during the pandemic, we tried to build public transportation. It only isolated rural communities more, and they still aren't able to
Let's talk about rural communities. I'd like to clarify. I never made a claim about it. Doesn't high-speed railway help people get from one big city to another?
I was talking about rural communities and vulnerable communities. So
sure.
Question time elapses. Speakers in question may be seated. I thank the chair. The chair thanks you. Seems that was a speech in the negation. All speakers in the affirmation, please rise. Between Representatives Allen and Silva, it's going to go to Representative Silva on the preset recency.
I thank the chair. This is Representative Silva, spelled S-I-L-V-A. My colleagues are all above me, so please take a spot for myself over here. Our infrastructure is on the verge of collapse. It continues to crack, and soon it won't be able to keep itself up. But today's policy helps it renovate itself so that it can meet the needs of society. And that's why you passed today's legislation. But first, you pass because it strengthens our supply chains because of cargo capabilities. Throughout this entire debate, all we've talked about is the capabilities when it comes to transporting people. But what we've completely ignored is what happens when it's implemented for cargo, specifically when it comes to our supply chains. Currently, what we're seeing is how weak our supply chains are in the status quo. Whenever you implement a high-speed rail line, you assure that we can get products extremely quickly. Now, that's an extremely pressing matter when it comes to food supply within the United States. Turn to the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development on June of 2020 that explains that transport and logistics problems have thus been most pronounced for perishable high-value products such as fruits and vegetables. The very thing that gives our constituents sustenance and nutrition is backlogged and rotting. But a high-speed railway system allows us to reach places and people that we couldn't reach before. Brookings explains on August of 2021 that 10.5% of US households, or about 13.5 million US homes, faced food insecurity because they didn't have access to food, and then once they did, the prices were so high that they couldn't afford it. Representative Dixon, you worry for our economy, but in the status quo, our economy isn't strong enough to give food to the people that need it the most. Without a fully capable rail line, millions of people starve. They go home with empty stomachs, unsure if they can find food in the first place, and on top of that, pay for it. Assure that they can find food and pass today's legislation. But secondly, you pass because this improves our natural disaster response because of the importance of a high-quality system. So far, when it came to the negation, they've advocated for climate change, but the affirmation has continuously proven that on the affirmative, we decrease the effects of climate change on our country. But more specifically, let's understand that the rail line mitigates one of the largest effects when it comes to climate change: natural disasters. The Association of American Railroads explains that railroads work together to prepare for and respond to weather threats to minimize network impact, swiftly restore service for customers, and help communities rebuild. But without a good system, people can't escape dangerous areas quickly, and then they're unable to reconnect and rebuild their communities. Whenever it comes to the United States, we've continuously seen people displaced. Reuters explains on March of 2021 that about 10.3 million people were displaced by climate change-induced events such as flooding and droughts in just 6 months. Climate change has directly or indirectly affected every single person in this room. When people face disaster and devastation and they have no place to turn to, it's our responsibility to assure that they have hope. Don't let our infrastructure crumble, because when it does, the rubble crashes on our people. Pass today's policy, save our infrastructure.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 3 seconds. All questioners, please rise. Between those standing, it's first going to go to Representative Alakwa on recency.
What power do most cargo trains use in the status quo?
Do most cargo trains or high-speed rail lines?
No, cargo trains use diesel power.
Yeah, cargo trains use diesel power,
Okay.
yeah.
In that case, how is a high-speed electrified rail line going to benefit and allow us to create benefits for the distribution of food?
Okay, because if we're implemented a high-speed rail line, it now gives us more cargo opportunities through this high-speed rail line specifically.
Can cargo travel at high speeds like passengers can?
Yes.
No. You can't transport diesel at such a high speed because a collision would create a high risk.
Hi, Representative. Where does most of our food supply come from?
Our agricultural sector?
Yeah, sure. So how much food is going to be transported from New York to Washington, D.C.?
Okay, so the biggest thing within this is getting food from outside of New York and Washington, D.C. that don't necessarily produce these foods.
Okay, but Representative Alakwa has already told us that these stops are only going to be at the most major urban centers.
Okay,
so how much food is coming from these centers?
Okay, so under Section 3A, we can implement more stops whenever there's a
Yeah,
there's
where
a
are we
need and
going to be
demand.
incentivized to implement stops? At
Because if
small
we-
towns or at big cities?
Because if our cargo trains can take more food.
Speaker in question may be seated.
I thank the chair.
The chair thanks you. Seems that was a speech in the affirmation. All speakers in the negation, please rise. Once again, any and all speakers. Seeing none, all of the chairs. Representative Wilson. Seeing an ample objection and no second, that does fail. Seeing as that was a chair was calling for a speech in the negation, all of the chairs highly frown upon a one-sided debate. We will once again call for a speech in the affirmation. Affirmative speakers, please rise. Representative Allen.
First time today. I'll be speaking on the affirmation of this legislation. Apologies for breaking cycle. I was under the interpretation that we were a little more balanced. But if anybody's not ready to go, please feel free to just let me know, since there's a lot of you. Right. Okay, I think we should be good now. American infrastructure has historically been a story of disinterest in politics. In this chamber, we often only like to talk about massive life or death scenarios, but for some reason, roads just aren't interesting enough for us to care about. Too often, we ignore the everyday struggles of Americans. Our inaction leaves them behind. This policy builds them a way forward. At the very end of this debate, every single affirmative speaker has told you why high-speed rail is good, but not one of them has explained why we need a brand new line in the region if one already exists. Let me be the first. Representative Srivastava, the Amtrak line that the negation keeps bringing up cannot become high-speed. The New York Times explains in December 2021 that 3 times in 1 week, an Amtrak train was wrecked on the tracks after going just 125 miles per hour, 40% slower than this bill outlines. Why? Because Amtrak's northeastern corridor is plagued by crumbling infrastructure, age-old power lines, and bridges and tunnels that are over 100 years old. Representative Kaiser and Lasna, the point of this bill is to replace this system where it stands, as it's dangerous and unusable. If we replace it, that avoids displacement. This bill develops actual high-speed infrastructure at 200 miles per hour. That's crucial because a January 2022 report by the Journal of Sustainability reviews 24 different studies regarding railway and finds that increasing speed is the single most effective factor at increasing ridership, meaning more people will use public transportation. This is the sole reason you affirm for 2 reasons. First, economically, everyone in the negation has been worried about eminent domain. Understand, Americans are only going to struggle if this Congress is inactive. We are the ones responsible for compensating them fairly. Don't just stop after this bill. But Representative Beck and Bodapalli, you're both worried about property values increasing. This is just utterly outweighed by the economic benefits they get to experience because they already live in the region. Representative Dixon talks about Japan, but turn to what Representative Chonju told you. The American Public Transportation Agency reports that on average, every $1 billion we invest in high-speed rail produces 24,000 permanent jobs for the unemployed in the region. Representative Dixon, this bill quite literally builds them access to opportunity. But Representative Deker told us that we currently exploit workers for metal in the status quo. If that happens with or without this bill, we need to change our policy regardless. This bill doesn't stop us. Secondly, safety. An article by Nature Journal finds in October 2021 that high-speed rail decreases the number of passenger vehicles on the road by 20%. That's crucial because a 20% decrease in traffic congestion prevents over 800,000 car crashes every single year. Even if you believe everything the negation's told you, this still protects more Americans. Don't let disinterest condemn our constituents to disaster. Affirm.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 8 seconds. All questioners, please rise. First going to go to Representative Bodapalli.
Hi. So super simple question. What's the point of jobs if people aren't living in the area to have those jobs?
Right, so I'm saying that the crucial detail that the negation has been missing is that this legislation builds this system in the exact same location as the current one exists.
Right.
That means we're not actually changing who lives in the region.
But right now there's no incentive for high-income people to move in. When you provide working infrastructure...
Wait, no. If you're high income, you're not going to want to steal a job in construction. You just don't need to do that.
Right, but you want to live closer to public transportation, right?
They already have public transportation in their region. That's what I'm saying.
But it's not working. That's the entire case.
Representative Beck on recency.
Hi.
Hi, Representative. So when different areas become more attractive for higher income citizens, are low-income jobs or high-income jobs going to be created?
I'm saying that, yeah, it makes it more attractive, but that does not matter because the low-income Americans are still benefiting first because they already live in the region.
That's initially, but once we pass today's legislation and gentrification goes up, all new jobs are going to be targeted towards higher-income citizens.
Even if you increase property values, you're still increasing the incomes that these Americans can be able to afford. They can still live in the region.
The jobs that they're going to work are low-income, which means they're not going to make money.
It's better than being unemployed.
Speaker in question may be seated. Representative Aslan. Is there a second? Seeing ample seconds, all those in favor say aye. More importantly, any opposed? Seeing, hearing none, that is so ordered. We're now moving into voting on House Finals 1, a bill to construct a high-speed rail line in the Northeast U.S. to create economic growth. As I call your side, please stand and lower your stand when you call your placard. Oh yeah, absolutely. All those who wish to pass today's legislation, please rise. I count Okafor 1, Lin 2, Silva 3, Wilson 4, Chundru 5, Lawal 6, Yurikun 7, Hassan Ali 8, Alatorre 9, Alazri 10. All those who wish to fail, please rise. I count Lasna 1, Beck 2, Aslan 3, Kaiser 4, Bodapalli 5, Dixon 6, Alakwa 7, Srivatsa 8. All those in abstention. It should be 10 to 9.
A point of information.
Yes,
Did you count Representative Allen's vote for the
I did not see your vote, so you're going to be in the affirmation. Perfect. All right, on a vote of 11 to 8, the legislation is adopted. Congratulations to our sponsor, Representative Wilson. Representative Kaiser. All those in favor? Seeing an Apple second, all those in favor, that's so ordered. Please be back here at 10:26 a.m.
In this world. Across the river there are all kinds, magical instruments. While we keep on living like monkeys, incredible things are happening in the
Notwithstanding our recess time has elapsed, I hereby reconvene the session of Congress. Leaving us on this next agenda item, a bill to make Americans healthier. The chair will now call for a sponsor. Between Representatives Alakwa, Kaiser, and Allen, it's going to go to Representative Kaiser on recency.
Hi, everyone. Once again, Representative Kaiser, K-A-I-S-E-R, K-A-I-S-E-R, giving the sponsor on this piece of legislation. If all my judges are ready, I'll take your silence as an indication of that, and I'll go ahead and begin. Both here ready? Great. We'll get started then. It is our job to protect the people who put us in office. But recently, we've surrendered to the might of lobbyists. So here's a bit of good news. There's no such thing as an anti-sugar lobbyist. That's just a doctor. This piece of legislation is not backed by lobbyists. It's backed by science. But don't pass it to protect the people in this room. Pass it to protect the people who put you here. So what exactly is the necessity for this bill? Recently, our diets have gotten increasingly unhealthy because of sugary beverages. The Pew Research Center agrees with me because on April 5th of 2016, they write that by 2050, the number of people with diabetes under 20 will quadruple, and obesity, which increases the risk of diabetes, is now found in 1 in every 6 children in the United States, up from just 1 in 10 30 years ago. But here's the problem. These people aren't at fault because when everything around them is filled with sugar, they have no other option. Just yesterday, I was trying to go healthy here in Kentucky, but even the salad was fried, and I couldn't find an actual healthy option. The problem is that when you have nowhere to turn to, you turn to sugar. Here's the impact of that. Harvard Medical School writes on January 6th of 2022 that over the course of 15 years, people who got 17 to 21% of their calories from added sugar had a 38% increased chance of dying from cardiovascular diseases. That's the problem. Right now, our constituents don't have the choice between an Arizona tea and a Smart Water because only the tea is available to them. As of right now, people are literally being led to their graves by trails of sugar, and they don't see it coming. So, how exactly does this piece of legislation go about solving that problem? It's simple. We promote a financial disincentive to buying sugary beverages through a tax on sugary beverages. The Berkeley Food Institute explains why that's so important on May of 2019, saying that Berkeley was the first city to implement a soda tax. And just 3 years in, consumption decreased by 52% in low-income neighborhoods, meaning these people now know that buying more expensive, unhealthier foods isn't beneficial, so they switch to the healthier option. Why is that so important? In Section 2A, we create a penny per ounce tax. Here's what happens. Andrea Patterson of the Shapes of Epidemics and Global Diseases writes on August 28th of 2020 that a 1 penny per ounce tax over 10 years prevents 2.4 million diabetes deaths and over $17 billion in medical costs. More people stay alive, and those people have more money in their pocket to spend on healthier options because they don't waste time going to preventative medical care or to the hospital. Finally, Section 2F allocates this money to programs for bettering health in the future. At the end of the day, I trust you will pass this bill, but what about the people who aren't in this room? Can they trust you too?
Speech time, 3 minutes and 9 seconds. 4 blocks of questioning. All questioners, please rise. I'll give everyone just a moment. Based on stating, it's first going to go to Representative Wilson on recency.
Thank you, Speaker. Representative, you talk about your Berkeley study where they lessened the amount of sugar apparently, but where in that study does it say they went to healthier options?
So when they actually stopped eating unhealthy options and got more food in their pockets, they were able to afford the healthier
money in their pockets. But what does it say they used that to buy healthier food?
The study actually goes on to say that over time, constituents switched from unhealthy options to healthy options.
Over time, but what were they doing in the meantime when they weren't buying food?
What do you mean? They never stopped buying food.
But
they
if
needed
they
food to live.
Hi, Representative. You said that when people don't have anywhere to turn, they turn to sugar. What happens when you tax that sugar?
They stop buying it?
But they don't have anywhere else to turn.
No, they absolutely do, because under this bill, in Section 2F, we subsidize programs for the improvement and the decrease in cost of healthy foods.
Sure, but that doesn't defeat the purpose that we have food deserts in the status quo.
Actually, it could, because if you use this money to allocation to food deserts, it absolutely
What is the
solves
primary reason that food deserts still exist?
Representative Alatorre on recency.
Why is sugar so cheap?
Because companies make it cheap so that more
Because
people
we
will
produce
buy
a
it.
lot of it.
Yeah.
Why do we make so much?
Because people want to buy it.
Because we fund it so much.
Sure.
Why don't we just stop funding it so much to increase the price?
That's effectively what we're doing under this bill.
No, we're making the burden on consumers instead of large farm corporations.
So we're funding sugar, but we're adding a tax to make it more expensive
That's why
to
I'm
buy it.
confused
That's
as to
equivalent
why
to
you're
removing
taxing
farmers.
something you are
Final
funding.
question.
Representative, I agree with you on the long-term positive monetary impacts in saving money, but what are the short-term implications of increasing the cost of sugary beverages?
So immediately when sugary beverages are more expensive, people see that it's a financial barrier to accessing them, meaning they'll automatically switch to healthier
Yes,
foods.
but if they continue to buy them, won't they see an increase in prices? Doesn't that have short-term implications
But as
on
I
them?
showed you empirically, when it becomes more expensive, people stop buying them.
Yes, that's the long-term, but what about the short-term?
Question time elapses. Speaker in question may be seated. The chair thanks you. Seems that was a speech in the affirmation. All negation speakers, please rise. Between those standing, it's first going to go to Representative Wilson on recency.
I think the chair, that'll be Wilson. I'm speaking for the second time.
It's an adjustment.
Everyone ready? I see water exchanging hands. Great. I definitely want that. With that, oh.
Thank you, Mr. Berland.
I want water. With that, I'll begin. We have to understand that I most certainly do not disagree that we have a health crisis like the sponsor of this piece of legislation states, but that what we're doing to our constituents and us passing the buck instead of actually helping them is tragic. Thus, we must not pass this piece of legislation. First, understand that even though the previous sponsor talked so much about low-income individuals, this piece of legislation hurts them the most. Look to the National Tax Foundation in May 2020, shows that soda taxes and sugar taxes are highly regressive, causing low-income households to pay nearly twice as much as the wealthy. Why? Because of the reasoning that the previous sponsor uses himself, the fact that they have no other option. New York Times 2021 writes that food deserts are prevalent in over 60% of households that are below the poverty line. The people who are the least among us are the ones who are going to be paying the tax the most. They're the ones who are going to be paying for this. But that's exactly the point of what the sponsor wants, because it's supposed to help them, right? We're supposed to tell them how to do their things, right? We're supposed to get better outcomes? No. We have to understand that it's not proven to be effective. We see that reviewing the New Zealand Ministry of Health in 2017, studies show that using sound methods, reductions in sugars nationwide were likely too small to generate actual change because of what we use in our products today. Because we use so much sugar and because of the wide berth of sugar products that we have in our society, actually legislating in a method that's not abusive doesn't actually work with sugar taxes on a national level and choose proven change, as was also shown with Mexico in 2014. In fact, the tax reduced consumption of sugar drinks by less than 7 calories per day, which added nearly no true benefits. Additionally, the revenue loop of this bill actually harms most people who actually need real change. Understand that Section 2F, which the previous sponsor heralds, states that all revenue from this bill will be directed towards childhood obesity, 26 programs including sports programs in school, heart health programs. That sounds great, right? No. The Center on Budget and Policy Priorities writes that tells us that even after passing funding for issues, the average direct program passed by Congress takes more than 34 months to put in place. While the Mayo Clinic writes that childhood obesity is rising at levels greater than 30 years ago, but that CDC obesity awareness website mandates that greater mandates to private companies and the material they use in their food is far more effective. We're relying on the poorest among us to fail and pay this tax to fund needed programs. Listen to that again. We want people to buy the sugary things we're telling them not to buy, to pay for programs to help them get better. That makes 0 sense. We need to actually mandate that these private companies are lowering the sugar intake in their products. Representative Sponsor, you have to understand, if you actually want effective change in the materials that people are using, this government needs to tell companies what type of sugars to use healthier products. You talk about the fact that they don't have anywhere else to go. Exactly. So they have to pay the lower cost or starve. If we're not actually making any real change in the products themselves, this is just a loop that'll continue until Congress actually does something. Negate.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 6 seconds, 4 blocks of questioning. All questioners, please rise. Between those standing, it's first going to go to Representative Silva.
Representative, why aren't these programs working right now?
They're not expanded on the level at which they need to be.
Yeah, so if we invest funding into these programs, then wouldn't they be expanded as much as we need them to be?
I have zero problem with investing funding. My problem is having the funding be based off people violating the rules we say they need to do to live healthy lifestyles that we're using the programs to tell them they need to live.
Okay, so if we're incentivizing a tax which turns people away from sugar drinks, and
doesn't turn people away from sugar drinks, it turns low-income people away from sugar drinks, but continue.
Okay, but another matter, they're turning away from sugary drinks, and now you're investing in programs that...
Representative Allen.
Hi, so I actually agree with you. Right now, low-income Americans don't have a lot of other options. If they can't afford as much of the product, how do you think the company's going to react?
What do you mean, directly, or...
Yeah, like if the company's losing profit, if they can't afford the product, how do they react?
They raise the prices, probably.
Why wouldn't they just give them another option?
Because why would they do that? They're a company.
Because they can't sell as much of the other options,
okay.
Right?
Yes.
So then why wouldn't they do that?
Because they don't do that, essentially. I'm a bit confused.
If under this bill we create a financial disincentive to produce sugary drinks, why would companies continue to produce
Except
them?
you're not creating a financial disincentive.
How is a tax not a
I'm
financial...
answering your question still.
Go ahead.
You're not creating a financial disincentive to produce drinks. You're creating a financial disincentive for people to buy them.
Okay, so if no one buys them, the company gets no money. Isn't that still a disincentive?
Except they're still creating them, and people, as I said, are still buying them, except they're still paying the tax.
Why would people who have less income buy higher
Except it's been proven that it's not as effective
Representative
as being a
Aslan, final
deterrent.
question.
Hi, Representative. Are poor people the only ones who eat sugar?
No, it's an
Okay,
abundant
so
resource.
why would they be the only ones paying for these programs?
Nowhere in my speech did I say they're the only ones. I said that low-income people, and the previous sponsor agrees with me, are the major people who will be buying these products.
Representative, you said that the poor people would be the ones paying
yes,
for the...
they're paying the burden because they're the majority
But
of
they're
this
not the only
regressive
ones
tax.
paying for it, are they not?
Except to their pockets. It's a regressive tax that affects them more than anyone else. We look proportionally.
The chair will observe the remaining 2 seconds. The speaker may be seated. The chair thanks you. Seeming as that was a speech in the negation, all speeches in the affirmation, please rise. Between those standing, first going to go to Representative Lawal on recency.
I thank the chair. This is Representative Lawal speaking for the second time this session. Hello, everyone. This is Representative Lawal speaking for the second time this session, spelt L-A-W-A-L for all of my judges. Thank you. In March of last year, a man faked a heart attack while losing an argument with his wife. While fake heart attacks might be useful, real ones are devastating. Our people are our priority, and their health is our responsibility. That's why you pass. First, you affirm in order to help impoverished families, because this legislation does exactly what it says it's going to do. It's going to slightly increase the prices on sugar. Yes, Representative Al-Asri. Yes, Representative Wilson, it will cost them more. That's the entire point, because the foods that they're eating right now are costing them their health. As the National Library of Medicine tells us that diabetes are 2 times more prevalent in low-income households than wealthier ones. Representative Wilson, yes, they will pay, but I'd rather they pay more with wealth than their health, their money than their lives. Even if we want to focus on money, the Harvard School of Public Health tells us in a 2020 report that low-income families spend $300 every single time they have to visit the hospital because of a cardiovascular disease incurred because of the foods that they eat. This legislation not only literally saves their lives, but it decreases the amount that they have to pay every single time they ask a doctor to save their life. Secondly, you affirm in order to expand public health programs. This is because in Section 2F, we provide all of the funding we generate from this tax to health programs such as the public heart health program that we currently have. Why is this important? It's because, Representative Wilson, you're dead wrong. These programs do work. As Massady Atrak, in her article published in the National Library of Medicine, tells us, in an analysis of public heart health programs, they decrease the risk of cardiovascular disease in the long run by 28%. Representative Wilson, I'd rather wait 34 months than never so our people can stop dying, because the CDC tells us in February 17th of this year that that's exactly what's happening right now, as more than 600,000 people die every single year because of cardiovascular diseases. In fact, by the time I finish this speech, 5 more people will have died by the inaction of this Congress. This Congress's inaction puts a stamp of approval on these people's death certificates. You don't hear the cries of their families at their funerals, but I promise you, we cannot be silent to their struggle. Their hearts are attacking them. This legislation is their defense. It is their savior. It is their lifeline. That's why you affirm. For far too long, America has been divided on policy that helps our people. It is time we come together and finally pass ones that do.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 1 second. All questioners, please rise. First going to go to Representative Lynn.
Hi, Representative. Great speech. And I care for these lower income constituents just as much as you do. But why are we punishing them with prices instead of the corporations directly?
We're not punishing them with prices. We're incentivizing them to choose options that don't cost them their lives.
Wait, but can't we just do the same by taxing these corporations
when
directly?
you tax them, the costs are going to eventually come down to the low income regardless, right? If you put a 2-cent tax on the wealthy, on these corporations, they're going to increase their prices by 2 cents to match.
A Corfer on precedence.
Hi, Representative. So this piece of legislation is going to increase prices for sugary drinks, right?
Sure.
So where are sugary drinks more prevalent? In low-income food deserts or in high-income places where they have access to things like Whole Foods?
I would say low-income ones because
Right. So why are we punishing our low-income constituents that literally don't have another option in food deserts rather than corporations?
For the same reason that I told the representative before you. It's literally killing them.
Okay,
That's why we
but they don't have any other options. They're in a food desert.
If they're not able to afford it, the super costly
Do you suggest they drive out of their
Time
neighborhood?
elapses. Speaker in question may be seated. Seeming as that was a speech in the affirmation, all speakers in the negation, please rise. To Representatives Hassan Ali and Beck, it's going to go to and Okorfer. It's going to go to Representative Beck on recency.
I thank the chair for the reference of the judges of the chamber. This is Representative Beck, spelled B-A-K. Once again, that's Representative Beck, spelled B-A-K. Second time speaking in this legislative session. Thank you so much. Just going to put this right here. Thank you so much. Once again, judges, I'm just going to assume that all of you guys are ready. Just let me know if you aren't. Great. As representatives of this Congress, it isn't just our jobs to pass legislation that helps our constituents when they're suggested elusively in these chambers. It's also our job to ensure that the most basic American rights, like living a healthy life, isn't an elusive luxury, but a basic human norm. It's time that this chamber understands that forcing, instead of encouraging change, does nothing except make the citizens worse and make the situation worse for Americans across the country. That is exactly why you failed this legislation. To win today's debate, the affirmation side needs to prove 2 things. First, sugar taxes effectively lower consumption, and second, why that lower consumption is inherently a good thing. I want to be the senator on today's side to lay the foundation for the negation and explain why today's legislation doesn't do both of those things. Representatives Lawal and Kaiser claim that today's legislation creates a financial disincentive. That's correct, but the problem with today's legislation is that this disincentive only exists for beverages. This means that when we pass today's legislation, our citizens aren't just going to sit there and not eat sugar, they're just going to go to other sources. Let's look at examples. As a PBS News article writes on October 4th of 2018, when Mexico approved a sugar tax, sugar consumption only went down by 7 calories. When New Zealand did the exact same thing, researchers couldn't find a connection to lower sugar consumption and less sugar taxes. But finally, let's go closer to home. In the city of Philadelphia, citizens who could no longer buy sugary drinks instead resorted to eating sweeter foods and meals. Representatives Kaiser and Lawal, this disproves all of your impacts. But Representative Allen asks a really important question. Why wouldn't companies just change their practices when we demand it? I haven't met a single person in my life that likes Raisin Bran more than Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Similarly, when you pass today's legislation, companies can't just get rid of all their sugar because that's what makes their products effective. Senator Allen, most of these companies already have a large enough monopoly as to even if they raise prices slightly, most middle-income and high-income citizens would still buy from them. So what happens when we pass today's legislation? Senator Wilson already did a great job of highlighting how it hurts our citizens. I want to move on to businesses. As the American Beverage Association explains, in towns across America that have implemented a sugar tax, small businesses have lost over $80 million in individual cities and over 1,000 jobs across these areas. Representative Kaiser and Lawal, this legislation goes to dying citizens and takes away the jobs that they're working. I understand that we need to help the citizens that live in this country, but if we truly want to make sure the millions of Americans can live a healthy life, we don't pass a legislation that doesn't implement the solutions that we need. There's only one thing we can do, and that is failing this legislation. Thank you.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 3 seconds. All questioners, please rise. Between those standing, it's first going to go to Representative Lawal on recency.
Hi, Representative.
Hello. You just told us that this tax only applies to beverages, right?
Yeah.
If that's such a small percentage of food, how exactly is taxing it going to kill all small businesses?
It's because when we decrease the level of beverages, if people don't buy beverages, it's the businesses themselves that are hurt, right? Because they're the ones that are selling
Which types
it, and
of
now it isn't bought.
businesses? Which types of businesses?
Well, I mean, any grocery store sells beverages that have artificial sweeteners, but it's obviously small businesses who have less money
If
that are
people
affected
aren't
more.
going to buy these super expensive ones, what are these groceries going to do? They're going to switch to other ones that are more healthy so that
No,
people
because
can
no
buy
one's
them.
going to eat them or drink them. They're
Thank
not
you,
that good.
Representative Chunju on precedence.
Hi, Representative.
If people lose a job, can they get another one?
Yeah.
If people lose their life, can they get it back?
No.
If you're saying that lives are way over jobs, don't you see that passing this
that's
legislation
the problem.
is the thing that saves lives?
Today's legislation, it just doesn't save lives because they're just going to switch to other sugar
Our
sources,
author
which
told us
also
that-
kill citizens.
Our author told us there was a 30% decrease in sugar consumption overall.
No,
How
we're
does
talking
that not
about
prove
sugared
that?
beverages specifically.
Question
Studies
time
only talk
elapses.
about beverages.
Speaker in question may be seated. The chair thanks you. Seeming as that was a speech in the negation, all speakers in the affirmation, please rise. Based on those standings, first going to go to Representative Aslan on recency.
I thank the chair. This is Representative Aslan to the judges in the back. That's spelled ASSELIN. Still, hopefully, representing the western slope of Colorado. With a quick thumbs up from all of my judges, I will begin. I guess more importantly, is anybody not ready? Perfect. Then I will begin now. I will be the first to admit that I perpetuate stereotypes. In fact, upon meeting someone, I will come up with multiple judgments on who they are. In fact, it won't be their name that I remember, but those very judgments that I do. So, while the US stereotype is extraordinarily harmful, we must work to change that stereotype and ensure that they remember not our name, but the fact that we can change. So the first reason you pass today's legislation is that sugar consumption is a major problem in the United States. As published in the Madison Med article on the 5th of July, 2017, the average American drinks 45 gallons of soda every single year. Another great example to look at is soda sizes between the United States and other countries like the United Kingdom. Let's take McDonald's for example. While a small in the United States is 16 ounces, a small in the United Kingdom is almost half at 8.5 ounces, and a large is 17 ounces. Representatives, a small in our country is the same as a large in the United Kingdom. We cannot continue to allow this to happen. So Representative Kauser, you tell us that sugar consumption decreases consumption by 50%, sugar taxes, but why do we care? We care because we can ensure that our very civilians don't consume as much sugar. Representative Wilson, let's face it, when people stop eating sugar, they still have to eat, so they resort to other opportunities. They stop eating sugar. And again, Representative Wilson, if people can finally have access to childhood obesity programs, that outweighs everything else. If poor people aren't the only ones paying for it, Wilson, why do you argue as such? No one can manage to talk to you about why this tax will be important. The catch is, we aren't only increasing the cost of sugar, but also focusing on childhood obesity programs, something that no other speaker has managed to talk to you about, so let's do that today. The reason why this is so effective is because of the major profits we receive from sugar taxes. Quickly, let's do a little bit of math, and I apologize, but Section 2A describes a penny per ounce tax on things such as sodas. Americans drink 45 gallons of soda per year. That times the number of US citizens times 1 cent times 128 ounces in a gallon leaves us with $19.1 billion to spend on childhood obesity programs. The implications of that cannot be underweighed. The catch is, we must understand that today's legislation is solvency for obesity in the United States. That alone is enough reason for you to pass today's legislation. The obesity rate in the United States is 41.9%. You look to the United Kingdom and that obesity rate is 28%. It is obvious our soda sizes are the link between obesity. So Chamber, today, don't remember my name, Representative Aslan, but remember me as the man who worked to fix our epidemic, obesity. Thank you.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 2 seconds. All questioners, please rise. Based on those standings, first going to go to Representative Lasna.
Hi, Representative. So
Hi.
you mentioned UK in your example for talking about sugar taxes. Can you maybe explain a little bit how their sugar tax worked?
I didn't say they had a sugar tax. I said that they have smaller soda sizes than we do.
Okay, awesome. So on top of having smaller soda sizes, they also have a sugar tax, which for their currency is about a percentage per pence. So wouldn't today's legislation have a similar effect of reducing the consumption?
Absolutely, and I think it would ultimately net benefits to our constituents and decrease obesity in the United States.
I yield my time.
Representative Bodapalli on recency.
Sure. So, quick question: is sugar addictive?
Sure.
Right. So, if you're addicted to a substance and like the price of it increases, where's the thing in your brain that says I'm going to stop like consuming it? Why not just pay the extra price?
The fact that it costs more and companies will allow us to change the status quo.
Right, but if you're addicted, that financial incentive does nothing for you on like a neurological scale.
But I think, Representative, you missed the point where I said we'll have $19.1 billion to implement into childhood obesity
the
programs.
money's not doing anything. It's not solving their addiction.
The question time elapses. Speaker in question may be seated. Before we move on, we have a note from our parliamentarian.
Judges, we've had over an hour of our presiding officer, so if you can, at this point in time, if you have not already, give him a score for at least one speech. We'd appreciate that.
Seeing as that was a speech in the affirmation, all speakers in the negation, please rise. Based on those standing, first going to go to Representative Dixon on recency.
This is Representative Dixon speaking for the second time in today's legislative session. Once again, for all my judges, that is D-I-X-O-N. Just because there are so many of you, just give me a sign if you're not ready. And if everyone's ready, then I'll just go ahead and begin. All right, let's get started. 58 years ago, President Lyndon B. Johnson announced an unprecedented move, a war against poverty, citing that its key foundations would be things like better health. Today, we see a cruel inversion of that Johnson-era principle that it's the responsibility of the government to help the poor. Instead, this Congress remains complacent by blaming poverty and unhealthiness not on the economy or the system, but on the poor themselves. It is this key reason that this bill goes about the right change in the wrong way that I am proud to negate. First, we'll take a look at how this hurts low poverty Americans, and then I will stand in direct contradiction to all of the affirmative, that a sugar tax in of itself is ineffective, and I will be the first representative to do so. First, let's talk about how this hurts low poverty Americans. Representative Wilson touched on this, but allow me to quantify. The Brookings Institute in 2020 tells us that the problem of rising chronic physical disease, something impacted out by the affirmation, is seen through an equity lens. Black and Hispanic women are more likely to be obese and are more likely to report that they suffer from food insecurity. Why is this the case? Because sugary food causes weight gain, but also creates hunger. It's less expensive for one key reason, because it is subsidized all the way up the food chain. The AF does nothing to solve this. We are still funding the production of the exact sources of food that are making our constituents more unhealthy. I agree with all of Representative Kaiser's harms, but this only falls on our low-income constituents because the problems of food poverty and of poor quality food are two sides of the same coin. The goal should be to shift support towards the production of healthier, protective foods like fruit and vegetables. Representative Aslan, in the affirmative, that solves for all your harms you talk about. You talk about health, you talk about the lives of our constituents, but you are disproportionately funding the foods all the way up the supply chain that is leading to their demise. So why is this harmful? Families with lower incomes already spend more of their income on groceries. Representative Kaiser, all your bill does is penalize the poor in ways that the wealthier peers wouldn't feel. This bill boils down to whether or not you can afford to pollute your body with a product linked to chronic illness. Representative Lawal, this is who you're taxing. Next, let's move on to how this is ineffective. Representative Kaiser, you want to talk about science, and Representative Lawal, you want to talk about our responsibility to health? Let's do both. Nowhere in the world, according to the Washington Post in November of 2019, have soda taxes reduced obesity. We've seen this in New Zealand's study for economic resources and a study by the McKinsey Institute. So, Representative Aslan, I agree that sugar consumption is a problem, but you don't change that. So why is there a wealth of studies like the ones from Representative Kaiser saying that there are health benefits? Two reasons. First, these are all simulations. Second, the favorable assessments of soda taxes never mention the effect that the tax had on obesity or health incomes. For example, a paper by Stanford Business School found no significant reduction in calorie or sugar intake. So Representative Lawal comes up here and pulls on your heartstrings today, but he is funding the funerals of our constituents. Stand in negation.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. All questioners, please rise. Between those standings, first going to go to Representative Alasri.
So just to be clear, your policy suggestion is to remove sugar subsidies, correct?
Yeah, we actually subsidize things like corn that go into glucose, and that's subsidized all the way up the food chain.
So wouldn't that removing those subsidies increase prices for sugary food and beverages, which would disproportionately hurt the low-income Americans you care about?
No, what I'm saying is that by actually subsidizing things like fruit and vegetables, we make those less expensive. The reason that the poor are buying so much sugar is because it's cheaper.
Sure, but if we remove those subsidies, the things that they're addicted to increase in price, correct?
Yeah, but if we don't fund their addiction...
Representative Shrivastava on recency.
Are low-income constituents more likely to be eating healthier foods or less nutritious foods?
They're more likely to be eating less nutritious foods simply because
if that's the case in the status quo, and this legislation directly disincentivizes them from eating those less healthy foods, doesn't that mean we're seeing a net benefit in their health?
All this piece of legislation does is make it more expensive to be poor. It doesn't do anything to actually de-incentivize.
Is making your Coca-Cola 8 cents more expensive going to stop all low-income constituents from buying Coca-Cola?
Actually, the studies have found that it only actually impacts higher...
Speaker in question may be seated. I thank the chair. The chair thanks you. Seems that was a speech in the negation. All affirmation speakers, please rise. Based on those standings, first going to go to Representative Chundru on recency.
Thank you. For the judges, once again, before we roll out for lunch, my name is Representative Chundru. That's spelled C-H-U-N-D-R-U. Now this mic is a little bit too high for my liking. I'm from the North Coast District, which is a fancy way of saying Cleveland, Ohio. All right. When everyone is ready, I'll get started. Just thumbs up would be great. Mic okay in the back? Awesome. There we go. Okay. Perfect. Good. The average American consumes 470 cans of soda every single year. While one can may be harmless, one by one, the cost isn't on their wallet, but on their bodies. It's time that this Congress enables our people to live healthier lives and pass this legislation. First, pass this legislation to decrease the harms of diabetes on our people and our economy. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention reports in March of 2022 that diabetes is the most expensive chronic condition in our nation, costing us $327 billion every single year. 1 out of $4 in healthcare costs is spent treating diabetes. $237 billion is spent on direct medical costs, and we lose $90 billion in reduced productivity. Diabetes is taking a toll on our economy and our people. It's time that we put a stop to this. But there's been a severe misconception propagated by Representative Wilson, Okorafor, and Dixon. They tell us that we're going to exacerbate food deserts. But look under Section 2 of this legislation. This legislation taxes only sugary drinks. That means food isn't affected. So Representative Wilson, Dixon, and Okorafor, people aren't going to go hungry by switching to water. Now let's see who's the most affected under this legislation. Austin Price of the University of Berkeley Public School on August 4th of 2019 tells us 40% of children diagnosed with diabetes in their lifetimes. This is a public health crisis. 40% of children will be diagnosed with diabetes, and the rise in diabetes is even higher for African American and Latino kid populations, more vulnerable to targeted advertising under the soft drink industry. Representative Wilson and Okorafor, you champion for the most vulnerable people. But those are the people who are exploited by these soda companies. When we decrease consumption of soda, we decrease the chance that children will be diagnosed with diabetes and exploited by soda companies who value profit over the lives of our people. Second, pass this legislation to replicate the success we've already seen in other countries. J.F. Marteau of the World Bank writes on November 23rd of 2021 that demand for sugary drink declines because customers switch to diet drinks and healthier alternatives like bottled water. In Kazakhstan, companies are not producing healthier alternatives, and moreover, those healthier companies end up employing more workers, not seeing the decrease in jobs that's championed by Representative Beck. But on top of this, look to the United Kingdom. After 1 year of a sugary drink tax, the sugar drinks percentage had decreased by 10%. Bottom line, an increase in soda costs will decrease consumption and encourage healthier alternatives. Finally, Representative Elasri, you champion, come up here and champion. There's going to be short-term costs. That's okay. People dying takes precedent, meaning health is our #1 concern. Diabetes is the 7th leading cause of death in our nation, responsible for 87,000 deaths per year. My question to this chamber is, will you end Americans' addiction to soda, or will you let this killer take more lives?
Speech time, 3 minutes and 8 seconds. All questioners, please rise. Between those standing, it's first going to go to Representative Alakwa on recency.
Hi, Representative Alakwa.
Hi. So today's legislation only bans sugary drinks, correct?
Correct.
Which have a base of sugar.
Correct.
Are there any alternatives to sugar that exist in the status quo?
Yes.
Okay. How do those impact our constituents' health compared to sugar?
Not as bad.
It does.
No,
It's been
it
shown
does not.
to increase obesity and
No,
diabetes.
most
Why
of,
is that preferable?
Most of them don't increase obesity as much as sugar. Every single one of them, I can guarantee you, has decrease in health effects.
They reduce calories, but they create new
Sure,
health impacts.
I'd argue all of those impacts are still better than having the impacts of sugar.
Why is it preferable
We've
to
never
have
seen
new...
we've never seen
on
empirical
recency.
data proving otherwise.
Hi, Representative. So if your bill is making it more expensive to be poor and not combating the prices of any other food,
No.
how are you helping low-income constituents?
We're helping low-income people by decreasing their healthcare costs.
How are you, but you're making it more
Yeah,
expensive
so-
for them to get the food that they're
no.
already addicted
Under
to.
Section 2, they're only like increasing the tax on sugary drinks. If they switch to water, it's healthier for them.
Yes, I would agree that it's healthier
Yeah,
for them.
health takes
However,
priority.
is that bottled water going to be more expensive than the
Question
sugary
time
drinks?
elapses.
No.
Speakers in question may be seated. Yes. The recess is at 11:30. A note to the chamber, we are not moving to adjourn. You are moving for a 75-minute recess when that time comes. Since that was a speech in the affirmation, all speakers in the negation, please rise. Between those standing, it's first going to go to Representative Alatorre on recency. Representative Yerkun, is that a speech? Yeah, absolutely, granted.
Hi, again. It's Representative Alatorre for the second time. Just let me know when you're ready. Are any of my judges not ready? No. Okay. A couple years ago, the soda company Coca-Cola said that the reason why Americans were actually overweight was because of them, not because of the soda. And honestly, it seems that this Congress has taken inspiration when we blame our constituents for the problems that we create. Be accountable and fail today's legislation. Now, all the affirmation has been based on the assumption that the problem is an overabundance on sugary foods. In reality, it's actually a lack of healthy foods. Representative Wilson already explained the prevalence of food deserts, but Georgia Tech in February of 2016 tells us that food deserts are 16% more likely to have higher concentrations of the sugary products labeled in Section 1. And Representative Chandra, it clearly states beverages, syrups, or powders, not just drinks. But why are they so prevalent in the first place? The Center for Agricultural and Rural Development tells us that it is the government's $120 billion of corn subsidies that artificially decrease the prices of corn by more than 6%. But I want to distance myself from all of the negation and actually agree with the affirmation that this sugar tax will drive up the cost of sugar products. But if those sugar products are the only thing that is available to more than 50 million Americans in food deserts, what happens when these prices increase? Representative Kaiser advocates that Americans will just drive further to reach healthier food options. But the USDA in 2015 explains that over 7 million Americans live 10 miles away from any healthy food options at all. That means that they would have to drive 20 miles just to reach any food. In this economy, they're not going to do that. But Arthur Levin from UChicago just yesterday tells us that in order to afford these costs, what Americans cut out, the first thing they do to save money is skipping healthcare visits. But the Biomedical Journal in January of 2019 tells us that for those with severe healthcare issues, just skipping 2 healthcare visits increases the likelihood of death by more than 800%. All of the affirmation's advocacy on protecting Americans' health only puts more American lives on the line. But if food prices continuously get more and more expensive, Americans may just stop eating. The British Medical Journal in June of 2013 tells us that a 10% increase in the price of food decreases consumption by 6%. I want to make something really clear in today's round. We're all on the same side. We want Americans to eat healthy. The affirmation needs to prove why it is the burden of the consumer to pay a sugar tax instead of large farm corporations just not receiving the subsidies that we give them. It is up to you. It's your choice. Your constituents or corporations decide with your ballot.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 7 seconds. All questioners, please rise. Based on those standing, first going to go to Representative Silva.
Okay, Representative, why are corn subsidies so important?
They're honestly not.
Okay, so it's the main way that we feed the animals that we have that we sell inside of the agricultural sector. That's what we fund.
Corn subsidies are mainly used for the consumption of corn, like corn syrup by Americans. That's why it's so cheap and it's so overused.
Yeah, but corn in and of itself is also used as food for people.
It's primarily used for us.
Okay, but a big reason that it's used is for feed for animals. That's why the subsidies are even there in the first place.
Representative, corn is subsidized for the production and consumption of Americans.
Wilson on recency.
Thank you very much for an incredible speech. And I think we all agree that low-income individuals are very important. But let's think about the rest of Americans. If we're doing nothing to actually change the products that have the sugar in them, the other Americans also are still going to have these effects if we pass this bill, correct?
No, I don't understand your question.
If we're not actually changing the products and the sugar in them, those who aren't paying this additional
We're just
tax-
making, today's legislation just makes it more expensive, right? They just have to pay more to access them.
Yes, but we're not
Question
changing.
time elapses. The speakers in question may be seated.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Yurikun. Granted. Seeing as that was a speech in the negation, all speakers in the affirmation, please rise. Between Representatives Lasna, Srivasta, and Alazri, so we go to Representative Alazri on recency.
I thank the chair. Representative Alastri speaking for the second time. Judges, that's right in front of you. I know you guys are all qualified, so I won't wait on you. All right, we're about halfway through the debate on today's bill, and so far I've been pretty happy with it. I've heard some really convincing arguments from the affirmation and the negation on whether or not sugar taxes work or do not work. But I'd like to reframe the debate and encourage both affirmation and negation speakers who follow me to address a really clear point that Representative Chandra begins to talk about, but I'd like to expound upon. The existence of Diet Coke. People often say that the poor and low-income consumers that exist right now only have one choice, which is Coke. But right next to it is Diet Coke, a beverage that does not experience the sugar tax as spoken about in today's legislation, meaning that low-income consumers have a healthy alternative, one that they like, in fact. In fact, Business Insider in January of 2014 says that roughly 40% of Coke sales are Diet Coke or Coke Zero. So these beverages are already popular, and people like them. And the Washington Post explains in January of 2019 that the sweeteners in diet drinks aren't perfect, they aren't super healthy, but they are a better alternative. And because that exists, people have another choice. Now, let's look at some of the arguments made by the negation and understand how diet drinks solve for their concerns, starting with Representative Wilson. Representative Wilson says that the tax is regressive, but so is sugar consumption, so you have to address that. And considering that constituents have diet options, the consumers that you're really worried about have a place that they can go directly to satisfy their cravings and needs without experiencing the really, really high tax that this bill puts into place. Representative Beck, you say that people eat sugary food, but they also like diet drinks. What's to say that they don't supplement their sugar cravings with diet drinks? You also talk about small businesses, but once again, small businesses sell diet drinks. So yes, they might lose sales in Coca-Cola, but what they lose in Coca-Cola, they gain in Diet Coke, a similarly priced drink. Representative Dixon, you say that we should remove subsidies for sugar, and this seems like the #1 advocacy of the negation, is that the real solution is to remove subsidies on sugar. But that's not a solution at all, because you know what happens when we remove subsidies on sugar? Food prices increase, and so do sugary drink prices. And when both of those prices increase, low-income consumers face that even further, because now, in every aspect of their life, they have no alternative and are paying a higher price. So yes, corporations will have to pay the burden. Additionally, I'd like to turn everyone to Section 1 of today's bill, which says that not only at the point of sale will it be taxed, but at the production it will be taxed. So yes, companies are also paying the burden. And Representative Alatar, you say that people are going to drive 20 miles to reach healthy food, but there's diet alternatives and this doesn't tax food whatsoever. You say that why place the burden on the consumer? Once again, we're not placing the burden on the consumer because they have a diet option, and more importantly, your policy suggestion to remove subsidies does place the burden on the consumer because now most of the food that they consume right now is going to be more expensive. Please, all affirmative and negation speakers, ask the question, what about Diet Coke?
Speech time, 3 minutes and 2 seconds. All questioners, please rise. It's first going to go to Representative Yurikun on precedence.
Hello, Representative. So what's Diet Coke actually pervasively responsible for?
What do you mean it's pervasively responsive for? I don't understand the question.
What is Diet Coke also responsible for in contrast to just regular Coke?
It's a drink that people have that's an alternative
Type
to sugar.
2 diabetes. So is the alternative for our low-income Americans type 2 diabetes?
That's a really good question. So in my speech, I say that it's not a perfect alternative, but as my Washington Post evidence says,
do alternatives exist?
Representative, let me answer. It's significantly better. So yes, it's not perfect. I agree. It contributes to diabetes, but it's significantly better than sugar.
But do diet options exist for every
Representative
single...
Beck on recency.
Hi, Representative. What makes diet sodas like Diet Coke sweet?
they have artificial sweeteners in them.
Yeah, doesn't Section 2D of today's legislation also place a tax on artificial sweeteners?
So the bill primarily focuses on sugar. That's what the Section 1 of the bill says.
Section 2D defines sugar as artificial sweeteners.
But Section 1 explicitly says sugar. And if you look at the section that defines, Representative, if you look at the section that defines how much it's going to get taxed and how it qualifies, it says the amount of sugar per fluid ounce.
It says artificial sweeteners.
Yes, but it says the amount of sugar per fluid ounce.
Speakers in question may be seated. The chair thanks you. Seeing as that was a speech on the affirmation, also using the negation, please rise. Between those standing, it's first going to go to Representative Yorkun on recency.
Thank you. This is Representative Yorkun speaking for the second time this session. Spelled Y-E-R-O-K-U-N. When all the members of my chamber are ready, please smile my way with your eyes, and I'll begin. Believe it or not, America was actually built on the back of sugar. Chains of glucose that once bonded slaves now clog the arteries of our poor black and brown, irreversibly pushing them into pits of endless debt and suffering. Look, representatives, it's not just chemicals that enslave our impoverished Americans. Stop ignoring the issue. Let's negate. Because first, passing makes bare necessities an impossibility for low-income Americans. And that's because this legislation regressively taxes the poor. Representative Wilson starts today's debate by asserting that today's legislation is a solve-all for all sorts of cardiovascular diseases. And then Representative Wilson tells you that that's a lie because it simply pushes low-income Americans towards unhealthy alternatives and options. Let's understand why the affirmative is fundamentally flawed and why complacency hurts low-income Americans now more than ever. The Bureau of Labor Statistics clarified just 7 days ago that inflation has already risen by 8.6% in the past year alone. When today's legislation is passed, it's low-income Americans that are already struggling to put food on the plates of their children that will be faced directly with inflation's effects. But let's look now to the Michigan States of Agricultural Biology Research Center, which proves that 53 million low-income Americans are currently located in food deserts, locations with no equitable access to produce. What these regions do have are convenience stores filled with highly processed, sugar-laden food and drinks. Representative Kaider, you're not encouraging low-income Americans to switch to a healthy option. You're forcing them to pay more for the only option that exists in the status quo. But Representative Lawal, Section 2F doesn't fund or mitigate alternatives. It completely asserts that children who hate or are unable to participate in physical education are at fault for today's problems. I'm proud to say that they're not. It's poverty and it's issues like poverty and complacency within today's Congress. Representative Chandra, it doesn't matter if it's not just sugary drinks. If today's legislation makes alternatives less accessible, you're not creating a solution. You're just pushing them towards those sugary drinks. But here's a second reason as to why you fail. Because passing throws money towards shifting the problem. And that's because Section 2F of today's legislation creates healthcare programs that low-income Americans will never be able to afford. Look at the American College for Cardiology from February of 2019, where it's furthered that 45% of families currently reports having financial hardships from medical bills, whereas 18.9% of Americans are unable to pay them at all. At the end of today's debates, representatives, one thing is important, and that's what you do when it's time to vote. When it's time to vote, stand urgently, stand responsibly, and stand in negation. Because if you're not standing for the impoverished Americans, then quite frankly, they don't stand a chance.
Speech time, 2 minutes, 51 seconds. All questioners, please rise. Between those standing, it's first going to go to Representative Allen on recency.
Hey, Representative Allen.
Hi. Could you please clarify how exactly this leads to less access to alternatives?
Because it pushes low-income Americans towards the options that they have in their food deserts.
Right, because it's increasing the price of the main option, so why would that lead to companies reacting by increasing the prices of their other options so they can produce and sell even less?
Because low-income Americans are going to be pushed towards those alternatives even more.
But if companies care the most about their profit, why would they just want to sell less?
They won't.
Then why would they increase the price of all of their products?
Because low-income Americans are trapped in food deserts. I'm talking about 53 million.
Kaiser on recency.
Representative Kaiser.
Hi, why can't we use Section 2F of this bill to fund initiatives to bring healthy food to food deserts?
Because that's not what Section 2F of this legislation does.
Wait, doesn't Section 2F actually state that we're increasing, I think I would know because I wrote the
Sure.
bill, funding to programs that promote healthy eating?
No, it doesn't. Section 2F
No,
of
it
today's
does. I
no,
wrote the
Section
bill.
2F of today's legislation actually
We can use
stipulates
it to
that upon passage we're going to be funding sports programs. That's not what the
That's
problem.
only one part
That's not what the
Question time
issue of
elapses.
cardiovascular diseases actually stems from.
Speakers in question may be seated. A note to the chamber. A note to the chamber, 10 minutes until our recess time. Seeing as that was a speech in the negation, all speeches in the affirmation, please rise. Based on those standing, first going to go to Representative Shrivasta on recency.
This is Representative Shrivasta. Still the same way, speaking for the second time in this session. Time and time again, this Congress has proved its ignorance on a global scale, taking actions that affect the lives of millions almost trivially. Today, don't make the same mistake again. Pass this legislation. First, I want to evaluate this bill under the same framework that Representative Alatorre on the negation told us to evaluate it by, when she said the affirmation has to tell you why the burden should be placed on consumers instead of companies. But I actually disagree. This legislation directly places the burden onto companies. Let's examine why. In the status quo, companies get away with displaying a wide majority of unhealthy and sugar-filled products rather than more health-friendly alternatives. But why is that the case? As Reuters explains in May of 2021, that's because right now, there's a burden on consumers rather than companies to seek those healthy options. And it's increasingly difficult for our consumers to do so with aggressive marketing for companies and no healthy alternatives. But how does this legislation actually change that narrative? Under this bill, we tax per volume of sugar in all beverages. This finally forces companies to start marketing, creating, and selling products with lower sugar content, because now individuals are less likely to buy products that are more expensive because they're taxed with a higher sugar content. And when company profits decrease, they're going to react. As Inverse explains in February of 2020, this causes manufacturers to increasingly invest into low sugar alternatives. That makes sure that they can be taxed less and they can make their profits back. But don't just take my word for it. Let's look to past precedent. As a Center study on population approaches in the UK explains in February of 2021, after a similar sugar tax in the UK was implemented, soda companies reduced sugar content in their beverages by 30%. That's why you pass this legislation, because it finally forces companies to change what they've been doing in the status quo. And that's so critical. When we change manufacturer behavior, we shape consumer choice. Because frankly, it's harder to turn down a Coca-Cola than it is to not be able to buy it in the first place. But next, let's address some of the arguments brought about by the negation in today's debate. First, Representatives Wilson and Dixon parrot the same argument that this tax is harmful to low-income constituents. But I have two responses. First, this legislation doesn't make it impossible for them to buy these products. It just taxes them cents on the dollar amount of this product. It just disincentivizes them from making an unhealthy choice. But then, Representative Lynn tells us that people are going to turn to eating more sugary foods. But that's not unique. In the status quo, we have unhealthy food options and drink options. But when you pass this bill, you finally force companies to make sure there's healthy drink alternatives. That's why you pass this legislation. Protect your consumers. Protect the health of the people you're supposed to represent. Pass this bill.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 3 seconds. All questioners, please rise. Between those standings, first going to go to Representative Hassalani on recency.
Hi, Representative. So when companies reduce the sugar in their drinks, like you said, does that degrade taste and quality?
Not always. Like other representatives have told you, there's so many alternatives, like things like Diet Coke, which taste basically the same, and people turn to those.
If we were to look at the sales trends of Diet Coke compared to regular Coke, which one do you think sells in larger numbers?
I think it's honestly really cool that Diet Coke has a 40% market share compared to the regular Coke. People already are turning to this healthy alternative. But when you make it the only option, that's great for all consumers.
So in the status quo, they're going to continue.
Representative Alatorre on recency.
Whenever companies decrease sugar, what did they increase in return?
When they decrease sugar, They increase the number of people that buy
They
their healthy
increase
products.
things like corn syrup, glucose. Are those not also taxed under today's legislation?
We tax them under today's legislation, but there's also nothing preventing companies from getting it from other places, right?
Wait, so what would they turn to if not like corn syrup, glucose, fructose, all those things that they use now?
Right now, they're using sugar the most. When you
But
pass
when they don't
legislation,
turn
you
towards
stop them
sugar,
from using
they can
Question
only
time
turn towards
elapses.
corn.
Speakers in question may be seated. Seeing as that was a speech in the affirmation, all speakers in the negation, please rise. Between those saying, it's first going to go to Representative Okorfor on recency.
This is Representative Okorfor, still spelled O-K-O-R-A-F-O-R. Speaking for the second time in this session on the negation. At the leisure of all those above me, please give me a nod, a smile, even a yee-haw if you're feeling feisty. Thank you. If the opposite of pro is con, then the opposite of progress, I'm sure you get the joke. As congressional debaters, we've all heard this joke before. But you know what's even less funny? This chamber consistently capitulating to the wealthy and punishing the poor, which is exactly why I stand in firm negation. First, you're going to negate because this bill, as every other negation speaker has already told you, is a poverty tax. As Representative Alatorre states perfectly, it places the burden on consumers. Because as the conversation tells us in 2020, the richest 10% of families drink about 2.5 fewer sugary drinks per week than the poorest 10%, aka 9.5 teaspoons per can. Further, Northgate Juice reports that 100% organic juice, which is the only alternative that sugary drink companies have to turn to that wouldn't be taxed under this piece of legislation, is far more expensive than items taxed under this bill. The Detroit Free Press tells us on June 10th that costs for food have hit their first double jump digit in 40 years. Today's policy only makes it worse because, as CNBC tells us, in the past few months, serious worldwide disruptions in Ukraine, India, and Indonesia have driven up prices worldwide for things like wheats, oils, and guess what? Sugars. This only makes this worse. Our poorest Americans are currently in what the World Economic Forum calls a cost of living crisis, when 64% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. And the Department of Labor reports on February 10th that the real hourly wages dropped by 1.7% in the past year. Representatives, we have a serious problem. Wealth inequality in America has overtaken French Revolution levels. Representatives, our priorities are out of line. Fail. But second, every single affirmation speaker has failed to answer this fundamental question. Why don't we simply levy these punishments against corporations? Or better yet, use the power of the FDA to rein in our sugar consumption. Representative Aslan, you talk about reducing Americans' sugar consumption in comparison to Europe, but you ignore the way that Europe reduced their sugar consumption by placing restrictions on these companies, not through a sugar tax. Further, representatives understand that Coca-Cola is currently fighting hard against the IRS to avoid paying their taxes, having escaped $3.4 billion in the past 2 years alone, as Market Watch tells us on January 5th. Representatives Keisler and the Wall, there's your money for these programs that are going to increase access to cardiovascular health. And further, representatives, Coca-Cola is currently using this money, $5.6 million of it, on lobbying to ensure that legislation that actually helps people never passes. This legislation tries to fix our sugar problem, but the results won't be so sweet.
3 minutes and 10 seconds. All questioners, please rise. Between those standing, it's first going to go to Representative Aslan on recency.
Hi, Representative.
Hi.
Do low-income Americans have access to childhood obesity programs?
No, but this
Right.
legislation simply isn't going to fix that.
Representative, when pocket change provides that accessibility to every American, why do you continue to negate?
Okay, so something that the affirmation hasn't answered is why companies are going to switch to more positive
penny tax
alternatives
provides-
rather than just lowering their prices so they can absorb these taxes in the first place.
A penny tax provides every single American access to these programs. Is that not a good thing?
No, because we're punishing the consumer for the fault of
Representative Lawal
corporations.
on recency.
Hello, Representative.
Hi.
Where are the majority of the consumers who eat these processed foods that are super sugary?
Currently in things like food deserts and lack access.
Exactly. If they can no longer buy these foods, if the majority of people who eat these foods can no longer buy them, does that incentivize these companies?
It only makes it even more expensive to get access.
Does it incentivize these companies to change how much sugar they're putting inside?
Why would they institute an entirely new marketing campaign
so that they can
rather
still
than just
sell
dropping
their
their
beverages?
prices a little
Question
bit?
time elapses. Speakers in question may be seated. Representative Chunjuru. Seconds. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. Seeing that so ordered, 75-minute recess beginning now. This Congress is recessed. Order. We still remain on our current legislative agenda item, a bill to make Americans healthier. We left off with a speech in negation from Representative Okorafor, meaning we are going to be back into the affirmation. All affirmative speakers, please rise. Between Representatives Lasna, Allen, and Bodapalli, it's going to go to Representative Bodapalli on recency.
Thank you, Chair. Hey, everyone. That's Representative Bodapalli, spelled Boddupalli. It helps at all if you organize all the districts. I'm ready where you are. Awesome. It looks like we're all ready. Let's get started. The S on Superman's costume doesn't stand for his name like many may think. On his home planet Krypton, that S stands for hope. The hope that the people of Krypton had, that someone was out there looking out for them in their direst times of need. In the United States, however, this Congress is the people's Superman. The people that they elected to work day and night to make sure that their priorities are always at the top of our list. But it's because today, that S has been changed from hope to sugar lobbyists that I'm so proud to pass this legislation. So far, the biggest question raised by the negation is the alternatives that are not included under this legislation. Representative Beck is the strongest argument when he talks about how this legislation doesn't include sugary foods, and Representative Alasri talks about how this legislation doesn't include diet drinks. I have two responses to this. Representative Alasri, under Section 2D, this includes artificial sweeteners, completely minimizing your impact. But Representative Beck, you tell us that companies will just push sugary foods onto people since you only mandate it for sugary beverages. But my side has failed to address this argument. Let me silence it with one statistic. The University of Illinois in Chicago finds in December of 2021 that under a sugar tax for beverages, there was a 23% reduction in grams of sugar sold from taxed beverages. But that's not all. Let's talk about the same food Representative Beck talked about in his speech. The food that includes sugar only saw a 4% increase of being sold after the sugar tax. Representative Beck and Yerokun, I tell you that insignificant 4% increase you advocate for can't outweigh my affirmation's impacts about decreases in sugar in beverages. That's why that same study further to say that sugar in beverages was worse for people than sugar in foods because the sugar in beverages is highly concentrated and exacerbates diabetes, making all of Representative Chindra's impacts even more bigger in this round. It's when constituents come after our companies, we realize that this Congress has failed. Change that with your affirmative ballot. But then again, everyone in this round has mischaracterized the point of this legislation. Representative Wilson and Altori, you just assume that passing strains lower income Americans because you leave them no other opportunity in the status quo. That's not true. It's not that this legislation is just so that people have no option, but rather that they recognize the better option. Let me give you the card that should define this round. The Journal of Psychological Science explains in November of 2021, the typical estimate for such a tax is around 40 cents per container. When the additional tax is clearly recognized by consumers at the point of sale, the study reveals that a majority of the time, constituents would pay for water over sugary beverages. This is the case of the affirmative, because this is the alternative this round has been looking for so desperately. When will this Congress realize our action is the only thing that takes people out of the corner that we push them into? It's time to stop the cycle of complacency, because without an action, our intentions mean absolutely nothing. It's time that beacon of hope stands for hope again, and make sure that S on your chest resonates in affirmative ballot. Pass.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. All questioners, please rise. Between those standing, it's first going to go to Representative Lasna on recency.
Hi, Representative. Is it easier to drink a...
Yes, I'm calling on her next.
Does the questioning period restart? Point of inquiry.
Yes.
Awesome. Hi, Representative. Is it easier to drink a serving of soda or to eat a serving of ice cream?
Drink soda.
Okay, awesome. So seeing as soda most of the time has a lot more of a higher caloric content and also much more sugar contained in it, why wouldn't we just simply pass today's legislation which seeks to effectively reduce the amount of sugar intake of our constituents?
I am passing this legislation.
Okay, yeah, sorry. As we both agree, seeing as we both agree, why wouldn't Representative Beck's claim stand of talking about basically why we don't reduce sugar
I proved
intake?
that the foods he talks about only saw 4% increase of being bought. That's insignificant.
Thank you.
So, do you think that low-income people are not aware of the fact that sugary drinks are less healthy for them?
Yeah, but right now they
So
can
why
afford
do you
it
think they currently buy them?
because it's affordable.
Right. And is it possibly because most of them live in food deserts where they don't have other options?
This entire round just assumed that like food deserts are like Candyland. It's not just like marshmallows and chocolate.
Right, they're not Candyland. They're
Right.
streets with
Like,
convenience
there's food,
stores
there's actual
scattered
food
all
in
around
food
them and a
deserts.
Walmart
And when you
15
make-
miles
when
away.
you make water an alternative, water is available in these food
Question time
deserts.
elapses. Speakers in question may be seated. Seems that was a speech, the chair thanks you. Seems that was a speech in the affirmation. All speakers in the negation, please rise. Between those standing, it's first going to go to Representative Lynn on recency.
I thank the chair. Hello, everyone. That's Representative Lynn, spelled L-I-N. It rhymes with win, which is what the negation is going to be doing by the end of my speech. Judges, whenever you're ready, just a quick thumbs up. Awesome, Parley P.O. Terrific. Now, before today's round, Representative Kaiser and I went out to get some coffee. Now, Representative Kaiser went to buy 3 different cups of coffee because he needed that much caffeine just to stay awake. Representative Kaiser, I ask you, if that price of coffee was doubled, will you still have bought that coffee? I think based off of your coffee addiction, probably. However, it goes much beyond just that. Our cravings for sugar isn't just a craving, it's an addiction. And that is why you ultimately fail today's legislation. But first, let me clear up a common misconception that every single affirmation speaker has had in this debate. And that is, this bill will solve obesity. Now, the affirmation has had 2 warrants to this. First, the first warrant is that consumers will turn to other alternatives, championed by Representative Chundras, Srivastava, and Bandapudi. The second warrant is that the companies will change to make their products more healthy for their consumers, championed by Representative Lawal. However, Representative Alator and Beck already responded to them by saying Section 2F bans these alternatives containing starches and powders. So I ask you, what alternatives are there to turn to? But it goes much beyond that, because I'm afraid that this Congress has completely overlooked the problem with addiction on sugar. Obesity isn't a choice. But not only that, the companies know that sugar is an addiction. The companies aren't going to lower their prices. They're going to continue to profit off of this sugar addiction. And the affirmation shall feel ashamed that they can solve a sugar addiction with just higher prices through a tax. Now, every single affirmation impacts all fall on the idea of solving the obesity problem. But I'll tell you that all of their impacts fall flat. Why is that? Because when under a sugar addiction, these users are going to buy sugary drinks regardless of whether this bill is passed or not. So I'm afraid that all the affirmations impact about obesity turns to the negation. But ultimately, you fail today's legislation because sugar is an addiction. Every year, 180,000 people die from sugary beverages. If death isn't enough of an incentive to stop drinking sugary drinks, why is a tax enough of an incentive? Yet BBC proves to us that sugar withdrawal leads to depression, anxiety, brain fog. Sugar is much like a drug. And what is the impacts of this? All that this bill does is punish our constituents with higher prices. It doesn't solve their addiction. In this past debate, in the last debate of this bill, I ask you to protect our constituents rather than punishing them. In today's debate, I ask you, do taxes really help us with our addiction problem, or do they worsen them? Fail today's legislation.
Speech time, 2 minutes, 57 seconds. All questioners, please rise. Between those standing, is first going to go to Representative Chundru.
One of your problems is that people can't access food, right?
No, I never said that, but sure, that
Okay.
is true.
Everyone, look at your legislation in Section 2. It completely reads that the only things that are going to be taxed is sugary drinks and things going into sugary drinks.
Yes,
How
I
is this
agree.
exacerbating any sort of crisis?
Okay, I say that we can't tell people to stop drinking sugary drinks
People,
just
like,
with the
didn't-
representative. Let me finish.
No, let me
We
ask-
can't tell them to stop drinking sugary
Did
drinks.
an alcohol
it's
tax
an
work?
addiction.
It did. An alcohol tax
Representative
decreased
Silva on precedence.
Okay, Representative, under this bill, if there's more sugar in a drink, are we taxing them more?
Yes.
Okay, so wouldn't that incentivize companies to reduce
I've
the amount of
told
sugar
you
in
time and time again, higher prices isn't enough of an incentive. I've told you that 180,000 people die from sugary
Okay.
drinks. Death isn't enough of an incentive. Why would taxes be enough of an
Okay,
incentive?
but right now, the reason that low-income Americans choose sugary drinks is because they're affordable, right?
I mean, I'd argue it's because of an addiction.
Okay, but as so many...
Questioning time elapses. Speaker in question may be seated. The chair thanks you. Seeing as that was a speech in the negation, all speakers in the affirmation, please rise. Between Representatives Lanza, Silva, and Allen, it's first going to go to Representative Lasna on recency.
I thank the chair. Again, for my judges, this is Representative Lasna, spelled L-A-Z-N-A. Helps you find my ballot. I'm from Arizona. My first name is Brandon, and I believe I was the last negative speaker on the last piece of legislation. If I could please get a thumbs up when y'all are ready, or some sort of sign of life, that would be awesome. Awesome. Representatives, I know a man by the name of Mr. Salinas. Mr. Salinas went to go for his annual checkup where he got a scan. His doctor told him, "You shouldn't be alive right now. We immediately have to do a pentuple bypass." Now, today, he's still alive and well, and I'm glad he was. But his number one favorite drink of all time, you guessed it, as other representatives have stated, was Coke. Today's legislation seeks to tax those very beverages. And if you go back to your basic economics class, the main thing that can be boiled down in economics to the one basic concept is that of choices and that of incentives, which is why today's legislation seeks to better our constituents' health of their hearts than their pocketbooks, which is why you pass today's legislation. Firstly, let's address some concerns from both the affirmative and the negation. Representative Beck comes up here and tells you that food deserts are specifically going to be harmful to our constituents, and that today's legislation actually doesn't solve because one, it doesn't include food, and two, because it actually harms our more vulnerable communities. But this is false, because as I just asked Representative Bundali in questioning, I got the exact answer that I wanted, which is that it is much easier to drink a serving of soda, which on average has 4 times more sugar than your serving of ice cream or other foods, than it is to actually eat. We can see that today's legislation seeks to tax the most effective cost-reducing pieces of sugar that our constituents are consuming. But nextly, according to ABC News, as of 2015, they themselves state that places like Phoenix by themselves have 43 food deserts, and roughly 42% of Phoenix is a food desert in of itself. I asked Representative Asali in questioning if he thinks sugar taxes are effective, and he agreed that they were, because as we're going to look at later, we're going to mention the UK. But also in Representative Asali's speech, he talks about how there's going to be increased funding under today's legislation under Section 4, and I agree, because this $19.1 billion will be redirected to health initiatives to better the health of our constituents. During the current political climate, I think the Biden administration, more specifically, is going to help these vulnerable communities and not just going to give these health initiatives to these higher income areas. But nextly, let's look at how sugar taxes are effective. According to the British Medical Journal, as of just 2 years ago, they state that the UK implemented a sugar tax, and today that reduced a consumption in roughly 10%. But then the World Health Organization, as of 2017, found that for each percentage increase in the price of soda and other sugary beverages and foods, there was a 1% decrease in consumption. You passed today's legislation simply because it is effective and it helps our Americans' hearts and betters their health. But finally, let's look towards the main issue which has been brought up today, which is that, of course, of not only health, but lobbying as many representatives on the negation champion. Because as Representative Wilson, Representative Beck, and Representative Alatorn all state, we need to value the health of not only our economy, but our constituents as well. But today's legislation seeks to tax high corn syrup producers, which are the main lobbyers, which is why you passed today's legislation.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 7 seconds. All questioners, please rise. Give everybody a stand minute to snap. It's first going to go to Representative Urakun.
Hey, Representative.
Hi, Representative.
How do regressive taxes function?
Regressive tax, go ahead and define it for me.
Well, I can actually define it for you. A regressive tax increases on the basis of low-income Americans' income.
Okay, so today's legislation just seeks to increase in proportion to the amount of sugar in a drink.
No, when today's legislation is passed, it increases the amount that low-income Americans have to pay for sugary products on the basis of their income also increasing, because it's regressive.
I don't think today's legislation is necessarily a regressive tax, and on top of that,
It is a regressive tax. It literally stipulates that in the legislation.
Dixon on recency. I did not see you standing. Did you have your placard raised? My apologies. Did us go to you, Representative Lynn?
Hey, Representative, great speech, but the consumption of sugary beverages just went down by 1%, correct?
Sorry, say that again?
In your data, you said it just went down by 1%, the consumption of sugary beverages,
No, I
correct?
cited a World Health Organization that says that for each increase in price, there's a 1% decrease in the overall
Okay,
consumption.
so what's more important, having this small number drop or having thousands of Americans countrywide save thousands of dollars each year from taxes?
Well, as I told you, there's going to be funding health initiatives, and I think 1% to 1% is a pretty good ratio.
Wait, so we're gonna tax the poor to solve—
Question time elapses. Speakers and questions may be seated. Seems that was a speech in the affirmation on negation. Speakers, please rise. Representative Hassan Ali, unopposed.
Hello, everyone. That is Representative Hassan Ali. This will be my second speech in this legislative session. For our sound crew in the back, how's the sound looking? Thank you. If anybody's not ready, feel free to let me know. Parliamentarian. Cogita ante salis. For those of you that don't speak Latin, it means look before you leap. It's the type of mentality that is essential when looking at today's debate, but it is clearly something that the affirmation does not have. Now, the entire intent of today's legislation was to tax sugary products so people are incentivized to buy healthier foods. But let's actually go through the affirmative advocacy and explain why no one has proved that warrant in today's round. I think Representative Kaiser put it best when he said that when people have nowhere to turn, they turn to sugar. But when you tax that sugar, representatives, these people quite literally have nowhere to turn. Look to the U.S. Department of Agriculture for the most important contention in this debate: food deserts. They say that residents who don't live near supermarkets or food retailers that carry nutritious food live in food deserts. That is nearly 27 million Americans who qualify under that statistic. For my constituents and my communities in Los Angeles, specifically in South Los Angeles, these food deserts have become all too common. Dialysis centers pop up like Starbuckses. Wheelchairs are sold like cars just because healthy food has become inaccessible. Fundamentally, that's important because when people don't have access to healthier items and you tax sugary foods, they turn to fast food. Representatives Asselin and Lawal come up here to tell you about the obesity rate that's rising in the United States. I am going to tell you that you see worse outcomes in the world of the affirmative because now these people are forced to turn to alternatives like fast food. Representatives, when you get to go home with your paychecks written by K Street and Wall Street, You don't see the impacts on these people who can't get access to fresh fruits and vegetables. But furthermore, Representative Srivastava and Bodupalli, the issue is not that sugary foods are cheaper. The issue is also that healthier foods are more expensive. Representative Chundru told you that this bill would have the largest impact on beverages. But when you look to communities like South Los Angeles, it is significantly easier to get a can of soda than it is to get bottled water. Representative Wall tells you that people are going to comply because the status quo is literally killing them. One response: I would argue that when you take away the foods they've relied on for far too long, that's also killing them. We've heard from Representative Allen in questioning that if companies see cuts in profits, they're going to work towards healthier alternatives. Representatives, Capri Sun is not going to start selling smoothies, and Red Bull is not going to suddenly make organic fruit juice. The fact is, when this Congress passes legislation that works in theory but fails in practice, we don't do right by our constituents. In fact, we fail them. Negate.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. All questioners, please rise. Based on those standing, it's first going to go to Representative Bodupalli.
Hi.
So I told you in my speech that when you pass this legislation and implement a sugar tax, now people choose water over sugary beverages. Don't food deserts have water?
Okay, so what I just told you is that in communities like mine, like South Los Angeles, it is much easier to find a can of soda than it is to get
Right,
bottled
but it's
water.
not completely inaccessible, right? Why not just pass and let it, like, you can still get water in South Los Angeles.
So that's true, but it's significantly easier to do the opposite.
Right.
This
so
legislation
why not just
doesn't
pass and
expand
increase
that
accessibility
access.
later?
Representative Lostry on recency.
Hello.
Let me continue the previous line of questioning. Why can't they just pick something like Diet Coke since that will be cheaper?
So if the entire goal of the affirmative is to lower obesity rates and promote health, I don't understand why promoting Diet Coke as an option is going to
If
achieve
it's
that.
considered 40% healthier, as I say in my speech, and it's taxed lower since there's only 200 milligrams of artificial sweetener, wouldn't it be a better alternative for our constituency?
So based on solely the health facts, sure. But when we look at the overall sales trends, that's not the
Question
case.
time elapses. Speakers and questioners may be seated. A note to the judges, another hour of presiding has elapsed, so you can put a score down for the hour of presiding, per reminder from the parliamentarian. Seeing as that with a speech of the negation, all speakers in the affirmation, please rise. Between Representatives Ilaqua, Silva, and Allen, Representative Ilaqua on recency.
Hello, everyone. This is Representative Ilaqua, spelled I-L-A-C-Q-U-A for my judges, speaking for the second time today. If I could just get any indication when you're ready for me to get started, that would be much appreciated. Right. Looks like everyone's good. Far too often, this Congress is disconnected from the people that we represent. Understand that when it comes to the most basic right, that of access to health care, we need to stand up, defend our Constitution and our people, and promote what is right. So far, today's debate has boiled down to one critical question. How does today's legislation impact the consumption of sugary and harmful drinks on our American constituents? Representative Beck, Dixon, and Wilson all believe that people are going to shift away from sugary drinks and move to sugary foods. The issue is, they already have been doing so. As George Washington University Public Health Journal explains, in January of 2017, over the past 13 years, consumption of low-calorie sweeteners has risen by 200% as people realize the harms of sugars in drinks. The problem is, these low-calorie sweeteners are far more detrimental for their health. As the multi-ethnic study of atherosclerosis explains, in January of 2020, increased consumption of artificial sweeteners increases the risk of metabolic syndromes by 36% and diabetes by 67%. Understand, today's legislation limits the primary alternative that people are looking to in the status quo as they move away from sugary drinks, helping to ban all negative drinks that could potentially increase obesity in our constituents. But next, Representative Beck and Dixon want you to believe that today's legislation constrains companies further by limiting their current preferred alternative and in turn increasing the burden on our low-income constituents because they now have to pay for the drinks that they're purchasing in their supermarkets. The issue is, by eliminating these healthcare costs, we can ensure that we protect our low-income constituents further. A Harvard study explains in March of 2022 that even a moderate sugar tax could shave our American constituents almost $23 billion in annual healthcare costs by helping to decrease the rate of obesity amongst our constituents. Representative Alatorre, Yerakun, Wilson, and Hassan Ali, the burden on our low-income constituents when they can no longer consume sugary beverages ultimately decreases because they don't have to spend as much on health care. But finally, Representatives Dixon and Wilson want you to believe that childhood obesity programs are inherently detrimental to the development of our children. The issue is, because they're underfunded in the status quo, they're not able to function properly, as the CDC explains in December of 2017. The single largest reason why childhood obesity programs are dysfunctional is because there's a lack of funding of these programs in the status quo. So then why pass this legislation? It helps all of our constituents mentally and physically. As the Journal of Childhood Obesity explains, in June of 2021, people who are obese are 51% more likely to be teased in school, and as a result, 33% more likely to gain weight over a period of 8 years. Don't fail our constituents. Pass this legislation.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. All questioners, please rise. And give everyone just a second. Representative Yerakun on precedence.
Hey, Representative.
Hi.
So how exactly are we decreasing healthcare costs if the regressive tax is also taking away income from low-income Americans?
Sure, so the issue is that obesity causes a larger amount of healthcare expenditure than a small tax.
But isn't the regressive tax going to take away from the annual income for low-income Americans?
The regressive tax is like 12 cents every time you buy a bottle of Coke.
That's like regressively increasing for low-income Americans who already don't make enough.
But they don't weigh against each other. Like the magnitude.
How are they supposed to afford healthcare? They can't afford healthcare in the status quo.
On recency.
Hi, Representative. Can you tell me how much to the cent a bottle of Coke is today?
I'm probably like $3.50, something like that.
Yeah, so we're not exactly sure. So if I were to raise that by approximately 8 cents, would you notice?
Probably, because
Probably
I would be
not.
spending more.
If if it were to be an only 8-cent increase without this being publicly known, how are you going to see any healthcare costs? Because people are still going to buy it anyways,
when I
right?
go to the store, I would see the price increase.
Speakers in question may be seated.
Thank the chair.
The chair thanks you. Seems that was a speech on the affirmation. All speakers in the negation, please rise. Once again, any and all speakers in the negation. Seeing none, all the chairs highly front up one. Representative Wilson. Seeing an objection and not a second, that motion fails. It's 3 per NSDA. There's no limit at this tournament. All right, seeing as there was no speeches in the negation, all the chairs high front on one-side debate, we move back into the affirmation. All affirmative speakers, please rise. Representative Silva on recency.
Thank you, Chair. This is Representative Silva speaking for the second time in today's legislative session. For the judges, that's Silva, S-I-L-V-A, at Louisville as well, so please give me a smile. Ready? Cool. For centuries, sugar has been seen as a cheap luxury. But in the present, we've learned that the cost of sugar wasn't money. We constantly paid with our health. And that's why it's so imperative that you pass today's policy to ensure that people are no longer paying with their health. But first, you passed because this decreases sugar consumption by raising the price on sugar-sweetened products. Representative Lin, yes, what we're seeing is an addiction, but that's why it's so important that we nip it at the bud. Turn to the Mother Jones that explains on July of 2019 that because corn is subsidized by the government, products made with it are cheaper to produce and to buy. Now, Representative Alatorre and Representative Dixon are going to have you believe that if this was the issue, then we should remove corn subsidies. But turn to the USDA that explains on January of 2021 that most of corn production is used as the main energy ingredient in livestock feed. It accounts for more than 95% of total feed grain production and use. That's why it's so important that we can't remove corn subsidies in the status quo, because it's imperative to our agriculture and livestock industry. Representative Okafor, it's important to understand that the main reason that these food deserts don't drink water and are more likely to drink Coke isn't necessarily because they don't have access to other drinks like water. It's more so because the prices of Coke are cheaper than the prices of water. Representative Wilson has us believe that having an economic incentive isn't productive. But right now, instead of paying with money, people are consistently paying with their lives. The Guardian explains on August of 2020 that in developed countries, health inequities fall along class lines. The risk of obesity, as well as a chronic heart attack and liver disease, intensifies moving down income brackets. But whenever you incentivize these lower income brackets to no longer drink soda, you reduce the odds of these diseases even happening in the first place. The width of your wallet should never depend on the length of your life. That's why you passed today's policy. But secondly, let's look at how this de-incentivizes alternatives by taxing them specifically. Now, when it comes to Representative Bacher and Representative Alakwa, they have you believe that these alternatives are worse. And they're entirely right. But under today's legislation, we stop the use of these alternatives under Section 2D. But turn to the Cleveland Clinic that explains in April of 2020 that sugar substitutes are better for people with that turns to the National Center for Biotechnology Information that explains on February of 2018 that artificial sweeteners may restrict calories, but most of them have no beneficial effects on control for diabetes. Rather, it may increase the risk of diabetes in our constituents. So whenever you stop these artificial sweeteners, you reduce the risk of diabetes. Now, turn to the American Diabetes Association that explains on February of 2022 that diabetes has caused 282,000 deaths in a single year. Representative Bach, we may lose profits, but whenever it comes to weighing that with lives, you have to pass today's piece of legislation. Passing today's legislation costs us nothing, but for millions of Americans across the country, failing costs them their lives.
Representative, that speech was in 2 minutes and 55 seconds. All questioners, please rise. Between those standings, first going to go to Representative Wilson on recency.
I thank the Speaker. Representative, you're an affirmation, so answer me this. Which is better, healthier food or sugar-induced food?
Healthier foods, obviously.
So why are we not instead subsidizing healthier food and ensuring that's more widely available to people who won't care about this, like middle and richer Americans, versus taxing the food we say is wrong? Why is that a better alternative?
Okay, right now, the reason it's a better alternative is because the tax that we're getting from today's legislation goes to these obesity programs.
Exactly. I'm glad you mentioned that. So why are we making that a separate type of funding to ensure that we don't have to rely on Americans using sugar products to pay for it?
Representative Beck on recency.
Hi, Representative.
Hi.
Let's hypothetically assume, maybe it's not hypothetical, but let's assume that I'm addicted to sugar, right?
Okay.
So, like, if I can't drink beverages now because they're too expensive, why wouldn't I just go to foods that have a lot of sugar in them?
Okay. So I understand that, like, part of the argumentation, but if we reduce the incentive to drink Coke and instead to drink water, the health effects of that
Okay, yeah, but that's water, but they still need sugar because they're addicted, so they turn to other food sources.
Okay, but whenever you do this, you stop addiction from happening in the first place because people are de-incentivizing from drinking Coke in the first place.
Why would an addiction stop when it's already a
Okay,
problem?
addiction isn't stopping, but for kids right now in the U.S., we're de-incentivizing that addiction.
Your question may be seated.
I think the chair.
The chair thanks you. Seems that was a speech in the affirmation. All speakers in the negation, please rise. Seeing none, the chair now moves in break cycle. Moving back to the affirmation, all affirmative speakers, please rise. Representative Allen.
Hey everyone. Once again, I'm Representative Allen, spelled A-L-L-I-N. Hope you all had a good lunch. And I'll try to stand by the mic this time. Speaking on the affirmation, and most likely the last speaker on this legislation. So if anybody's not ready, please feel free to just let me know. I'll give you all a few seconds anyway. All right, awesome. Today's debate has ultimately come down to one simple question. Who do you serve? Is it the American who just wants to crack open a cold soda after a long hot day and hopefully not contract heart disease? Or is it the company that profits off of exploiting the health of said Americans? It is because I absolutely choose the former that I pass this bill. So far, pretty much all my side has done has thrown card after card at you, telling you that taxing sugary beverages decreases consumption by increasing prices. But Representative Wilson and Lynn on the negation tell you that this can't happen because low-income people have no other options and will have to keep buying these beverages. Here's where I want to distance myself far away from Representative Kaiser, Lowell, Alostri, and the rest of my side. I personally do not support this dystopian 1984 world where Americans have no choice but to be forced to be healthier when they can't afford the things they want. That's not the spirit of America, and that's not the point of this bill. Understand that the speakers before me ended the story of the affirmation early. I want to show you how this book concludes. The sole reason you affirm is because when less people are consuming sugary beverages, that affects a company's bottom line, so in order to boost consumption again, they now have to create new alternatives that use less sugar to avoid the tax. Representative Beck and Hassanali, let's look to past precedent. Representative Srivastava tells you about the UK, but doesn't show you the full extent of the impact or even prove that it can happen under this bill. I'll pick up where she dropped the ball. The World Health Organization explains in 2019 that after the UK's tax, big companies like Pepsi and Coca-Cola reduced average sugar content in 83 of their products by 42%. Representative Lynn and Alatorre, you asked what they turned to instead. They found that these companies started replacing sugar with low-calorie, natural sweeteners, which don't get taxed under this bill. That means that critically, this does not lead to price change, it leads directly to product reform. That's crucial because it allows Americans to freely live healthier. Because a March 2022 analysis by the American Medical Association systemically reviews 17 clinical trials and finds that replacing sugar-sweetened beverages with low-calorie ones, as this policy does, is strongly associated with the prevention and recovery from obesity and heart disease, so much so that they recommend these low-calorie beverages as a viable alternative to water. Representative Alatorre and Representative Lynn, this fixes all of the negation's concerns about people continuously buying sweet products because it means the ones that they do buy are significantly healthier. That's why the American Heart Association finds in August 2020 that this exact tax would prevent 1 million heart disease cases and save Americans 10 years on their lifespan. This is the most important impact you've heard so far. This is the ultimate goal of this legislation, to empower Americans to have the liberty to choose what makes them happy and to live their lives freely. That's why you affirm.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 8 seconds. All questioners, please rise. First and foremost, based on the preset recency and what we have right now, it's going to go to Representative Alakwa.
Hi. Hi there. Do natural sweeteners contain things like fructose or glucose?
I mean, not all of them. Like examples like stevia they're strictly natural sweeteners. Like artificial sweeteners are a whole different thing.
Stevia contains 97% fructose. Don't we ban fructose under today's legislation?
Okay, that's one type of product from stevia. I'm talking about these companies specifically use natural sweeteners that weren't included in the tax.
Right.
That's why they were able to avoid it.
But all of those have bases of products that are
No, not
included
all of
in
them.
this
That's why they were
tax.
able to avoid the tax in the first
Representative
place.
Hassanali on recency.
Hey, Representative.
Hi.
Very simply, in the status quo, do sugar-reduced beverages exist?
I mean, yeah.
So do Americans consistently choose those sugar-reduced beverages or the real product?
Well, no, because they have no incentive to, because the companies don't produce enough of it, so the price is like the same as the other one, so they have no reason to choose that.
But then how do the prices decrease under today's legislation?
Because you would give the companies an incentive to produce more of those safer alternatives. That way it's more accessible for Americans.
But further, you brought up the UK. So in the United Kingdom, how do the poverty rates?
Questioning time elapses. Speaker in question may be seated. Representative Wilson. All seconds. All those in favor say aye. More importantly, any opposed? Seeing none, that's so ordered. We now move to a previous question on a bill to make Americans healthier. As I call your name, please lower your placard and sit down. All those who wish to pass today's legislation, please rise. Starting with Representative Kaiser, Aslan, Silva, Lasna, Shundru, Lawal, Bodapalli, Allen, Alakwa, Srivastava, Alasri. That's 11. All those who wish to fail, please rise. Okorafor, Yorikun, Dixon, Alatorre, Beck, Wilson, Lynn, Hassanali. That's 7. Any abstention, there should be none. On a vote of 11 to 7, a majority having been met, the resolution is adopted. Congratulations to the sponsor, Representative Kaiser. Representative Dixon.
Motion to move to a 10-minute recess.
Oh, my 11 to 8. Seeing that's being so ordered, that is so met. Please be back here at 1:33. Congress. Before we move on to our next legislative agenda item, we have an announcement from the parliamentarian.
Just would really like to thank everyone for being here today. This has been a really great week, and I have been exceedingly impressed with the amount of masks I have seen everyone wearing, specifically at the Expo Center. I have heard from other locations that everybody just kind of said, what's the rule? And I just think it really speaks to the population that we have here with us today. The National Forensics League in itself is an honor society, and I think that says something about you, yourselves as individuals, and just the quality and level of individuals that are here today. So I'd like to thank everyone for remembering to wear your masks and coming together as a population to protect those of us who may not be eligible for vaccination, and for those of us going back home with elderly parents or younger children who aren't eligible for vaccines. So thank you for taking care of our population.
With that, seeing as we have all of our judges and competitors here, and the live stream is back going, well, we're now going to move on into our next legislative agenda item, a bill to protect the right to vote. The chair will now call for a sponsor. All sponsors, please rise. To Representatives Wilson and Allen, Representative Wilson on recency.
I thank the Speaker. That's Representative Wilson for the third, and what I'm guessing with time constraints would be the final time speaking on this piece of legislation. Waiting for the A-OK. In a democracy, it is vehemently important for the leaders of said governments to maintain and ensure they protect what this bill does, the right to vote, because that is essential to ensuring we have the government that our forefathers tried to envision for us. But that vision, one that was failed to start, and one that we've needed to advance again and again, still needs work. Understand that early voting has a myriad of benefits. The Britain Center of Justice writes that research shows key benefits of early voting, including reduced stress on the voting system on election day, shorter lines for the massive amount of turnout that we've had through past elections, improved poll worker performance, and early identification and correction of registration errors and voting system glitches. Ensuring that we can ease the process of voting in any type of mechanism, especially for something as important to it, should be an advocacy method for this Congress. We should want to make something like that as easy and as accessible as possible, giving the necessity of it to our society. And understand that this is all what many are affected due to registration concerns. The Pew Research report reported that on the day of the 2020 election, 12% of polled eligible voters did not know that they had to be pre-registered to vote, even if they brought a valid form of ID in that state. That's 31 million potential Americans not being able to commit in what is the most essential right of an American, the ability to vote. And those individuals not understanding how to use that right are disproportionately minorities. The Journal of Undergraduate Research on Public Policy found that numerous studies have found that people of color, women, and those with physical challenges are significantly underrepresented in political careers due to societal barriers. Additionally found that racial minorities such as African Americans and Latinos were nearly 3 times less likely to have designated civics or voting-related lessons in their school or in a 20-mile radius of their community than their white counterparts. And felons, which this bill also attempts to give the right to vote, also deserve the right to vote. We see that the Department of Justice report that in the United States, 5.2 million Americans were not able to vote in the 2020 election due to felony disenfranchisement. There are approximately 12 million Americans with a felony conviction on their record, post-serving their time, post-doing their duty, post-getting a conviction, a sentence, and doing the things they said they had to do to come back into society. And we see that the University of Michigan Law School reports that writes that those found to be wrongly convicted, African American Americans and Latinos are 4 times more likely than their white counterparts, missing years of not being able to participate in their environment, in their government. That is horrific, because Chris Reller, senior innovation reporter for Business Insider, reports that low voter turnout encourages politicians to design policies that cater to the interests of the few over the many. And this in turn promotes societal division. Increasing voter reminds public officials that they are accountable to all citizens, not just those who have the resources, not just those who are born into ways of understanding voting processes. It's an American right. You have to come up here and tell me why we should not make it easier. Thank you.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 3 seconds, 4 blocks of questioning. All questioners, please rise. Between those standing, it's first going to go to Representative Aslan.
Hi, Representative. You talk in your speech that people don't vote, right?
People who forget that they have to register, or don't know that they have to register, or don't know the systems.
So is the problem a lack of education, or is it truly that we don't provide enough resources?
I don't disagree at all that the problem is a lack of education, but the problem is Congress has to act in the status quo. Since we're not enacting a bill to improve education, we should be enacting this bill that aids the problem that education has a deficit of.
If the negative can come up here and tell you why there is enough reason that people can vote in the status quo, can you join us in joining?
If any voter is disenfranchised or not able to vote because of misunderstandings, that's one too many.
Representative Alatorre on recency.
Hello. Are our polls ready to deal with the massive influx of more people voting?
Then we need to make them ready. If every eligible voter can't vote,
Okay, so
that's
does
an
the federal
issue.
government or the states fund polls?
What do you mean? You mean election
Do
systems?
we fund polls or do the states?
States have a prerogative for elections, but
The
we do
states do it, so
except I'm
how
still
can we
answering
even
your
help
question.
polls if
States
it's
have
not
a
up to
prerogative for elections, but the government
Can
still
we
provides
trust the
subsidies
states to
voting.
fund their polls?
Except we've seen, particularly with legislation like the Civil Rights Voting Act, that there are actions
Okay,
where
that
the
was
federal
like
government
1965
interferes.
though.
Exactly, but I'm showing there's precedent of us
What about the
interfering.
states now? How are they doing their polls?
On recency.
Hi, Representative. So in my home state of Texas, the primaries were recently, and 13% of mail-in ballots were rejected. Do you know why?
No, I'm not from
Right.
Texas.
It was because of new identification laws that made it extremely hard for people, particularly in minority districts, to actually get their ballots counted. So why wouldn't we see this happening across these legislations, even when we implement things like early voting?
Well, I see that Texas is like its own sort of mitochondria of things.
Recency, final question.
Hi, Representative. You would say that oftentimes same-day registration takes time, right?
Sure.
Okay, so seeing as oftentimes Americans are working on election days, how does today's legislation seek to solve that problem of time?
Well, basically, the way we have elections in anywhere is that if you are in line at the time, at any period of time for when the election, you're going to be able to vote. So if it's taking longer because of same-day voter registration, those that are able to get there are still able to
Okay,
vote.
I understand your answer, but what about Americans who just simply are working and can't
If
vote?
there's an American who can't vote in any of the time
Question
frame,
time
that's in the
elapsed.
status quo and in the new.
Your question may be seated.
Thank you.
The chair thanks you. Seeing as that was a speech in the affirmation, all speakers in the negation, please rise. Based on those standings, first going to go to Representative Aslan on recency.
I thank the chair. This is Representative Aslan, spelled A-S-S-E-L-I-N, still representing the western slope of Colorado and speaking to you guys for what will be the last time in today's legislative session. If I can just get I guess, is anybody not ready of the judges? Okay. Hearing no objections, I will begin now. I think we all grew up with our parents' voice in the back of our heads reminding us of one key thing: stranger danger. Now, our parents typically have a reason for doing things, and that saying aims to teach our children from a very young age that not all people are good. So it's those very people that we aim to protect our children from that should not be able to decide the future for our country and for our generations to come. So it's for that reason that ultimately you fail today's legislation, because it allows the very people we aim to protect our children from vote. So the first reason that you fail today's legislation is that felons should never be able to vote. A National Review article written on the 8th of April 2018 asks a very important question: what compelling government interest is served by felon disenfranchisement? To answer the question, we look to a Heritage article written on the 10th of April 2018, which claims if you are not willing to follow the law, then you should not have a role in making the law for everyone else. It is hypocritical, and the very hypocrisy is solved in today's legislation. If you pass today's bill, you support the hypocrisy of allowing felons to vote. Today, we should support the voting of everyone, but if they have proven that they should not be allowed to vote, then we should continue to support that idea. The only thing Representative Wilson can tell us in regards to felon voting is a number, but I've just proved you that that number is justified in the status quo. But Chamber, the second reason you fail today's legislation is that same-day registration has net harms. As the Heritage Foundation writes on the 20th of September 2019, same-day registration makes voter fraud easier and increases chaos at the polls. This is because officials will have no way in truly verifying ballots or the accuracy of voter information because there is no way to anticipate registration when it comes to same-day voting. Chamber, by passing today's legislation, you vote to support voter fraud. Ultimately, we cannot allow that to happen in the status quo. Failing today's legislation is the only way we can ensure that our polls stay safe. Representative Wilson, the problem isn't a lack of voting accessibility, it's a lack of voting education. That leads me to my third reason. We don't have a lack of polling centers in the status quo. As a Money article written on the 29th of October 2018 claims, in the United States, there were 116,990 polling centers in the United States. It is obvious that we provide our constituents enough opportunity to vote. Instead, we should be working to ensuring that our constituents know when, where, and how they can vote. And today's legislation doesn't ensure that happens. Today's legislation only allows felons to vote and allows the very nature of voting to become fraud. So ultimately, Chamber, you must fail today's legislation, not because it unallows people to vote, but because it makes voting better. Thank you.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 7 seconds. 4 blocks of questioning. All questioners, please rise. First going to Representative Srivatsa on recency.
Point of order, I believe that should go to Representative Yurkun.
Representative Yurkun has the same amount of questions as Representative Srivatsa.
The PO spreadsheet didn't update.
Yeah, Representative Yurkun and Representative Srivatsa both have 4 questions. Representative Srivatsa has 5 questions least recently.
Hi, Representative.
Hey.
So how does early voting affect voter fraud?
I didn't talk about that in my
Okay,
speech.
I'm asking you, right? How does having people the option to have early voting affect instances of voter fraud?
I'm sure you can tell me,
Right,
Representative.
it decreases voter fraud significantly because now polling centers have more time to actually check on different ballots, right? When we pass this legislation, don't we allow for less voter fraud because we allow for early
No,
voting?
Representative, because we allow for same-day voting registration, which inherently makes our voting centers more
How long does it take
fraudulent.
to register to vote?
I don't know, Representative.
It doesn't
I'm sure you
take
can tell me.
hours, it's a matter of minutes. When we allow individuals to do this,
Representative Allen on recency.
How exactly does allowing felons to vote increase the likelihood of crime?
Because it could increase the likelihood of crime because they can work to, like, their voice should never be heard, Representative.
Okay, but how does it increase the likelihood of crime?
I'm sure you can tell me.
I mean, that's your argument, right?
Representative, I'm telling you that felon voting can only increase. People who have proven they can't follow the law should never be able to dictate the law.
Representative Kaiser on recency.
Morally, what is the difference between me and a felon?
You have not proven that you want to break the law.
A felon made one mistake. Why should we punish people for the rest of their lives for one
Representative, somebody who has proven that they cannot follow the law.
Our prisons are houses of reform. Why do we consistently punish people for one mistake?
Because we cannot guarantee that just because somebody was in prison, they will change.
Why not give them the chance?
Because, Representative, they have proven that they don't deserve that.
Hello, Representative. What is the entire purpose of prison?
I'm sure you can tell me.
It's to reform prisoners. Let's say they come out of prison fully reformed. Why shouldn't they be allowed to vote?
Just like many things in our status quo isn't perfect, the prison system isn't. We should not allow felons to be able to vote, Representative.
Let's say they are fully reformed. They have fully reintegrated themselves into society. Why can't they vote then?
Representative, because people who have proven they can't follow the law should not be able to change the law.
Questioning time elapses. Speakers in question may be seated.
Thank you.
Seeing that with a speech on the negation, all speakers in the affirmation, please rise. Between Representatives Lawal, Shunjuru, and Allen, it's going to go to Representative Lawal on recency.
I thank the chair. This is Representative Lawal, spelled L-A-W-A-L, speaking for the very last time this session. I know there's 2 L's in there, but please, only focus on the W. Before we start, judges, are we all good to go? All right. In the last presidential election, fraud allegations led to some ballots resurfacing, with some people registering themselves under the names of George Washington and John Adams. And while it seems as though these people, who are quite literally in their graves, have more of a voice than our constituents, we know that it is time for us to implement change. It is time for us to pass. First, you affirm in order to decrease racial discrimination. Representative Wilson didn't do a good job of fully explaining to you the extent of it in the United States. I will, because when you pass, in Section 2, you give felons the right to vote. Representative Asselin, let me show you how bad your ignorance is, because the Marshall Project tells us in August of 2018 that the disenfranchisement of prisoners is rooted in race because people of color are more likely to be incarcerated in the first place. In fact, the Sentencing Project tells us in October of 2017 that 1 out of 3 black men have felony convictions in the past. That's why the Vera Institute of Justice, it tells us in February of 2018 that 1 out of 13 black Americans cannot vote because of past convictions. Representative Asselin, I want to be able to vote. I want my brothers to be able to vote. I want black people to vote. This legislation allows those who have been in prison to vote. Your ignorance doesn't. They lose their voice in our democracy for the sole reason that they look like me. The color of your race, the color of your skin shouldn't determine the clarity of your voice. This legislation won't stop fighting for our citizens, and neither will I. Representative Asselin, you aren't a prisoner for the entirety of your life. You are an American citizen for the rest of your life. This legislation gives you access to the final part of your ability to be an American, to vote for who you want. Secondly, you affirm in order to increase the amount of time for marginalized communities to get to the polls. This is because in Section 2, you increase the minimum of early day voting. You increase it to a minimum of 20 days. Because yes, Representative Asselin, we do need voting opportunity reform. As the Washington Post tells us in September of 2014, the early voting addresses several systemic barriers that minorities face. A multitude of costs, such as lost pay, childcare, and transit fees, all stop them from voting in the first place. That's why an analysis published by the American Civil Liberties Union tells us that black people are more likely to use early balloting 2 to 3 times more than their white counterparts. This legislation makes it infinitely easier for them to access that very early voting. When you pass, you give minorities more of a chance to make it to the polls. When you pass, when you affirm your ballot in the affirmation, you make sure that they can pass a ballot in the first place. Affirm.
Speech time, 3 minutes, 7 seconds. All questioners, please rise. It's going to go to Representative Alosri, unopposed.
I fundamentally agree with you that felons should be allowed to vote and that we should have early day voting. But this piece of legislation doesn't amend the Constitution, correct?
Sure.
And if the Constitution makes it very and explicitly clear that states have the power to decide the eligibility for voters, doesn't it require this Congress to propose a constitutional amendment in order to achieve the goals that you and I have?
If that's a prerequisite to passing this legislation, sure. Once we pass, Congress knows what it has to do. It's going to amend the Constitution.
Sure, but if this legislation until that amendment is obsolete, why
I'm telling
not pass
you that
the
it
amendment?
inherently happens when you pass this legislation.
Representative Wilson on precedence.
Thank the Speaker. Referencing the past question, if the Constitution sets times and manners of the election, is that the word eligibility?
Essentially.
Essentially?
Yeah, because when you increase the amount of time it takes people to vote, you give more people an opportunity
Yes,
to
but I'm
vote.
referencing the fact that the previous representative seems to think the Constitution says eligibility, which it doesn't.
Sure.
Okay, so you would agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent.
The chair will observe the remaining 5 seconds. The speaker may be seated. Seems that was a speech in the affirmation. All speakers in the negation, please rise. Between Representatives Yurikun, Alakwa, Okorafor, and Lansdowne, it's going to go first to Representative Yurakun.
This is Representative Yerkin speaking for the second time and final time this session. Spells Y-E-R-O-K-U-N, then spells Y-E-R-O-K-U-N. One second. Okay. When all the members of my chamber are ready, please smile my way and I'll happily begin. With your eyes or your thumbs. Any of the above is great. For African Americans during the 1960s, voting access was the epitome of the American dream. But after decades of voter suppression and voter intimidation, that dream has consistently left minorities wide awake to the effects of the fruit of our labor. Political polarization. It is because today's legislation only takes that past precedent and makes it a permanent issue that I urge every single member to vote negation. Because first, passing endorses violence in federal election sites. And that's because Section 2 expands early voting without funding its biggest shortcomings, voter intimidation and election security. The Coalition to End Gun Violence on September of 2020 reads that more than 85 voters in 28 states have reported seeing firearms in their polling locations, often resulting in countless arrests because of unmediated violence. The reason for this is simple, is because this Congress has never placed election security at the top of our bucket list. Look to the MIT Data and Services Lab from September of last year, where it's furthered that the last major federal investment in election funding was the Help America Vote Act of 2002, which authorized only $3.5 billion for state upgrades. But since it took years for that funding to actually be appropriated, the cost and threats to elections have only gone up. Representative Wilson, you can't expand voter access if you leave the activity corroded with violence. This legislation doesn't work. But to everyone preparing to stand eagerly to ask why we don't simply pass this legislation and then attribute funding later, the answer is simple. It's because that's what we've always said, but never done. Your answer is past precedent. The Federal Election Committee relays that through several pieces of legislation that have been drafted in the past decades alone, assuring funding for this investment, this Congress has never been able to come to the actual decision of passing such legislation. This is entirely because of voting polarization. So when we pass today's legislation, all we're doing is allocating even 20 more days towards gaps in our election administration. Representative Lawal, it's not just 20 extra days to vote. It's 20 extra days to be victimized by the fruit of our labor, violent polarization. That's why today's legislation immediately needs to be negated. But here's a second reason as to why you're failing. It's because passing creates an understaffed voting system. And that's because Section 2 requires all states to employ same-day registration. And that, divert your attention to the National Conference on State Legislators 4 days ago, which confirmed that one of the biggest costs of same-day registration is this large demand for e-poll managers. In the status quo, more than 2/3 of all jurisdictions are already struggling to find workers that can actually work at polling sites. This means that once we pass this legislation, all we're doing is continuing to further the underpolling and understaffing of those very locations. It's a shame that all today's legislation reinforces the idea that the American dream is only called that because you have to be asleep to believe it. Negate.
Speech time, 3 minutes, 10 seconds. All questioners, please rise. Based on those standings, first we go to Representative Chundru on recency.
Hey, Representative Chundru.
Under this legislation, we give 20 days of early voting, correct?
That's true.
And in the status quo, one of the largest problems for poll workers is that there's like 16 hours worth of lines, not even giving them a break a day,
you want
right?
to know what actually furthers that issue?
Sure.
It's the lack of staffing that exists.
Yeah,
Once you pass today's legislation,
hold on, let me
that
ask my question.
understaffing only exacerbates.
Hold on. Is it a problem of staffing per day or the problem of hours they work?
It doesn't matter because they're still understaffing.
Are you sure that more people wouldn't want to do it if they
If you had more staff, then polling location workers would have to work less.
Right, but if you spread out the days.
On recency.
Hey, Representative.
Hello.
Hey.
Well, great speech, Representative. But who decides how much funding should go to these polls?
It could be us.
Right. us,
Yeah.
Congress. I'm sure
Exactly.
many of us wants to fund these
Entirely
polls.
agree. But the problem is we've never done so in the past. I've
Why
cited
can't we
several
just make
instances
change?
in which we drafted
Representative.
legislation that would fund election locations, but we've never passed it because of polarization.
But we are
I
Congress.
know
If
we're
we
Congress,
all
and I
agree,
wish
why
we were
can't we
all
just make-
better. But if we're not doing something like this, then obviously it has no effectiveness.
Questioning time elapses. Speaker in question may be seated. Seeming as that was a Representative Lawal, state that. Granted. Seeming as that was a speech in the negation, all speakers in the affirmation, please rise. Between Representatives Chundru and Allen, it's going to go to Representative Chundru on recency.
For the final time today, and the final time this season, that's Representative Chundru. For all of the judges, just give me a thumbs up and I'll get started. Hello to the audience as well. Good. Okay. Can everyone hear me in the back? Audio? Perfect. Thank you. Understood. Perfect. Okay. The Avengers motto goes, united we stand, divided we fall. It's time for this Congress to unite our Americans and give them all the right to vote. Because if they're divided, our democracy falls. This legislation does that in two important ways. First, pass this legislation to uplift families and communities by reducing reincarceration rates. Representative Lawal and Wilson told us the problem. I'm going to tell you why this legislation is our solution. This legislation is uplifting thanks to Section 2 because released felons will now have the right to vote. Why is this important? The Prison Policy Institute on October 2020 tells us that 5.17 million people are disenfranchised due to a felony conviction. A government can never fully represent its people if certain individuals don't even have the right to vote, but we still deny this fundamental right to felons. However, research shows that restoring voting rights to people impacted by the criminal legal system could rehabilitate them back into community life. Representative Aslin, you tell us that disenfranchisement increases our safety. I'll just show you how dangerous that sentiment is. Gene Shung of the Sentencing Project tells us on July 28th of 2021, when comparing studies of reincarceration rates, the numbers show that among individuals who have been arrested previously, 27% non-voters were re-arrested, but only 12% of voters were re-arrested. Representative Aslin, by taking away their voice, you increase reincarceration, but by giving it back, you allow them to rehabilitate into society. When people spend so much time in jail, away from their community, they start to feel isolated from it. However, participation in civic and community activities can reignite their reassimilation back into their community because voting is one behavior linked to normalizing a life without crime, allowing them to live a life that isn't behind bars. Next, pass this legislation to improve voter turnout. Under Section 2, we require 20 days of early voting. That's essential so more and more people can show up at the ballot box. The American Economic Association tells us in the 2020 election, tens of millions of people didn't even show up to vote, continuing a trend of decreasing voting that's been continued for the last 50 years. The word democracy comes from the Greek root demos, being people. But when people don't even show up at the ballot box and use their voice, we can't uphold democracy. That's where this legislation comes in. The American Journal of Applied Economics tells us on January of 2020, even one extra day of early voting means a meaningful boost in turnout, especially for women and parents with young children. Our promise was to protect the American people, and that promise starts with protecting their most fundamental right, the right to vote. I started this debate uplifting our people with transportation infrastructure, and I'm ending this debate protecting their most fundamental right. United we stand, and divided we fall. My final question to this chamber is, will your vote unite us or divide us?
Speech time, 3 minutes, 10 seconds. All questioners, please rise. Between those standing, it's first going to go to Representative Voter Polly.
Okay, so are all your impacts about voter accessibility mutually exclusive?
No.
Right, so why not, if like negation can prove one net harm to you, isn't that a reason you fail and just improve voter accessibility later?
There is no net harm.
If I can prove one to you, will
There
you
is
vote?
no net harm.
If I can prove
You
one,
cannot prove one to me.
if I can prove one to you, will you vote with me on my
I
side?
promise you, you cannot.
If I can,
I'm going to give you the same answer. You cannot.
okay, I reserve my time.
Representative Beck on recency.
Hi, Representative. When does today's legislation go to effect?
After we pass.
Yeah, immediately, right?
Yeah.
So probably what's the first time it's going to be used?
To help felons get out and use their voice.
Yeah, during our primaries, right?
Sure.
So like when felons start to vote more
Yeah.
during our primary elections,
That
how
is-
do you think the opposing political parties
That
going to
isn't
react?
a problem. Giving more people a voice is inherently a good thing.
Okay, but like the other political party is going to
No,
use that
our
system.
job isn't to focus on political parties, it's to protect the right to vote.
But wouldn't that silence our voters even
No,
more?
we empower their voices.
Why would we empower their
Because we
voices
give
when
them
the
a-
other political parties
Because we
blame
give them the
for
right to
problems?
vote. That gives them a voice.
Questioning time elapses. Speaker in question may be seated.
I thank the chair.
The chair thanks you. Seems that was a speech in the affirmation. All speakers in the negation, please rise. Representative Lawal, state that. Granted. Between those standing, it's first going to go to Representative Okorafor on recency.
I thank the chair. This is Representative Okorafor, once again spelled Okorafor, speaking for the very last time in this session and likely the final of my career. At the leisure of all those above me, could I please get a nod, smile, final yeehaw before I get started? And I would like to issue a trigger warning in accordance with RPO's lovely guidance. I want to issue a trigger warning for a brief and non-explicit mention of sexual assault. I'll give you 15 minutes if that's a problem. Or 15 seconds, sorry. All right. There's a saying in my home state of Texas. When you have the law, you pound the law. When you have the facts, you pound the facts. And when you have neither, you pound the table. Now, we've just heard a lot of table pounding for the affirmation, but I want to examine this piece of legislation on the basis of both the law and the facts and understand why it fundamentally fails on both. Now, first, let me distance myself from Representative Aslin. I absolutely agree with the stated purposes of this piece of legislation, but because it is critically impotent, I urge this Congress to stand with me in negation. So first, you're going to fail because of no excuse early voting, the law. Representative Lawal, you come up here and tout the virtues of early voting, but you critically misunderstand. Section 2 states that we will provide a minimum of 20 days of early voting. Here's why that's a problem. The National Conference of State Legislatures states that only 26 states and Washington, D.C. offer no excuse absentee or early voting, which means that any voter can request and cast an absentee ballot without any excuse necessary. For almost half the nation, you need to justify early voting. And for 8 states, including my home state of Texas, which has the largest black population, according to Pew Research, having work hours that prevent you from voting is not a valid excuse. For 9 states, being over a certain age doesn't get you access to the polls. And for 12 states, being a part of the address confidentiality program because you don't want your address to be leaked due to being the victim of a past sexual assault does not get you access to absentee ballots. When we pass, we fundamentally do nothing, as state legislatures that want to decrease voting access will simply change their excuse policies. But second, representatives, let's look to the facts of why this piece of legislation fails. Because of the FEC. As issue 1 tells us, in 2021, the FEC, which will be carrying out this piece of legislation, is critically understaffed. The commission currently runs on only 300 employees, but they also have a massive problem with gridlock due to the fact that there are 6 chairs and a required 3 from each party. every time the commission gridlocks, they can't act. For months, including during most of the 2020 election cycle, the FEC was unable to carry out basic functions like making rules, auditing, or investigations, and because of investigations, 3 out of the 6 current commissioners have elapsed their terms several times over. The panel currently has a backlog of 400 unresolved matters, and even when they do undertake an issue, they gridlock again, as Democratic chairs report that Republicans rarely want to enforce the law, even against Democrats, passing without any increase of funding, staffing, or addressing the systemic issues of the FEC kills the affirmations enforcement. Fail.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. All questioners, please rise. Based on those standing, it's first going to go to Representative Hassanali on recency.
Hi, Representative.
Hi.
Can you tell me what the supremacy clause in the Constitution says?
I believe it states that states have the ability to enforce voting laws, things like that.
So it actually says that federal laws in the Constitution will trump state laws.
Right.
When this law would mandate early voting, why wouldn't states take the necessary precautions
Right, it mandates
to expand
early voting. It doesn't mandate no excuse early voting. There are multiple states with early voting, including Texas. But in Texas, if you have a job that takes you away from voting, you still can't access early voting. That's a problem.
Representative Allen on recency.
So when you give low-income felons the right to vote, that means politicians actually have to appeal to them, right?
Right.
Doesn't that increase the likelihood they pass policies that are in their favor, like the reform that you're asking for?
Right, but what we're not going to see is felons actually receiving that ability to vote. Because
Why?
the FEC has absolutely no ability to implement any
Okay,
of these
doesn't this
policies that
increase the likelihood that we reform the FEC?
No, because
Why?
we have to do that first. We can't put the cart before the horse.
The question time elapses. Speaker in question may be seated.
I thank the
The chair thanks you. Seems that was a speech of negation. All speakers in the affirmation, please rise. Between Representatives Dixon and Allen, it's going to go to Representative Dixon on recency.
Thank you for recognizing me. This is Representative Dixon speaking for the third and final time in today's legislative session. Once again, that's Dixon. I'm at the leisure of everyone above me as always. I'm just going to give everyone a few seconds, and please just let me know if you're not ready, just to make it easier. All right, let's begin. On Election Day, Americans are reminded time and time again of the power of casting a vote. Sadly, this nation has regressed. But today, this Congress has the ability to change that. Throughout this round today, I have sought to stand for equal opportunity for all of our constituents. And I proudly affirm my first bill of today simply because this debate is a question of justice. And when we examine each of the fundamental parts of today's bill, early voting in SDR, and then felon voting, we see that justice for our disenfranchised citizens are increased when we pass. Before I go into my points, I want to share with you a quote from Deidre Wilson, a former felon who directly after her right to vote was restored said, she held the ballot in her hand and felt like she was no longer a number or a second-class citizen. All of our constituents deserve to feel this way. First, let's look at early voting and same-day registration. This is a complete contradiction of Representative Asselin and Representative Okorafor, who failed to actually quantify why early voting is bad. Ballotpedia tells us in 2020, when they asked the experts, the board of the elections director for Wayne County, North Carolina, that early voting gives election officials more time to control things. So, Representative Yurkun and Representative Okorafor, this completely does not complicate the system at all. In fact, it makes it easier. The Brennan Center furthers in February of 2016 that early voting was one of the principal recommendations of the Bipartisan Presidential Commission on Election Administration. So what is the harm on failing? Representative Lasna brings up working Americans, but working and lower income people in particular have less flexible schedules and are disproportionately benefited by the easing of burdens from early voting. So how does this bill change that? According to the Center for American Progress in July of 2018, early voting can increase voter participation by up to 11%. Representative Yurkin, you talk about violence, but that impact is non-unique. It exists either way, but we see more people actually being able to vote in the status quo when we pass. Representative Asselin, you talk about people needing education to vote, but education doesn't have an impact if people aren't showing up at the ballot in the first place. Lastly, let's move on to felon voting. Representative Asselin stands up here and says that he thinks felons do not deserve the right to vote. This is an inherently prejudiced position, and let me show you why. The Sentencing Project in July of 2021 states that 5.2 million Americans are prohibited due to voting laws. And the most important impact of today's round, and the reason we must affirm, is because voting rights vary by state. I agree that this is what the Constitution says. However, your right should not be contingent on the state that you live in. In a nation that says it stands for democracy, we have disproportionately rejected women, minorities, and marginalized communities from voting at the polls. We have a chance to stand against this today. Let's talk about Representative Lazari's question about the Constitution. Even if theory, let's take this at your highest ground, that this is unconstitutional, we should still pass to bring it into the public discourse that voting access is unconstitutional in America. That is why you fail.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. All questioners, please rise. Give us a second. First question is going to go to Representative Alakwa on recency. Representative Yurikin first, then it's going to go to Representative Alakwa.
Hi.
So let's talk about felons. What guarantees that we're guaranteeing access to voting for felons if state legislators and civilians still retain the ability to revoke their right to attend or polling locations?
Yeah, so one of the things I think is most important about this is that we'll actually be able to act against the states if they disenfranchise voters.
But isn't it just the FEC that's implementing this legislation?
Yeah.
Then how are we ensuring that state legislators can't make laws that prevent
I would argue
those
if this
felons from
bill
voting?
even got one more voter to be able to have access to the polls, then it's a net benefit.
But what if that one more voter continues to be attacked because...
Alakwa on recency.
Okay, so now we're expanding early voting for a longer period of time, which means that we need more poll workers. Where are we going to hire those people from?
I've never heard somebody complain about creating more jobs.
Representative Yurikun already explained to you that we have a lack of poll workers in the status quo, which is detrimenting our elections. How can we suddenly provide elections for 20 more days of early
Well, what we've been able to see is that there's a lack of incentive for people to actually work in elections because of how complex it is. By extending early voting access, we actually make it less
Question
complex.
time elapses. Speaker in question may be seated.
I thank the chair.
The chair thanks you. Seems that was a speech in the affirmation. All speakers in the negation, please rise.
Judges, just as a reminder, this is another hour past, so please score the presiding officer for another speech. Thank you.
Between those standing, it's first going to go to Representative Beck on recency.
I thank the chair for the reference of the judges in the chamber. This is Representative Beck, spelled B-A-E-K, for the third time in this legislative session. This will probably be my last speech in today's rounds. I just want to extend a congratulations for everyone for making it this far. It's been an honor to debate with all of you guys. Yes, I'll stand right by that. Once again, just for efficiency's sake, I'll assume that everyone's ready. Just let me know if you aren't. Okay, great. The strength of a republic rests on its ability to uplift the voices of a people, because a democracy that silences those who need help most is not a democracy at all. I understand the senators on the affirmation. Today's legislation seems like the right solution. But when we examine its foundations, it's because today's policy makes the very issues that the affirmation talks about inherently worse that I am proud to fail this legislation. Throughout this debate, Representative Wilson, Kowal, Chandra, and Dixon have all advocated for increasing voting, while Representatives Alatorre, Obsilin, and Okafor have all focused mostly on logistics to go against them. I'm gonna be honest, the affirmation deserves a better answer, because if the only problem that today's legislation has is that it needs more funding, then every single one of us should be standing on the affirmation. Let's fundamentally change the reason why you fail this legislation, because when you pass today's legislation, the very issues that the affirmation wants to improve get exponentially worse. Let's establish something. According to Section 4, today's bill goes into effect immediately after passage. This means that the next time that today's bill will be used will be during our primary elections in 2024 and 2022 and our presidential elections in 2024. Here's the problem. As Politico magazine explains on June 1st of 2022, video recordings of the Republican National Convention have already revealed that GOP candidates are already planning to contest the elections. To make it worse, Northwestern University explained on December 23rd of 2020 that 38% of Americans don't have confidence in our elections. As the winds of polarization continue to blow and legitimate elections devolve into wild goose chases, today's legislation only makes the flames worse. So why do you need to fail today's legislation? When we affirm 5.1 million felons have the right to vote, which fundamentally is a great idea. Here's the crux of why you failed today's legislation. As Newsweek magazine explains on April 25th of 2019, 73% of felons and ex-felons said that they would vote Democrat. This isn't the fault of the felons themselves, but it encourages political parties to fight for themselves. Representative Chindru, if the Republican Party is already planning to contest the elections, imagine what they'll have to do when millions of citizens who are going to go against them are finally available. This party will fight to the death to make sure that the millions of citizens across this country won't even get the right to vote in the first place. Why is that so bad? As Brown University explains, the United States is more polarized than ever, and today's legislation makes that inherently worse. Why is that so bad? Millions of citizens who are neighbors and Americans become enemies just because they support different candidates that simply have a D or an R before their name. This isn't a nation that any of us can accept. I am proud to stand here and fail this legislation. Thank you.
Speech time, 3 minutes, 6 seconds. All questioners, please rise. Give everyone a moment. It's first going to go to Representative Dixon on recency.
Hi, Representative.
Hi, if this bill even makes it slightly easier for one party to make an election less legitimate, why wouldn't we pass?
If it did make it easier, I would pass, but it doesn't, because it encourages the Republican Party and any political party, therefore, to go against the elections and felon enfranchisement, because obviously it's going to seem like a polarized issue.
Okay, but my question for you is that we've always looked at every single voting rights bill that's come before us and said it's not the right solution, it's not the right time. So why is this fundamentally unique?
So the problem is normally that would be the case, but passing today's legislation inherently makes the status quo worse.
Representative Srivatsa on recency.
Hi, Representative.
If your biggest problem with this legislation is that a political party might throw a temper tantrum, why is that still a reason to not give millions of Americans access to fundamental voting rights?
Because the millions of Americans who seem to get the access to the votes will instead be shut out by this party, who will do whatever it takes to prevent them from going to the polls.
If we as the Congress can protect them with actual legislation,
how would we protect them?
Why can't we give them basic voting rights?
Do you have a solution to protect them?
I mean, if all of us in this Congress are willing to do that, why can't we give them basic voting rights? Because we're scared of retaliation from a party.
To do that when the Republican Party is going to do whatever it takes to stop it.
Question time elapses. Speaker in question may be seated. I thank the chair. Seeing as that was a speech in the negation, all speakers in the affirmation, please rise. Between Representatives Silva and Allen, it's going to go to Representative Silva on the recency.
Voting is the staple of American democracy. But for far too long, our pride in our democratic system has blinded us to the discrimination that it imposes on our people each and every voting cycle. But it's whenever we discriminate against communities of color that it becomes increasingly prevalent that our system needs reform, that I urge you to pass today's policy. But first, you pass because this increases turnout for communities of color by implementing a same-day registration. Representative Okafor, most of the responsibilities under today's legislation don't necessarily fall into the FEC, they fall onto the state. And let's understand past precedent of what happens whenever we implement same-day registration within states. Williamson and Rhodes with the University of Massachusetts explains on June of 2021 that black voter turnout is on average 2 to 17% higher in states with same-day registration. And for Latinx voters, voters, SDR states turned out at rates were on average 0.1 to 17.5 percentage points higher. What this means is that whenever we implement same-day registration within the United States, we see that communities of color turn out even more. And that's because currently what we're seeing is that there's increased barriers to these communities, whether it be a lack of education or a lack of time to register to vote. But whenever you pass and you implement same-day registration at the same place that these people vote, it now becomes easier to decrease the representation gap. Brennan Center for Justice explains that 70.9% of white voters cast ballots, compared with only 58.4% of non-white voters. Since this Congress's creation, we favored the white majority. But today's legislation assures that your skin doesn't decide your representation. Instead, every single American receives a voice. But secondly, let's look at how this decreases wait times by establishing early voting nationally. The Bipartisan Center explains in 2018 that the percentage of Americans that waited more than 30 minutes in line increased 2 times over from what we saw in 2014. And that number continues to increase. As wait lines continue to increase, Americans have to wait even more time. And what we're seeing is that when it comes to you earning an hourly wage, it de-incentivizes you voting. But why is that becoming such a key issue? Well, Representative Asselin claims that when wait time increases, less people are willing to vote and less people are able to vote. But under today's policy, we're not increasing wait times, we're decreasing them. Turn to Brennan Center for Justice that explains on February of 2016 that when Florida dramatically reduced early voting, it increased long lines and it prevented 200,000 people from voting. Representative Asselin, establishing early voting and establishing a same-day registration doesn't decrease the amount of people voting, it increases it. When our policy fails to let our people vote, we failed at being their representatives. Each and every cycle, we're voted into office, and more people represent the people of this country. When it comes to our voting system, we disenfranchise people by the color of their skin. It's today's policy that makes reform and ensures that every single American, not just white Americans, represent this Congress.
Speech time, 3 minutes exactly. All questioners, please rise. It's first going to go to Representative Asselin on recency.
Hey, Representative.
Hi.
Do you believe that every vote has the ability to create change?
Yeah.
Absolutely, right? So when the Department of Justice says that prison sentences, particularly long ones, are unlikely to deter future crime, why should we allow felons to create change in our society?
Okay, my answer to that is that the biggest issue with what you're saying isn't necessarily that the issue lies within the Department of Justice that can't reform these people properly. And on top of that, I don't think because you committed a crime one time that should stop you from being able to vote, especially when the largest felony is a drug abuse.
But you agree that the department...
Representative Okorafor.
Hi, Representative. So I absolutely agree that increasing early voting access is a net positive. But how is this actually going to happen when one of the most often cited reasons for not attending the polls is because they have work?
Well, but when you increase the amount of time that people have to vote, they now can
Right, but as I just told you, in multiple states, not being able to vote is not an excuse for early voting.
Yeah, in multiple states, but not every state. In the states that you don't talk about.
Right, but in the states that I don't talk about, they already have early voting access. I'm talking about states that restrict voting access heavily.
Okay, within...
The question time elapses. Speaker in question may be seated.
I think the chair.
Seeing as that was a speech in the affirmation, all negation speakers, please rise. Between those standing, Representative Alatorre, Budapali, Alazri, and Lansna. It's first going to go to Representative Alatorre on recency.
Hello. It's Alatorre for the third and last time. I think this is fine. Thank you. Every representative in this room has a guaranteed 3 minutes to speak and 1 ballot to cast. But the constituents that you represent outside of these walls have absolutely no guarantee of having their voices heard and having their votes actually cast. I beg of you today, speak for your constituents, not over them. That's why you fail. Now, all the affirmation has been claiming that today's legislation increases turnout, but this relies on the flawed assumption that there are actual booths for our voters to go to, because you cannot make voting more accessible without making our polls more accessible as well. Representative Yerokun from my own side tells you that our overworked polls have led to poor quality booths that makes it so that our voters can barely even vote in the first place. Let me take it one step further. It is not that our polls will become slower. It is that they will literally completely close down. The Center for American Progress in September of 2020 tells us that without poll workers, our polls have literally absolutely no other choice but to shut down. And the Leadership Conference of Civil and Human Rights in 2018 reminds us that that is why 2,000 polls had to shut down between 2012 and 2018. The Washington Post in October of 2018 furthers that that's why, after states expanded early voting, hundreds of polls had no other choice but to shut down. Representative Silva, Lawal, and Wilson, all of you focus on minorities. But whenever our polls close, they are the ones who are hurt the very most. Look towards the Brennan Center in June of 2020 when they clarify that our voting polls disproportionately close in communities of color. That is why our Latino constituents have to wait 46% longer than their white counterparts to vote. But while yesterday we were all willing to wait more than 5 hours for mid-chicken tenders, not everybody has that amount of time to spare. Look towards the Bipartisan Policy Center in April of 2018 when they remind us that in 2016, more than 500,000 of our constituents, especially our Latino constituents, could not vote at all because of their long lines at their booth. Representative Silva, it is today's legislation that by shutting down booths forces our constituents to have less polls to go to and have to wait longer, leading them to not vote at all. Let's be real. Whenever you will not show up to your next election when you feel like your voice does not even matter in this one. My Hispanic community has already been underrepresented in our elections and in this Congress today enough. Don't silence my community even further. The longer that they have to wait at poll booths means a higher chance my Latino community will vote, meaning no chance I will pass this bill.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 7 seconds. All questioners, please rise. First, we need to go to Representative Silva on precedence.
Okay, Representative, so in both worlds, booths are closing, right?
Yes, but under today's legislation, they close way more.
Why is that?
Because there's not enough poll workers right now whenever they have to deal with early registration, same-day registration, more felonies,
Okay,
more
but if we-
turnout, they can't handle it.
Okay, but if we increase the amount of time that these people have, then the chaos when it comes to these
Whenever
polls...
more people vote and there are not enough poll workers to help them vote, the polls have no choice but to shut down.
Okay, so right now when it comes to like low-income Americans, they don't have the ability to get to these polls, right?
Representative Kaiser on recency.
Will the amount of people who stop voting outweigh the amount of people who are able to vote once you pass this piece of legislation?
Yes, because more polls will close, meaning that our marginalized communities do not have access
But
anymore.
by spreading it over 20 days, aren't you relieving the very
No,
reason that
because
people are overburdened, if I could just finish, overburdened in the election cycle?
No, because there are no polls left to actually deal with all those extra voters who want to vote.
Thank you.
Question time elapses. Speaker and questioner may be seated.
Thank you.
Since that was a speech in the negation, yes, Representative Aslan. Granted. Since that was a speech in the negation, all affirmation speakers, please rise. Between those standing, that's first going to go to Representative Kaiser on recency.
Hi everyone, Representative Kaiser, K-A-I-S-E-R, once again K-A-I-S-E-R. Speaking on the affirmative side of this piece of legislation, if all my judges are ready, I'll take your silence as an indication of that. If not, just let me know. And I am representing the Florida Oceanfront District, so shout out Florida. Everyone good? Good back here? Great. We took our first step to true equality in this country by allowing women to vote in 1919. We took our second step to true equality in this country by allowing minorities to vote in 1965. And we will take our final step, which there's no room here to do, when you pass this piece of legislation, allowing everyone to vote. Learn from the past, change in the present, and benefit in the future. You pass this piece of legislation because everyone who wants to vote gets to by decreasing election fraud. First, let's learn from the past. There were 3 things we learned from the election of 2000. First, Floridians can't count. Second, the Brennan Center for Justice writes on August of 2019 that in the election of 2000, if 80% of the letters in your name match the name of a nationwide felon database, you were purged from voter rolls in Florida. That's the problem. By making it so that felons can't vote, even people who didn't commit felonies aren't able to vote. But even those who did are having their rights stripped for one mistake. Please, don't let one mistake silence one more voice. And the third, oh, it turns out Floridians really can't count because there's no third thing. But next, let's look to the present. Right now, in June of 2019, a Congress hearing revealed that if a malicious actor intended to disenfranchise voters, a cyber attack could be diverted through same-day voting registration. Because if you're taken off the voter rolls and you show up and re-register, you effectively stop that cyber attack. So when Representative Aslan tells you that same-day voter registration actually increases fraud, that's fake, because we allow people to reinvent the right to vote. That's why Representative Silva and Representative Lavoie told you that we increase minority voting. This bill ensures that the voices that are being shut down don't let democracy drown. Pass this bill to keep our democracy afloat. But finally, let's look to the future. Myrna Perez explains for the New York Times in July 19th of 2018 that the median rate of purging right now is 7.8%, meaning 6 million people were booted off voter rolls in past elections. So Representative Beck, if the GOP does try to contest election fraud, you tell them that under this piece of legislation, when you increase early voting and give more voter turnout, just like Representative Chundru told you, they can't actually contest it. And if they do, we simply fight it by saying that this increased representation. Finally, Representatives Alatorre and Yurkin wants to say that voter intimidations and understaffing are currently plaguing this country. This bill spreads voting out by 20 more days, minimizing those impacts by spreading them over 20 days. At the very least, increased voter turnout and decreased election fraud outweighs any of those impacts. Please, learn from the past. Step up, speak your voices, and pass this piece of legislation.
Speech time, 3 minutes, 3 seconds. All questioners, please rise. First, we're going to go to Representative Alatorre on recency.
Hello.
Hi.
Is being a poll worker a full-time job?
It can be.
Typically, it's not. They just work for 2 or 3 days.
Okay.
Are there enough poll workers who can work for the 20-day early day voting period?
I think that if you pass another bill, which everyone is going to come at me for saying,
Does the federal government control funding towards elections?
it can.
It's left up to the states, so how can we trust them to increase
states are going to be
funding?
restrictive whether you pass or fail this bill, but if you pass, you increase voter turnout.
No, but there's not enough polls or poll workers to help deal with that, so they shut down.
On precedence.
Hello.
Hi.
So what kind of technology does same-day registration polling require?
Do you mean electronic voting because it requires electronic?
E-polling technology. So is the typical polling worker capable of actually using this technology?
Most of the time, they're pretty able to.
But the typical polling worker is a high schooler.
I know how to use a computer fine when I was in high school.
Well, if this legislation is completely undermining the requirement for us to have e-polling, then how are we going to fund?
That high schoolers don't know how to
time
use it.
elapses.
But
Speaker in question may be seated. Seems that was just Representative Silva. Granted. Seems that was a speech in the affirmation. All negation speakers, please rise. Representative Alatorre on recency.
This is Representative Alatorre speaking for the last time in my career in speech and debate. The people who I'm thankful for know that I'm thankful for them, but advice to all of the observers and younger kids, which is please stick with this activity. It's done so much for me and a lot of my friends, so I encourage all of you to stick with it. Much love for NSDA, much love for you all. so with that being said, I'll go ahead and begin my negation. Oh,
Great. Granted.
all right. Then I'll go ahead and begin. Representative Kaiser knows Florida, just like I know my home state of Mississippi. And in knowing my home state of Mississippi, I know they will do every single possible thing to obstruct the right to vote. They've done it historically, and they're doing it right now, which is why today's piece of legislation simply is not enough to achieve the goals of the affirmation. Now, just like the mid-chicken tenders that we have been forced to eat, they only look good because they're opposed to absolutely nothing. Just like today's piece of legislation looks good because it's only opposed to nothing. So let me offer an alternative piece of legislation that achieves the goal of the affirmation while considering the negation's concerns, because only then can this Congress actually make a realistic vote, because we need other alternatives. Well, what's the alternative? Well, one, we need to create punishments for states that don't follow our goals, and there's precedence for this. The New York Times article in July 18th, 1984 highlighted that Ronald Reagan successfully denied federal highway funds to states that didn't up the drinking age to 21. We could do something similar with today's legislation by allowing inspections from the FEC, and states like Mississippi or in Florida that might try to attack voting rights will lose large amounts of funding from the federal government. We could also include funding for states to support poll workers. Another New York Times article, this time in 2019, found that poll workers are significantly underpaid and overworked. So, states that follow our legislation could receive large amounts of federal monies to incentivize states to actually have good quality and well-paid poll workers. This type of legislation addresses the concerns of the negation like Representative Alatorre and Representative Okafor, while achieving the goals of Representative Lowell of ensuring that felons have the right to vote and that every single American who should be allowed to vote can. Now, with that being said, let's look at the affirmation's arguments and understand why the alternative piece of legislation achieves their goals better. Starting with Representative Lowell, I asked him questioning about the constitutionality of it, and he said that we need to pass this bill, then amend the Constitution. Unfortunately, that's not how Congress works, and this current piece of legislation, as it stands, is unconstitutional, because the Constitution Center says that the Elections Clause clearly states that the federal government cannot overrule states unless states are putting, quote, unreasonable restrictions. And unfortunately, this 6-3 supermajority of conservative Republicans believe that unreasonable doesn't really mean unreasonable, that no amount of restrictions are considered unreasonable. Representative Dixon, you say that we should still pass to put it into the discourse, and I agree normally, but this gives a false promise to our constituents. If we pass a bill to ensure voter rights, and then when they go to the polls, they don't have voter rights, we just made a false promise to them and made everything really confusing. Representative Beck, you talk about Republicans and a loss of faith in elections, but we're on the same side of the bill, but I fundamentally disagree. We shouldn't let Republicans hold hostage thousands, millions of voters. And Representative Kaiser, you say that in Florida, 80% of letters matching a felon, people who had that were stripped from voting. You should understand why Florida and Mississippi are always going to evade voting laws. Create an enforcement mechanism, vote negation, wait for better legislation.
Speech time, 3 minutes, 5 seconds. All questioners, please rise. First going to Representative Lawal on recency.
Let's say we pass this legislation and it's unconstitutional. Who decides that it's unconstitutional?
So the 6-3 supermajority will decide that it's unconstitutional.
Okay, what if there's a small chance that they prove that it is constitutional? Doesn't that completely outweigh the status quo where people don't have these rights to vote?
So we could confuse the entire legislator for a small chance, or we could do something that has a 100% chance of succeeding like I propose.
Yeah, but passing this legislation does everything you propose, right? If there's that small chance, even if this fails, we can propose your types of changes after this
it confuses our voters because they've been told they have rights and they don't.
On recency.
2 Mississippians.
I have a question. So you talk about constitutionality, but could you explain directly what's unconstitutional?
Okay, so the part that's unconstitutional is that the Constitution explicitly states that they have control of time and manner, and the Supreme Court has interpreted that to mean election days, like the amount of time early.
But it has not interpreted that to be direct eligibility for felons, so why won't that benefit still pass?
I wasn't directly talking about felons.
So
that
we do
part
get
is unclear.
some type of benefit from this
and
bill?
even if it wasn't, even if it is unclear, the 6-3 supermajority is very conservative.
Speaker question may be seated.
I thank the chair.
Yes, Representative Kaiser. Granted. Granted. Since that was a speech in the negation, all speakers in the affirmation, please rise. Between those standings, first going to go to Representative Srivatsa on recency.
Once again, I speak at the leisure of all those above me. I'll just give everyone a few seconds and give me education if you're United States, the only thing that upholds our freedom is simple: the fact that every voice matters, that every person matters, and that every vote matters. If we lose this guiding principle, and if we lose the one thing that makes us uniquely American, we have nothing left, period. Pass this bill to protect that freedom. I want to frame this debate by stating that whichever side gives more people the right to vote automatically wins. And that's because Representatives Alatorre and Yurkin, to every representative who states polling places are underfunded or understaffed, a right to vote in the United States has never been contingent on a fact of whether a polling place can actually take the vote. You give people the right to vote with this bill, and that's why you pass. First, to reduce voter fraud. As Representative Asselin already tells us, it's no surprise that thousands of our constituents avoid the polls because they feel that voter fraud is of massive concern to them. But here's the thing, Representative Asselin, early voting actually combats instances of voter fraud. As the Brennan Center for Justice explains in October of 2013, early voting is so significant because it allows early identification, the correction of registration errors, and voting system glitches through extended election times, cutting down any problems of voter fraud. This legislation makes the dream of voting a reality across the country, and that's so critical. As the Brennan Center for Justice explains in February of 2016, in the status quo, only 33 states allow for early voting. But when you pass this legislation and you extend this benefit nationwide, you see a decrease in voter fraud and an increase in voter turnout as more Americans feel empowered by their voting system and its security. The affirmation already told you that voter turnout is the most important impact of this round. With this bill, we ensure that democracy is finally accessible. But next, I want to address some of the arguments brought about by the negation in today's debate. First, when Representative Yurkin and Alatorre tell us that the staffing problem only gets worse when we pass this bill, but as the National Center for State Legislature explains, early voting spaces out voters. What does that mean? If you're an overworked, understaffed poll worker, when you have voters come to you over the course of 20 days instead of just 5, you are less overworked. Early voting is a crucial benefit to these people. But for Representative Asselin, who tells us that felons shouldn't be able to vote, for the 5.1 million felons who are currently disenfranchised from voting, this legislation finally gives them a voice. And to Representative Beck, if your biggest problem with this bill is that passing means that a political party is suddenly angered with the felon population, that's not a reason to fail, and it's not an excuse to shut them out of a basic and guaranteed right. Pass this bill.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 4 seconds. All questioners, please rise. I'll give it 1 second. First questioner is going to be Representative Lasna on recency.
Hi, Representative. So if people are able to work over a span of 20 days as opposed to 5 days, how would this hope to seek combat miselection calculations and fraud?
Because they're less overworked. When they have 20 days to process all of those ballots, they're significantly less overworked when they only have 5 days to go through all that in the same time.
Right, at the same time, a lot of them also have to process many things such as signatures on ballots, dates, confirmations. Wouldn't this also make it easier for them to process that just sheer amount of information?
Yeah, absolutely. When you extend early voting, all of that happens.
A lawsuit on recency.
So what am I supposed to tell a felon voter in my state who goes to the polls in November only to find out that the bill that they went to the polls for was struck down by the Supreme Court?
Well, we can pass this legislation and then wait for the Supreme Court to strike it down, right? We don't have to preempt.
But does that not confuse voters who aren't as well educated as members of Congress are?
When Congress gave women the right to vote, they didn't say that women couldn't go to polls just because polls weren't
When
going to
Congress
be
gave
able to
the women
handle
the
them,
right to vote, they amended the Constitution. Are you advocating for a constitutional amendment?
Sure, if that's what it takes to get people to get
Then
to
why
vote.
pass today's bill?
Question time elapses. Speaker in question may be seated. The chair thanks you. Seems that was a speech on the affirmation on negation. Speakers, please rise. It's going to go to Representative Bodapalli on recency.
Thank you, Chair. Hey everyone, that's Representative Bodapalli, spelled B-O-D-D-U-P-A-L-L-I for the reference of my judges.
Before we begin, Representative Kaiser and Representative Silva, those points of personal privilege are granted.
I'm going to be speaking for the third time today, so the final time, and my final time in my sophomore year of congressional debate. Whenever my judges are ready, just let me know, and I'll get started.
Carly, you good? Everyone good? Let's begin. When we debate in this Congress room, it's important for us to understand that our echoes are only heard in these four walls. But past this chamber, our voices and our impacts are heard all around the country. When the simple raise of our placard can change the livelihoods of millions of Americans, it's time this Congress understands its responsibility. Its responsibility to serve, its responsibility to protect, and its responsibility to enact legislation in the best interest of our people. It's time we start taking that responsibility more seriously. That's exactly why you failed this legislation. Principally, you failed to prevent a loss in governmental trust. Representative Wilson, right now in the status quo, there's one thing this Congress should get straight. People don't trust the government. But why is that so important to this round? Representative Dixon and the entire affirmation is focusing on early voting and why that's so good. I concede, early voting is a good thing, but under Section 2, this Congress enacts a same-day registration policy. The problem with that, people don't trust it in the status quo. What you do when you pass is you make that same-day registration a national mandate. Sorry, a national problem. Lorraine Minute, senior fellow at the Brennan Center of Justice, finds in 2021, although same-day registration has not been proven to actually increase voter fraud, it did increase public concern regarding voter fraud and increase political distrust by almost twofold. Let me distance myself from Representative Aslan on my side and take Representative Kaiser and Srivastava at their highest ground. Even if voter fraud doesn't happen when you pass, that's still a reason you fail. Why is that? Look at this legislation through the aspect of our constituents. We've seen this happen too many times in this chamber. Don't look too far for precedent. In the most recent presidential election, The Guardian finds in this year that over 40% of voters believe that President Biden should not have been elected because of voter fraud. Should not have been elected because of voter fraud, even without substantiating proof. The burden of the affirmation isn't to prove that voter fraud happens or doesn't happen. The burden of the affirmation is to prove why that doesn't decrease political trust. But still, say you buy every single affirmative impact stated to you in this round. Representative Lawal and Wilson and Chundru, all your impacts about accessibility and voter rights are exactly right. I completely agree, but they're not mutually exclusive. All these impacts can be accessed in either world, but what's the net harm that my side has failed to prove today? Cambridge University finds in 2019 a lack of political trust attributed to constituents not speaking their true values because they don't think the government will do anything about it. Because of this, minorities were 2 times less likely to express their opinions. It's when this Congress hurts our people's liberties, we have a problem. It's when this Congress silences their cries, we have a problem. And it's when this Congress's legislation threatens to stop those people from expressing their vote. It's our problem. Don't become the problem, solve it with your negative ballot. Fail this legislation.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. All questioners, please rise. First going to Representative Chundru on recency.
Hi.
It looks like our roles have reversed. Anyway, why should we silence all vulnerable to keep the rioters in check?
Can you restate that?
Yeah, why should we silence the vulnerable to keep our rioters in check?
So what I'm saying basically is you can achieve voting rights for the vulnerable in both worlds. It's not like
yesterday we learned that inaction empowers injustice. Why aren't you taking action for the vulnerable?
You can do that without passing legislation.
So you said same-day registration doesn't increase voter fraud.
I told you minorities are 2 times less likely to express their opinion.
Why
That's
aren't
the same
you?
Minority
So then why aren't you taking action for them?
Hi, Representative. I want to talk about your argument regarding distrust in same-day registration. Is same-day registration going to be required and forced on every constituent?
No, but that's not the problem. The problem is that
if they don't trust it, why are they going to use it?
That's not the problem. It's not that they'll use it or not. The problem is if they think that people are using it for voter fraud, political distrust increases.
So you think that the fear of having a couple people can I finish? Couple people contest the election is enough to prevent us from allowing more people to vote?
40% of people believe Biden shouldn't be in office because of
time
that.
elapsed. Speaker in question may be seated.
I thank the chair.
Yes, Representative Yurikun. Granted. Seeing as that was a speech in the negation, all speakers in the affirmation, please rise. We can go to Representative Lynn on recency.
I thank the chair.
Hello, everyone. That's Representative Lynn, spelled L-I-N, speaking for probably the final time of today's session. I just wanted to say to everyone that this round has been absolutely incredible. So seriously, thank you all. Judges, whenever you're ready, just quick thumbs up. P.O. Parley? Awesome. Democracy is two wolves and a lamb voting on what to have for lunch. Liberty is a well-armed lamb contesting that vote. And it is for that reason, so that we could give our lower-income constituents, the marginalized communities of our nation, a voice in our democracy, that we pass today's legislation. But first, let me address some of the negation's concerns, first of which being the capacity of our polls. Representative Bandipali, Yurikin, Okorafor all talk about understaffing, underfunding, and these polls not having enough resources, which ultimately lead to fraud. However, Chicago Crusader reports of this year that the system of same-day voter registration could bolster the safety of our election, because the polls of our location of the same-day voting registration system cuts back on the duplicate registration errors, ultimately leading to less errors and less fraud. However, not only that, in each of these cases when polls implemented a same-day voting registration system and when they had an early voting system, money was rarely an issue. But at the worst case scenario, let's say money was an issue. We're Congress. I'm sure that many of us agree that we want to help out these polls. Let's just give them that money that they need in the future. But not only that, Representative Alatorre comes up here to say that these voting polls will close down because of a lack of workers. However, a New York Times article reports in 2021 that the root cause of this isn't a number of workers, but the root cause of it is an overworking problem. They're being overworked for just a couple of days, and that is what's causing all of these polls to shut down. When we spread this voting process across many days, when we decrease that overburden on these workers, less polls will shut down. More polls will serve our constituents. But not only that, Representative Beck comes up here saying that there will be a large polarization problem. Representative Bandipali states that there will be voter distrust. However, both of these arguments are non-unique because polarization happens in the status quo. Distrust happens in the status quo already. Because again, the New York Times reports in 2021 that Republicans claim that the election was rigged. So under the status quo and under this bill, sure, voting distrust happens, polarization happens, but none of that is unique to this bill. So now that I've proven to you that there will be no fraud and that I've proven to you that these polls will stay open, the ultimate reason why the affirmation wins today's debate is because of an increase of voter turnout. University of Louisville reports of this year that with an increase of voter turnout, our government properly represents everybody. And proper representation in our democracy outweighs your impact, Representative Lazary, about some voters' confusion in our election. How do we know that we as representatives have failed our job? When we blame our lower income constituents for not being able to afford a plane ticket, for being obese, make change, pass today's legislation.
3 minutes and 10 seconds. 2 blocks of questioning. All questioners, please rise. That's first going to go to Representative Bodopoli on recency.
Chair. Hi, so you conceded my argument on political distrust, right?
Yeah, that happens regardless.
So if all the affirmation impacts are also non-unique, why not just pass legislation like increases accessibility?
I think the main impact that wins the affirmation debate is just increase in voter turnout.
Yeah, you can increase voter turnout by just doing accessibility. Why not just like pass legislation that doesn't increase same-day registration?
This bill is the best way of doing so. It's a three-pronged approach that tackles every problem.
Right, but you conceded to me and Senator Beck that polarization increases and voter distrust increases.
No,
why not just pass the other
I'm not saying that it
legislation?
increases. It happens in both worlds.
You said that we proved to you that it increases in our
Representative Beck on recency.
Hi, Representative. When a political party is fighting for their own survival, they're obviously going to ramp up what they're doing in the status quo, right?
Sure.
Yeah, so that's inherently a negative harm of today's legislation.
But that already happened in the past. I don't see how anything changes under this bill.
I mean, sure, but now the stakes are infinitely higher. These political parties are going to do whatever it takes.
If we fail today's legislation too,
the Republican Party isn't just going to disappear.
In the first part.
The Republican Party isn't going to be in danger if we fail today's legislation.
Question time elapses. Speaker in question may be seated. The chair thanks you. Seeing as that was a speech in the affirmation, all negation speakers, please rise. I'm going to go to Representative Lasna, unopposed.
I thank the chair. Again, for my judges, this is Representative Lasna, spelled L-A-Z-N-A. First name Brandon. If it helps you find my ballot, I believe I was the fourth to last affirmative on the last piece of legislation. If I can please just get a thumbs up or a sign of life from y'all when y'all are ready, that would be awesome. Hope. I'm sure it's a word we're all familiar with. And I'm sure you're all familiar with the saying, democracy dies in darkness. It is because our constituents do not have faith in our institutions, the lanterns that they hold that are the right to vote, they don't have the hope that those lanterns will make the darkness flee. Unfortunately, today's legislation is not the solution for that. Today, let's address three main things that we will be seeing in today's round that overall means why you will be failing today's legislation. First is the problem with states and constitutionality, which other representatives have mentioned. Second is because it actually doesn't help with something that I believe has not been brought up in this round enough, which is mail-in ballots. And finally, we can see how overall we will still see overworked polls and still problematic institutional problems. Now, all of what I just said brings us to the utmost important empirical question of today's chamber. Why did the chicken cross the road? Now, Representative Oracle 4 would probably answer you because the voting lines were so long that he had to cross the road in order to make it into the parking lot of the KFC. Now, every single one of us wants a better legislation for our future, but today's legislation doesn't do that. Let's look at historical precedents, as many other representatives on the negation and affirmation have done. Firstly, let's look at how we actually pass former pieces of legislation that look to reform votes in the past. According to the Washington Post, as of October 2020, as of last year, they state that the state-run elections are by themselves state-run. The Federal Election Commission, such as Representative Yukurafun and Representative Orakafor bring up in their speeches, simply does not have enough power to do so. But then, the Washington Post again contextualizes as of July 21st, as of 2021, saying that after such legislation was passed, 18 states made it harder for people to vote, meaning that today's legislation actually doesn't do anything because states themselves, the Secretary Attorney Generals of these states, can just simply say, yeah, I don't really like those laws, we'll just ignore them. Because under constitutionality, unfortunately, they have the right to do so. Representatives say that we should just simply take away highway funding or take away some funding that is necessary for these states to actually basically be functioning in the status quo, but Congress can't do that. The only thing we can do is provide them an incentive, and we should do so with funding, not violate the Constitution. But nextly, let's talk about the problem of mail-in ballots. Because, as previous representatives have mentioned with absentee ballots, according to Pew Research as of 2020, many people rely on mail-in ballots. But mail-in ballots actually increased under the pandemic. And because of that, increases of these ballots also was happening during this time frame. However, unfortunately, today's legislation only looks at same-day registration. Specifically, they say across all demographics, including Hispanics, 51% of them use mail-in ballots to mail. That is because it is so easy to use a mail-in ballot, and today's legislation does not address mail-in ballots whatsoever. You failed today's legislation.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 7 seconds. All questioners, please rise. It's first going to go to Representative Lynn on recency.
Hi, Representative. Hi. Great speech, and I totally agree with you. These states can implement their own voting laws, but I don't see why we shouldn't be at least trying to make change within our nation.
Okay, so what I'm saying is today's legislation simply isn't effective. If you look to the Associated Press as of 2 years ago, let me finish your question. What happened in Arizona was Governor Doug Ducey purged mail-in ballot records, which meant that people wouldn't actually be notified that they could early vote.
But that's not exactly enough harm to this bill. We could still try the best we can to make sure that there's change, though.
Sure, but as Representative Yukarafun brought up in his speech, we just pass something and then call it good, and we never actually implement something.
Silva on recency.
Okay, Representative, in the status quo, can you use mail-in ballots?
To a certain extent, yes, but there is currently restrictive policy.
Does the bill at all edit anything about mail-in ballots?
No, which is why it's ineffective.
Okay, so but what is the net harm of us passing legislation that increases voting access to millions
Because
of other
what
Americans?
I'm saying is that today's Congress has to take action on allowing and expanding access to mail-in ballots. Currently, states...
Okay, but if currently we're increasing voting access to millions of Americans, what is the net harm if we don't talk about mail-in ballots?
Speaker in question may be seated. The chair thanks you. Seeing as that was a speech in the negation, all affirmation speakers, please rise. It's going to go to Representative Allen.
I'm Representative Allen, spelled A-L-L-I-N. Speaking on the application once again, and representing Capital Valley for one last time. Before I get started, I just want to say a quick thank you to my coach Quest, my brother Matthew, my parents, and all of my teammates for making this past 4-year journey possible and so amazing. So thank you. And without further ado, I'm ready to go as long as you are. Awesome. In the 4 years that I've served this Congress, I've utterly lost count of the amount of times I've heard the phrase, democracy dies in darkness. What's ironic to me is that not once have we ever actually considered what that darkness looks like. For the least fortunate in our nation, it looks like living a life knowing you will never be seen, heard, or considered by this Congress. It is time we shed some light. Pass this legislation to protect voting integrity. At the end of this debate, I'm pretty disappointed by how poorly my side has shown you the impact this bill has on our democracy. Representative Aslin, the Prison Policy Institute finds in March 2020, this bill would enfranchise 6 million people, 75% of which are non-violent. That's literally enough to change the results of any election. Why is that important? Representative Yorokin and Alatorre, you're worried we don't have the capacity, but we've seen this system work very recently. A May 2022 report by Atlanta Capital News explains that when Georgia expanded its period of early voting to 4 weeks, it effectively increased early voting turnout by 150%. Representative Bodapalli, clearly this outnumbers the trust that we lose. On top of that, low-income minority voters benefit the most since they can't afford to make it to far crowded polling stations in time. Furthermore, I am completely unwilling to let past inaction be an excuse for further inaction. If you want to do more, then do more, because the consequence will always be inequity in our democracy. This legislation opens up a massive new voter bloc, forcing us to appeal to the low income. Representative Okafor, this finally gives politicians the incentive they need to listen to those who have been silenced and pass policies that are salient. That's why West Virginia University finds in June 2016 that a 10% decrease in the turnout gap between the poor and the rich increases the GDP of the bottom quintile by 2% because low-income Americans were more likely to receive policies that protect them. Representative Beck, this increases the likelihood that we get the reform that you in the negation are asking for. A June 2013 report by The Economist finds that for every 1% increase in GDP reduces poverty by 2%, meaning this legislation has the capacity to bring millions of our constituents to a better position. This decides your vote because increasing GDP allows people to stay safe by keeping them stable. Lancet Public Health finds in October 2018 that finding employment makes you 13 times less likely to recidivate or commit a crime in the first place. Representative Aslin, this turns any negative argument the negation can give us about justice or public safety, because giving Americans a voice ensures they do not feel so powerless as to have to take matters into their own hands. Living in the dark means that if you are an American and you feel you have no choice but to take the darkest paths in your life. In the past 4 years I've served in this Congress, I have always asked time and time again to give Americans a brighter future. Do that today. Thank you.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. All questioners, please rise. It's first going to go to Representative Alakwa on recency.
Hi.
Hi. So what does access to voting look like in prisons right now?
They can't vote.
Right, it's only felons can't vote. Non-violent offenders.
Right, if you're currently incarcerated, you can't vote. That doesn't change under this legislation.
Okay, where in today's legislation do we reform the system to increase incentives for prisons to allow these individuals to vote?
No, this legislation specifically enfranchises felons that have been released.
Right, we allow them the right to vote, but then how do they access a polling location once many have to shut down?
Right, no, this isn't reliant on the cooperation of prisons. Like, I'm not really sure what you're arguing here.
Representative Aslan on recency.
Hey, Representative. You and I both agree that felons can change the results of elections, but the Department of Justice confirms that prison doesn't change actions, so why should we allow criminals to determine results of elections?
Because passing this legislation does lead to a change in action, because I told you it decreases the likelihood of recidivism or crime in the first place. That's a lot more important than just denying felons the right to vote for the sake of denying them the right to vote.
But Representative, they aren't changing their actions, but they can change the
I
status
told you it
quo.
makes
Why
them
is that
13
justified?
times less likely to commit a crime.
Question time elapses. Speaker in question may be seated. Thank you. This as a speech in the affirmation. All speakers in the negation, please rise. Representative Alakwa.
Hello, everyone. That's Representative Alakwa, spelled I-L-A-C-Q-U-A, for the third time today.
Second to last speaker, any indication when you're ready for me to begin would be much appreciated. When thousands of our constituents feel as though they have the right to invade the sacred halls of this Congress because of the fact that an individual may have stolen an election, that's where I draw the line. But it's because today's piece of legislation fundamentally destroys the rights of freedom and democracy that uphold our nation. I'm imploring you to fail. Principally, today's legislation and debate breaks down into one critical question. How does today's legislation impact constituents' access to physically access polling locations? Representative Wilson, Chandru, Dixon, and Lynn all believe that by expanding early access to early voting, we allow our constituents to vote at more irregular times, allowing them to increase voter turnout. Here's the problem. Polling locations will close, as Representative Alatorre already explained to you. As Politico explains in May of 2022, the primary reason why people don't want to work as poll workers is not because they're burned out, but because they don't receive competitive pay in the current overheating job market. Representative Srivatsa, spacing out voters over a period of early voting does nothing to combat this issue. Not only this, Representative Alatorre's systematic allocation of resources largely relied on hypothetical analysis. Let's look at past precedent that proves this very fact. As the Brennan Center for Justice found, after the 2020 election, states without same-day voter registration had an average of 1.6 times the amount of polling locations than states that employed polling locations with same-day voter registration. Fundamentally meaning that when you mandate it across the United States of America, polls are forced to close. After this, Representatives Silva, Lawal, and Wilson are also fundamentally impacted and worried about the impacts of racial disparities and the lack of locations created because of the fact of a physical distance that grows when you pass this legislation. As Georgetown University explains, in December of 2020, every additional mile people had to travel to vote reduces the likelihood of them voting by 5.4%. Representatives Silva, Lawal, and Wilson, passing this legislation only reduces voter turnout because they can no longer access these polling locations due to the distance they have to travel to get to them, regardless of whether early voting exists or not. But why specifically is minority involvement in politics a specific issue that we need to be worried about today? As the National Low-Income Housing Coalition explains, in September of 2020, a lot of American voters are unempathetic to the underrepresented, leaving many of their ideas from ever reaching the desks of the members of this Congress. Passing this legislation only furthers this inequity and worsens it to a point that we can no longer control the issue. Don't allow the most politically polarized in our nation to invade the halls of this Congress. Stand against violence. Stand for our people. Fail this legislation.
Speech time, 3 minutes, 9 seconds. All questioners, please rise. Between those standing, first going to Representative Dixon based on recency.
Hi, Representative, what have we done in the past to incentivize people to go to jobs?
Usually we increase their pay.
Yeah, great. So why can't we do that with poll workers later?
Today's legislation does not increase pay for poll
So
workers.
if that's the key reason why you're failing today, if this were to even not disenfranchise one voter, why shouldn't we pass today and then do that in the
Today's legislation goes into effect immediately upon passage, meaning that in the next election, we're going to have a lack of poll workers, which doesn't allow people to access election and polling places. That's an issue.
So if we actually increase pay for election workers right after this?
We haven't done that in the past, and we're not going to in the future.
Do less polling locations intrinsically mean less people vote?
Yes.
Is that true in a world where cyber attacks, voter purging, and voting intimidation is present?
I would say that yes, it's still true.
Does the amount of people who stop voting, which you said is only an increase of 1.26 times, going to outweigh the increased turnout, the amount of voter intimidation that decreases, and the cyber attacks that decrease on the affirmation?
Voter turnout reduces.
Can you conclusively answer that question,
I said
please?
voter turnout reduces by 5.4% when distances between polling
elapses.
locations.
Speaker may be seated. Seeing as I have a speech in the negation, all affirmative speakers please rise. Closing us off, Representative Hasanawi.
Hello, everyone. That is Representative Hasanawi, ready to close out this debate with my third speech on the affirmation. Once again, if anybody's not ready, feel free to let me know. All right. Good. People have always told me that America is a melting pot. But I never really understood that phrase because it's never felt like color was actually celebrated in this country. But we've gone through 18 speeches today, and it's so ironic to me that in a country that prides itself on giving each one of its citizens the right to say in democracy, we continually perpetuate the marginalization of people of color. So let's actually go through this debate and explain why the affirmative outweighs on every single contention. Representative Lasna, in questioning, champions the argument that when people have to go to work, they can't get access to the polls. That's exactly why you look to Section 2, where we mandate early voting and provide them that access. Then Representative Okafor tells you about her voter ID laws in the state of Texas. That is an incredibly large issue, but that argument falls flat because it is not mutually exclusive to pass this bill and then pass a bill specifically targeting voter laws. So why are you ultimately passing? Today's bill takes a step towards decreasing the correlation between race and accessibility to democracy in two ways. First, we expand early voting and mandate it in all states. That is incredibly important because especially following pandemic elections, we are seeing an increase in Black communities cast their ballots early. Look to Georgia's general primary this past May. As CNN tells us, despite voter ID laws and restrictions, much more of the Black population was voting early. We have Representative Yerokin and Alator tell us about staffing shortages at the poll. Fortunately, we're already seeing an increase in mail-in ballots, according to the Survey of Performance of American Elections. Black voters are almost as likely as Hispanic and white voters to use a mail-in ballot. Representative Yorkin also tells you that because we haven't passed reform in the past, we're not going to do it. I would actually argue that is the reason you are going to pass, because fear of action is what causes inaction. Representative Asselin tells you that once you violated the law once, you should never have a say in the law again. That's problematic because it only enforces the marginalization of the communities this Congress has left behind. Ultimately, representatives, before you cast your vote on this legislation, the integrity of our democracy is not a partisan issue. The integrity of our democracy is not an issue that is even upon debatable. And the integrity of our democracy is challenged when you fail today's legislation. Affirm.
Speech time, 2 minutes, 54 seconds. All questioners, please rise. Based on those standing, it's first going to go to Representative Okorafor.
Hi. Hi, Representative. So how do any of your impacts still stand when the FEC has been proven to be ineffective at implementing even one of them?
So when we provide implementation to the FEC, we also ensure that this Congress works in conjunction with them. We literally provide accountability
right,
through the
as I
system
tell
of checks
you,
and
they
balances.
are literally locked in gridlock every single time they face an issue. So how do any of your impacts materialize when the FEC can't even check the Clinton campaign?
Like I just told you, when we provide a system of checks and balances.
on recency.
Hi.
Why does having an increase of mail-in ballots suddenly mean that hundreds of poll closures just don't matter?
Because your argument was focused on staff shortages. I told you that, can I finish? I told you that when we have an increase in mail-in ballots, that problem of staff shortages isn't
That
so
does
large
not
as
mean
we
that
seem.
people stop showing up to the poll to vote.
Oh, it doesn't.
Exactly, so how are they prepared to deal with all this influx of people and all these extra days?
So there's nothing mutually exclusive about passing
Question
this
That's for
legislation.
states,
You're
not
gonna be
us.
seated. Representative Allen.
Everyone has been outspoken 3 times today. I move the orders of the day.
We do need to move the previous question beforehand. All right, with the orders of the day, we automatically triggers our voting. Therefore, all those who wish to pass today's legislation, please rise at this time. I count Silva, 1, Chundru, 2, Lin, 3, Wilson, 4, Lawal, 5, Allen, 6, Dixon, 7, Hasanali, 8, Srivatsa, 5, 9. Alrighty, and Kaiser, 10. All those who wish to fail today's legislation, please rise. I count Okorafor, 1, Aslan, 2, Beck, 3, Lasna, 4, Elakwa, 5, Budapali, 6, Yurikun, 7, Alatori, 8, Alazri, 9. Any abstentions? There should be none. On a vote of 10 to 9, the resolution is adopted. Before we move to the end of the day, just a quick message to all of you. It's been an honor serving as your presiding officer today. Today we got through 58 speeches, 128 questions, and passed all 3 pieces of our legislation. Even though Gen Z is labeled as a lazy generation, we're plenty more effective than this Congress. I'd like to say this week we've learned a lot about equity, inclusion, equality, and progress. Take what we've learned here, the friends made here, and the progress we've learned here. Take it out into the real world to make the progress we want to see. So, at the end of this tournament, after 32 hours of debate, and at 3:18 p.m. Central Daylight Time, I hereby call the session of Congress adjourned.